After being cheated on, I forcefully kissed the overbearing CEO late at night. In the luxury car, under the dim light. Jiang Lusi sat on Zhan Shiyao's legs and kissed him boldly. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were blurred. Controlled by desire, her slender hands could not wait to pull his belt. Zhan Shiyao stopped her movements and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you serious? Don't you want to?" Jiang Lusi smiled charmingly. Her fingertips slid into his shirt and spun around. Zhan Shiyao took a breath. Her eagle eyes instantly turned red, like an animal seeing its prey. "You want to play, don't regret it later." Jiang Lusi was put down on the car seat by him. Her dress was torn. It was pouring rain outside the car window, but the car was full of spring scenery. Jiang Lusi was confused and fascinated, tossing back and forth between joy and pain. The broken Shen Ling almost overflowed. Zhan Shiyao's hot breath sprinkled in her ears. "Scream out." Jiang Lusi bit her lip and refused. He deliberately didn't give her pleasure. Tortured by lust, Jiang Lusi bit his shoulder. Zhan Shiyao hissed, and his breathing suddenly became heavy and rapid. The domineering and strong kiss completely engulfed her red lips. After an unknown amount of time, the lust finally ended. The ups and downs of the luxury car also stopped. Jiang Lusi's long hair was messy, and her dress was pulled back to her waist. Her stockings and underwear had long disappeared. Her white skin was full of traces left by his passion. Zhan Shiyao narrowed his eyes and took in the beautiful scenery in front of him. Again. He pinched her slender waist, and his magic hand fanned the flames again. Jiang Lusi cried softly and pushed him subconsciously. "Enough, don't. I don't think it's enough." Zhan Shiyao refused to let go, his voice hoarse. Seeing that he was about to kiss her again, Jiang Lusi turned her face away. "I really don't want it." If she hadn't been drugged tonight, she wouldn't have gotten into his luxury car and taken the initiative to be with him. "Can I help you relieve your anger in one go?" Zhan Shiyao lifted her chin, forced her face to turn around, and looked at him. Jiang Lusi was stunned for a moment. He couldn't know that she had been drugged just now, right? But it's okay this way. It's an adult game, each taking what they need. "Thank you for just now, Mr. Zhan." Jiang Lusi took a deep breath and thanked him politely and distantly. After that, she sat up and started to put on her clothes. Zhan Shiyao looked at her with a smile. "Just a thank you." Jiang Lusi pretended not to see the dangerous anger in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he added, "Then I'll treat you to a meal some other day." A hint of sarcasm flashed across Zhan Shiyao's wild and handsome face. He stretched out his long arm and held her in his arms again. "Just now you raped me in the car as an antidote, and you want to get rid of me with a meal." He bit her earlobe with a punitive look. Jiang Lusi frowned in pain. "Then what do you want?" Zhan Shiyao's eyes were burning, and he looked playful. "At least let me get back." Jiang Lusi was shocked when she heard the words. It was obvious that his body temperature was soaring. The reaction was very strong. She struggled hurriedly. "No." Zhan Shiyao ignored her protest. "Do you want to continue in the car, or change places?" His eyes were deep, and his hot breath sprayed all over her cheeks. Jiang Lusi couldn't help trembling all over. He still wanted. But she didn't want to be touched by him anymore. The effect of her medicine has almost worn off. The most important thing is that she was too strong just now, and her whole body seemed to be falling apart. I didn't expect him to be so strong in this aspect. She definitely couldn't bear it again. "Really, don't do it, it hurts." Jiang Lusi begged for mercy in a soft voice. Zhan Shiyao stared at her for a few seconds, and finally let go. He lit a cigarette and held it in the corner of his mouth. The black shirt on his body was open, revealing his strong chest muscles. He was a gangster. But he was wild. Jiang Lusi was afraid that if she stayed for another second, this man would really force himself. She quickly tidied her dress, pushed open the car door, and staggered to get out of the car. Who knew that as soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs softened and the whole person was carried forward. "It's over." She looked like she had overindulged herself. Jiang Lusi secretly cried out in her heart, and closed her eyes in fear. The expected pain did not come. Instead, she was hugged back into a hot embrace. The smell of male hormones invaded her nose and surrounded her. Jiang Lusi's body trembled even more. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Zhan Shiyao's hoarse voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Jiang Lusi was startled and came back to her senses. Quickly found an excuse, "It's getting late, I want to go home." Zhan Shiyao's eyes were gloomy. "Go home on time." "So good." "Yeah." Jiang Lusi lowered her eyes, not daring to look at him. Zhan Shiyao pinched her jaw and stared at her. "Don't forget, you still owe me one." The man's eyes were burning, like boiling magma, burning her body into ash. "Boss Zhan." Jiang Lusi's red lips trembled. "I thought he was going to mess around again." Unexpectedly, his long fingers with distinct joints only helped her comb the broken hair on her forehead. He didn't mean to continue to invade her. "Forget about tonight, I'll take you home," he said in a hoarse voice. When Jiang Lusi heard that he was going to take her home, she immediately panicked. No, I'll ask my friends to pick me up." "That's right, after all, Miss Jiang is already engaged. If someone sees you riding my luxury car back home, it will inevitably affect Miss Jiang's reputation." Zhan Shiyao suddenly approached her and mocked her sarcastically. "But does your fiancé Qiao Haozhou know that you were hot and unrestrained in my car just now?" Jiang Lusi's pretty face changed again and again when she heard this. When he mentioned her fiancé Qiao Haozhou, she didn't panic at all, but a hint of imperceptible anger flashed in her eyes. The reason why she drank a few more glasses at the banquet just now was that she was drugged. It was because she saw her fiancé Qiao Haozhou and her stepmother fooling around in the lounge. The date of her engagement with Qiao Haozhou was approaching. But Qiao Haozhou was always a playboy, and he had been involved in scandals with women before. This time, he even messed with her stepmother. Jiang Lusi couldn't stand it anymore. Zhan Shiyao was very close to her at this moment. He looked down at her and took in Jiang Lusi's angry expression without leaving any trace. "He and I are just in a family marriage, why take it seriously?" Jiang Lusi smiled self-deprecatingly, raised her head and looked at him. But she had the illusion that her soul was pierced by his deep and sharp eyes. Her breathing was slightly stagnant, and a deep sense of oppression arose spontaneously. Jiang Lusi didn't like this feeling. She struggled out of his arms instinctively and insisted on getting out of the car with gritted teeth. A gust of cold wind blew, and she shivered in her already torn clothes. "Put it on." Zhan Shiyao suddenly threw his suit jacket over. Jiang Lusi just took it, and the car door was closed by him. Watching his luxury car go away in front of her, she shivered in the cold wind. Finally, she decided to put on this coat with his body temperature. Chapter 2, Drunk Drugged. After taking a cab home, Jiang Lusi rushed straight into the bathroom. She stared at herself in the mirror. Her body was covered in traces left by Zhan Shiyao. It was insane. Zhan Shiyao was at the top of the food chain among city's elite, a living king of hell feared by all. He was also the dream man of countless women. Rumor had it that he was ruthless and decisive. And no woman who got involved with him ever ended up well. Who would ve thought he was just as fierce in bed. Jiang Lusi was still aching down there. Her whole body felt like it had been taken apart. She filled the bathtub with steaming hot water. Sinking into it, she leaned her head wearily against the edge. The rising steam gradually eased the pain all over her body. Jiang Lusi stared at the ceiling above her, replaying everything that had happened tonight. She had originally accompanied her fiancé, Qiao Haozhou, to a banquet. But Jiang Lusi had always disliked social events. She barely drank and didn't tea mingle much. Until she stepped out for some air and discovered Qiao Haozhou and her stepmother, Zhuang Yichuan, fooling around in the lounge. Shocked and hurt, she returned to the banquet and drank a few more glasses. That must have been when someone drugged her. But who would want to harm her? She wasn't familiar with many people at the banquet, and most of the guests were elders from her and Qiao Haozhou's circles, people she rarely interacted with. The only one with a grudge against her was her stepmother, Zhuang Yichuan. Before marrying her adoptive father, Fu Qianyun, Zhuang Yichuan had actually been her best friend. After becoming her stepmother, she turned on her. Jiang Lusi never imagined Zhuang Yichuan would seduce her adoptive father and still not be satisfied. Now she had gotten involved with her fiancé, Qiao Haozhou. Could it be that Zhuang Yichuan deliberately drugged her tonight? Was she trying to shove her into the arms of some old creep at the banquet and ruin her engagement with Qiao Haozhou? The more Jiang Lusi thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Thankfully, the moment she realized something was wrong with her body, she threw herself at Zhan Shiyao. At the time, only one thought was in her mind. If she really had to vent her desires, she might as well pick a man who was top tier in both looks and physique. That way, at least she wouldn't suffer a loss. After all, Xiao Haozhou had already betrayed her. There was no point in staying loyal. She just hadn't expected Zhan Shiyao to be that intense. He had nearly made her pass out. Now her body felt drained of all energy. She slowly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep in the bathtub. She was jolted awake by the sound of her phone ringing. The water had already gone lukewarm. Shivering, she got out of the tub and answered the call. "Hello. Where are you?" came the familiar low voice of her adoptive father, Fu Chenyun. Jiang Lusi paused for a few seconds. "I'm back at the apartment. Ichuan said you drank a lot tonight. What happened?" Fu Chenyun questioned, displeased. "It's nothing, I was just bored, had a few too many drinks," Jiang Lusi replied hastily. She knew how strict Fu Chenyun was with her. She had never lost control in public like this before. Tonight's disaster was entirely thanks to Zhuang Yichuan and Xiao Haozhou. She hadn't expected Zhuang Yichuan to complain to her adoptive father so quickly. "Come back now," Fu Chenyun ordered coldly. His deep voice left no room for refusal. With no choice, Jiang Lusi dried herself off and went to change. Fu Chenyun had always been a man of absolute authority. His word was law. To Jiang Lusi, he was both a guardian and benefactor, but also someone she feared deeply. 10 years ago, the Jiang family went bankrupt. Her biological father ran off with the last of their money and vanished without a trace. Her mother worked herself to the bone, taking on 3 jobs just to survive while debt collectors showed up at their door daily. One time, a creditor even tried to assault them. Fu Chenyun was the one who saved her and her mother. He brought them into his mansion and paid off their debts. From then on, Jiang Lusi finally had a stable life. But it was a life under someone else's roof. Her mother became Fu Chenyun's mistress. Although he cherished her mother as his first love and treated her with great affection, the old master of the Fu family was still alive at the time and strongly opposed his son marrying a divorced woman with a child. Fu Chenyun refused to let her mother go, and every time she tried to escape with Jiang Lusi, he would bring them back. He even used Jiang Lusi to threaten her mother into staying. Helpless, her mother agreed to be his lover. She and Jiang Lusi followed Fu Chenyun, nameless and without status. But the pressure on her mother was immense, and her health had already been wrecked from repaying her ex-husband's debts. Before long, she passed away. Jiang Lusi became an orphan. She was supposed to be sent to an orphanage. But Fu Chenyun, in memory of her mother, kept her with him. He had her call him godfather. Over the years, he cared for her under the title of her adoptive father. She thus became the pampered daughter of the Fu family. That night, Jiang Lusi rushed back to the Fu family mansion. It was already midnight. All the servants were asleep. She pushed open the front door and immediately froze. A soft, ambiguous moaning sound pierced her ears. Jiang Lusi instinctively turned toward the sound. On the living room sofa, Zhuang Yichuan lay completely naked, wrapping her arms tightly around Fu Chenyun's muscular waist, writhing uncontrollably beneath him. "Our godfather, I want it," Zhuang Yichuan cried out, clinging to Fu Chenyun, her body trembling violently. In contrast to her bare skin, Fu Chenyun was fully dressed in a suit. His trousers weren't even off. Even in this moment, his pitch-black eyes showed no emotion. They were cold and deep like a bottomless abyss, matching his sharp, dangerous features. There was only icy indifference and carnal release in his gaze. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yichuan melted under him like a puddle of spring water. Still panting, she cried out in a coy, breathless voice, "Godfather, godfather!" Jiang Lusi stood rooted at the doorway as if struck by lightning. Her body stiffened, unable to move. Her heart pounded like 1,000 drums. Zhuang Yichuan had been married to her adoptive father for a while now, but this was the first time Jiang Lusi had witnessed their passion firsthand. She had thought, judging by Fu Chenyun's usual cold treatment of Zhuang Yichuan, that he wouldn't even touch her. But clearly things in private were fiery hot. It was already so late, and they hadn't even gone to bed. They were doing it right in the living room of the mansion. Zhuang Yichuan's repeated cries of "Godfather" were like needles stabbing Jiang Lusi's eardrums. Zhuang Yichuan had already successfully climbed the ranks and married her adoptive father. She was now Fu Chenyun's rightful wife. Shouldn't she be calling him husband? Why was she still calling him godfather? Was it just a kink? Or was there something more? Chapter 3. He is her big client. Jiang Lusi was really confused, but she didn't think much about it. I just know that I came back at the wrong time. She actually caught her adoptive father doing something with her ex-best friend. But her best friend has now successfully become her stepmother. Although there is a nearly 30-year age gap between Zhuang Yichuan and her adoptive father Fu Qianyun, they are husband and wife after all. After all, she is now an outsider of the Fu family. Jiang Lusi smiled self-deprecatingly, turned around and left the villa silently. Zhuang Yichuan, who was immersed in passion, caught a glimpse of Jiang Lusi's embarrassed back as she left, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved into a triumphant arc. She couldn't help but scream even more wildly. Godfather, you are so bad, don't stop. Jiang Lusi almost didn't sleep all night after returning to the apartment. It was not until dawn that she dozed off for a short while. But I was soon awakened by the alarm clock. She opened her eyelids sleepily and checked the time. Get up quickly and get dressed. She has just graduated from college and is currently interning in a company. Originally, as soon as she graduated, her adoptive father Fu Qianyun arranged a job for her in Fu's company. However, Jiang Lusi rejected it. She wanted to be self-reliant and no longer depended on her adoptive father. So I applied for a job as a salesperson at a company called Xingmao. Jiang Lusi quickly got out of bed and washed up. But then he found a message on his phone from an unknown number. She couldn't help but hesitate and clicked it open to see, "Your underwear was left in my car." Jiang Lusi's head immediately buzzed. It's obvious who sent this message. How did Zhan Shiyao know her private number? But then she thought again, with his power, it would be easy for him to get her number. However, Jiang Lusi couldn't help but frown. She didn't want to have anything to do with this man anymore. So I tapped the screen with my hand that had just washed my face and replied, "Throw it away, thank you." After sending the message, she put her phone in her bag, changed her shoes and hurried out. When Jiang Lusi arrived at the company with dark circles under her eyes, the sales manager Chen Yuan had just come out of the office. "Didn't you sleep well last night?" Chen Yuan stared at her for a few seconds and couldn't help frowning. "Yeah." Jiang Lusi smiled awkwardly. "Then quickly touch up your makeup and come with me to meet a big client later." Chen Yuan ordered immediately. "Good." Jiang Lusi followed her manager Chen Yuan to a high-rise building in the CBE Central Business District. After Chen Yuan explained her purpose to the front desk, they were led to a reception area and stayed there for several hours. After all, they are just from a small company and no one here takes them seriously. Until the door of a conference room was opened, a group of people in formal attire walked out one after another. The leader was actually Zhan Shiyao. He was wearing a high-end handmade suit. The well-tailored fabric perfectly outlined his tall and upright figure. The handsome face, as if carved by a knife, came slowly forward against the light and shadow. His aura was sharp and powerful when he walked around. The moment Jiang Lusi saw him, she felt so guilty that she wanted to hide away. Unexpectedly, her manager Chen Yuan actually pulled her along to chase after him. "Boss Zhan!" Manager Chen chased after Zhan Shiyao and the group of people, shouting anxiously. When Jiang Lusi heard her shout, her eyelids twitched. Could it be that the big client that Manager Chen brought her to meet today was actually Zhan Shiyao? If I had known this earlier, she would have found an excuse and not come with me. But now that Manager Chen has dragged her in front of Zhan Shiyao, Jiang Lusi seems to have no reason to pretend not to see such a big shot as him. As a result, she mustered up the courage to look up, and Zhan Shiyao was actually looking at her. His eyes met Jiang Lusi's helpless, embarrassed, surprised and confused look. His eyes were particularly deep. Jiang Lusi's expression was a little stiff. But he couldn't look away immediately, so he could only stare at Zhan Shiyao. Fortunately, the two of them only looked at each other for 1 or 2 seconds, and Manager Chen Yuan stood in front of her. She respectfully walked up to Zhan Shiyao, greeted him, and introduced herself. "Boss Zhan, I'm Chen Yuan, the sales manager of Xingmao Technology Company. I made an appointment with your secretary." Before she finished her words, she saw Zhan Shiyao frowning. "Have you had a date?" His cold voice without any emotion sounded. The assistant beside him noticed his impatience immediately and quickly replied, "It seems not." "But Mr. Zhan." Chen Yuan looked anxious. Their company had indeed been communicating with Zhan Shiyao's secretary to make appointments. But Zhan Shiyao never made any statement. Until today, his secretary suddenly sent a message saying that President Zhan might have half an hour to finish the meeting. Chen Yuan immediately rushed over with people. Just looking at Zhan Shiyao's current attitude of keeping people at a distance, it seems that their company has no hope this time. Chen Yuan was thinking in frustration when suddenly Zhan Shiyao spoke slowly. Is she also from your company? She looked up belatedly and discovered that Zhan Shiyao's gaze was on Jiang Lusi behind her. A sudden inspiration came into her mind, as if she realized something in an instant. He hurriedly pushed Jiang Lusi forward and introduced her enthusiastically. Her name is Jiang Lusi. She graduated from University A and is currently interning in the sales department of our company. Jiang Lusi suddenly had a bad feeling. At this moment, I felt as if I had been betrayed by Manager Chen. And Chen Yuan indeed thought so. She chose Jiang Lusi to join their sales department because of her looks and figure. This innate advantage is crucial to their sales industry. At this moment, she was very glad that she brought Jiang Lusi with her today. This is indeed an age where appearance matters. Even a high-handed man like Zhan Shiyao is no exception. In turn, Zhan Shiyao raised his eyebrows, his expression mysterious and profound. He was very surprised that she, as the daughter of the Fu family, did not go directly to work for the Fu group after graduating from university. Instead, he came to such an unknown small company to do sales. Jiang Lusi's back stiffened and cold sweat oozed from her palms. Chen Yuan put on a smile and explained, Boss Zhan, although Lusi is just an intern, she is smart and quick-witted. She planned this cooperation project. How about letting her introduce it to you in person? When Jiang Lusi heard this, a few black lines appeared on her forehead. Is it really okay for the manager to help her brag like this? The surroundings were eerily quiet. All eyes were on her. Different looks. Jiang Lusi was under tremendous pressure and subconsciously clenched her hands into fists. My heart was in my throat. How embarrassed would she be if Zhan Shiyao rejected her in public? The stalemate lasted for more than 10 seconds. A deep and powerful voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. Come over. Zhan Shiyao just said one sentence and turned and left. Before Jiang Lusi could come to her senses, she was pushed by the manager Chen Yuan. She looked up in surprise, and Chen Yuan immediately gave her a look, indicating that she should follow Zhan Shiyao. Chapter 4. She threw herself on him. The elevator is descending at a constant speed. Zhan Shiyao and Jiang Lusi were the only ones left in the small space. Jiang Lusi's whole body was tense, and she didn't dare to breathe too loudly. With all kinds of complicated emotions, he stared at the back of Zhan Shiyao, who was standing in front of him. He is tall and straight. It gives people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Until the elevator reaches the parking lot on the second floor below ground. Zhan Shiyao stepped out. Jiang Lusi reacted and hurried to catch up. They came to a distinguished Rolls-Royce luxury car. The driver bent down respectfully and opened the back door for Zhan Shiyao. Zhan Shiyao unbuttoned a button of his suit and was about to get in the car. At this moment, he seemed to remember that there was someone following him. So he turned around and looked at Jiang Lusi deeply. Jiang Lusi immediately understood what he meant. He wanted her to get in the car with him. Even though she wanted to stay away from him, she couldn't forget the task assigned to her by her manager. Whether their sales department can impress the big boss Zhan Shiyao and sign a cooperation contract with their company depends entirely on her. Jiang Lusi got into his car with a businesslike attitude. During the war, Yao was leaning back in his chair, resting his eyes. Sensing movement beside him, he raised his eyelids slightly and glanced to the right. Jiang Lusi, who had just sat down, was wearing a white tight-fitting miniskirt suit. Her long hair was tied up with a hairpin, revealing her slender and graceful neck. When she sat down with her legs sideways, her skirt was pulled up to 10 centimeters above her thighs, and her pair of long, straight, white legs were particularly eye-catching. Zhan Shiyao's throat tightened immediately. Thinking of her initiative in the car last night, his black pupils became even deeper. After Jiang Lusi sat down, she realized that the skirt she was wearing today was a bit short. She tugged at the hem of her skirt awkwardly and glanced at Zhan Shiyao subconsciously. Seeing that his attention was not on her at the moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. The driver has started the car and driven out of the underground garage. Jiang Lusi lowered her head and flipped through the document that Manager Chen had just handed to her, preparing to introduce their company's cooperation project in detail to Zhan Shiyao. Suddenly the driver in front slammed on the brakes. Jiang Lusi was caught off guard and threw herself towards him uncontrollably. A strong scent of male hormones hits my nose. Her heart skipped a beat unconsciously. But just as she looked up, Zhan Shiyao happened to look down at her. She just bumped into his eyes that were as deep as the sea. The two looked at each other for a while, and Zhan Shiyao suddenly said, "Your heartbeat is very fast." Jiang Lusi's eyes flashed with panic. "Maybe. I was frightened just now." "Really?" Zhan Shiyao narrowed his eyes. "Yes." Jiang Lusi nodded quickly. Zhan Shiyao ordered the driver in front in a deep voice, "Old Zhao, be careful next time." "Sorry, boss, I get it." The driver was so scared that he was sweating and quickly made an assurance. Jiang Lusi was fully aware of how ambiguous her posture was as she lay on top of him. She was anxious to prop herself up and get off him. Zhan Shiyao groaned, suddenly hugged her slender waist tightly, and pressed her to sit on his lap. "Boss Zhan, don't." Jiang Lusi's heart was filled with alarm and she shouted in shock and shame. "Don't want what?" Zhan Shiyao lowered his head and moved closer to her, his hot breath falling down. "If you keep pushing me down like this, I'll have to give it up even if I don't want it." His meaningful words made her heart tighten. Jiang Lusi's expression of shame and anger had not yet faded, and she suddenly lowered her head. I actually saw my hand pressing on him. Her pretty face suddenly turned completely red. She quickly let go as if she had been electrocuted and quickly stepped away from him. Sky. Jiang Lusi was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became hot. Zhan Shiyao tried his best to barely suppress the scorching flames that suddenly sprang up in his lower abdomen. Jiang Lusi was even more at a loss. It was such a big luxury car that she didn't know where to put her hands. I could only pick up the document that had just fallen on the ground, and hold it tightly, and tighter again. After she adjusted her mood, she cleared her throat. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Boss Zhan, shall I introduce our company's project to you?" Zhan Shiyao turned his head and glanced at her. Jiang Lusi tried hard to keep smiling and looked back. But my heart was beating fast. He wouldn't just kick her out of the car because of her accidental fall just now, right? Fortunately, Yao had no intention of seeking revenge during the war. He responded to her with a neutral hum. Jiang Lusi sat up straight, opened the document, and began to introduce it to him carefully. She spoke slowly but clearly. I don't know whether Zhan Shiyao listened carefully or not. He didn't say a word the whole time. There was no extra expression on Zhan's face. It's hard to get a glimpse into what's going on in his mind. After Jiang Lusi finished her introduction, a fine layer of sweat unconsciously seeped out of her palms. I caught a glimpse of his cold and stern profile from the corner of my eye, feeling uneasy, not being able to figure out what he was thinking. The atmosphere in the car was very quiet. The silence was suffocating. After a while, Zhan Shiyao suddenly turned to look at her. "Are you done?" Jiang Lusi didn't have time to look away and just stared into his eyes. "That's it." She nodded immediately. Zhan Shiyao stared at her deeply with his eyes, pursed his thin lips, and said no more. Jiang Lusi felt so pressured and uncomfortable when he looked at her like that. Just then the luxury car slowly stopped. Zhan Shiyao opened the car door first and got out. Jiang Lusi was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses from the tense eye contact with Zhan Shiyao. She subconsciously looked out the car window. There are large tracts of green grass and a vast area. Blue sky and white clouds. In the distance, someone was swinging a club. Here it is. Golf course. When did the car arrive here? Jiang Lusi had just been introducing their company's cooperation project to Zhan Shiyao in the car. I didn't even notice where the luxury car was going. At this moment, Zhan Shiyao was standing outside the car, looking at the golf course, as if he had forgotten her existence. Jiang Lusi sat in the car in a daze. When he was hesitating whether he should go down, Zhan Shiyao suddenly turned around. "You can go back now." Jiang Lusi was in a daze for a moment and nodded. I thought that after she had finished the introduction, he would send a driver to take her back. Unexpectedly, the driver got out of the car soon. Followed Zhan Shiyao and walked towards the golf course. Jiang Lusi stood there in a daze. How is she going to get back now? Take a taxi back. You can't get a taxi here, right? Walk back. Even more unrealistic. Seeing that Zhan Shiyao was about to go far away, Jiang Lusi had to open the car door, get out and chase after him. Boss Zhan. Jiang Lusi hurriedly chased after him and called out to him. Anything else? Zhan Shiyao turned his head and looked at her meaningfully. Jiang Lusi bit her lip. She actually wanted to ask how to get a ride back to the city from here. But before she could open her mouth, she heard Zhan Shiyao suddenly tease her playfully, "Do you still want to do what we did last night?" Chapter 5. He broke into her dressing room. Jiang Lusi's pretty face suddenly turned red. Just as I was about to speak, a male voice suddenly came from not far away. "Ayao?" Zhan Shiyao then looked up and saw a man in golf clothes walking towards them. Jiang Lusi also looked in the direction of the sound. A handsome young man soon came up to them. "Wow, you brought a beautiful lady this time." Rong Shushi's gaze quickly shifted from Zhan Shiyao to Jiang Lusi beside him. He walked up to her with great interest and said, Hello, I'm Rong Shushi." Jiang Lusi didn't know him, but she saw that he was so polite and enthusiastic. I couldn't help but nodded at him. "Hello, I'm Jiang Lusi." After saying hello, Rong Shushi turned to look at Zhan Shiyao again. "What's the wind blowing today? You actually brought a beautiful lady with you." When Jiang Lusi heard this, she knew that he had misunderstood her relationship with Zhan Shiyao. "I thought she was brought here by Zhan Shiyao. But in fact, she just happened to get in Zhan Shiyao's car for business and came here with him." "Beauty, is this your first time here? Let a Yao show you around later," Rong Shushi said with a smile, and asked someone to drive a golf cart over and asked her to get in. Jiang Lusi went to see Zhan Shiyao awkwardly, hoping he could explain. But he didn't say a word, and instead acquiesced to Rong Shushi's invitation for her to get in the car. Jiang Lusi couldn't refuse their kindness, so she had to get into the car with them. Rong Shushi and Zhan Shiyao started chatting in the car and seemed to have a good relationship. Jiang Lusi's cell phone also rang at this time. She took it out and looked at the name on the caller ID. Xiao Haozhou. Hang up without hesitation. From last night till now, Xiao Haozhou has called her several times in a row. Jiang Lusi didn't answer any of them. Whenever she heard his voice now, she would instinctively feel sick. Her mind involuntarily recalled the scene of catching him fooling around with her stepmother in the banquet lounge last night. Ever since she and Xiao Haozhou got engaged, Xiao Haozhou has always been involved in scandals. Jiang Lusi turned a blind eye to it all. But this time he really went too far. It actually got to her stepmother. She could no longer pretend that nothing had happened. Soon they arrived at the VIP club area inside the stadium. Rong Shushi got out of the car first. Jiang Lusi saw Zhan Shiyao coming down and followed him down. Rong Shushi chatted with them all their way to the locker room. He had already changed his clothes and was standing outside the door waiting. Zhan Shiyao walked straight into the locker room. As soon as he stepped through the door, he suddenly remembered something. He turned and looked at Jiang Lusi. Jiang Lusi immediately responded tactfully, "I'll wait here." Zhan Shiyao. He didn't say anything else and walked straight into the locker room. Rong Shushi curiously asked her, "How long have you known Yao?" Jiang Lusi's eyes flickered, "Not long. We just met last night." Rong Shushi raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why don't you go in with him and change clothes?" Jiang Lusi smiled awkwardly, "I don't know how to play golf." Rong Shushi raised his thin lips, "No way, I can let a Yao teach you." "But if you don't mind, I can teach you." Rong Shushi volunteered again. They were so enthusiastic when we first met. Plus, she's already at the golf course. Jiang Lusi finally had no choice but to go into the locker room to change clothes. The dressing room is large and fully equipped. Jiang Lusi walked into a room at random. He took off his clothes and prepared to change into the golf suit prepared inside. At this time her cell phone rang again. It was Xiao Haozhou who called again. He has bombarded her with more than a dozen calls since last night. Jiang Lusi couldn't bear it anymore and answered the call. "Cici, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you answered my calls since last night?" Xiao Haozhou's dissatisfied voice came. Jiang Lusi rolled her eyes, too lazy to expose him. Doesn't he know what he did with his stepmother last night? He even had the nerve to question her. If I don't answer your call, it means I don't want to care about you. Jiang Lusi replied bluntly. Xiao Haizhou's expression was shocked. He seemed to have not expected that she would dare to speak to him like that. You don't contact me again in the future. Jiang Lusi interrupted him directly. Xiao Haizhou was even more stunned. What do you mean? Nothing, I just want to break up with you. Jiang Lusi replied coldly. After saying that, he turned off the phone, so as to avoid being harassed by Xiao Haizhou again. If she was not eager to leave the Fu family and get rid of her adoptive father's control, she would not have agreed to the marriage with the Xiao family. Xiao Haizhou was a playboy, but she didn't care about him. But that doesn't mean she has no bottom line. This time, Xiao Haizhou really touched her bottom line. She had to reconsider her marriage to him. Jiang Lusi sighed deeply and was about to lower her head to change into her golf clothes. Suddenly, the door of the locker room behind was opened. A cool masculine scent rushed in along with the cold wind. Jiang Lusi was startled and didn't have time to react. The next second, her waist tightened and she fell into a hot embrace. "R!" Jiang Lusi exclaimed and saw the handsome face of the man behind her through the mirror in the dressing room. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. Her eyes widened. "How did you get in?" Zhan Shiyao looked at her wantonly with his deep eyes. Holding her slender waist, he pressed tightly against her back. The two were very close at this time. Zhan Shiyao's breath brushed past her ears, causing her heart to beat faster. In the small dressing room, Jiang Lusi had nowhere to hide. The two maintained this posture. The breathing sounds in my ears gradually became heavier, until Zhan Shiyao's voice suddenly sounded above her head. "Break up." Jiang Lusi. Could it be that he had overheard her conversation with Xiao Haizhou just now? But what does this have to do with him? "Mr. Zhan, you." Jiang Lusi raised her head and looked at him hesitantly. My heart was filled with ups and downs. Zhan Shiyao's deep eyes seemed to see through her thoughts at once. He suddenly lowered his head and approached her, his thin and cold lips almost touching her fair cheek, as if he wanted to swallow her into his stomach. "Don't worry, I won't hold you responsible just because you slept with me last night." His low voice was ambiguous yet a bit evil. Jiang Lusi's heart sank. He instinctively turned his face away to calm his confusion. He said he wouldn't rely on her, so what is he doing now? Jiang Lusi frowned and was about to speak when she heard footsteps. "Ayao, are you okay?" Rong Shushi waited outside for a long time but didn't see them come out, so he decided to come in and take a look. But the doors of the locker rooms were all closed, and he was not sure which one Zhan Shiyao was in, so he shouted. Jiang Lusi's breathing instinctively tightened when she heard the sound. I was so frightened that I didn't dare to breathe. For fear of being discovered by Rong Shushi outside, she and Zhan Shiyao were in a dressing room at the moment. It seems like they are having an affair. Chapter 6. He taught her how to play golf. "It's not ready yet, why are you rushing it?" Zhan Shiyao replied impatiently in a low voice. Jiang Lusi was in his arms at the moment, and could clearly feel the slight vibration of his chest when he spoke. Even her body seemed to be electrified. "Hurry up, I'll wait for you outside." Rong Shushi shouted again and walked out. Hearing his footsteps getting farther away, Jiang Lusi remained stiff, not daring to move. Zhan Shiyao was very close to her at this moment, his chin almost touching her cheek. The two people's breathing intertwined. Jiang Lusi could feel his breath, and he could also feel hers. The stalemate lasted for dozens of seconds, and Zhan Shiyao still had no intention of letting her go. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but remind him, "Boss Zhan, I'm waiting for your answer." Zhan Shiyao narrowed his eyes and suddenly opened his lips. Jiang Lusi was startled. What was her answer? "Have you broken up?" Why should she answer his question? "This seems to be my personal privacy." Jiang Lusi pursed her lips and said. What does it have to do with him whether she breaks up with Xiao Haizhou or not? Why should I tell him? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhan Shiyao suddenly lowered his head, covered her earlobe with his thin lips, and bit it hard. R. Jiang Lusi screamed and felt like she was struck by lightning. This man actually bit her? But when she thought about the fact that they were in the locker room right now, if she shouted too loudly it would only attract attention. Jiang Lusi immediately covered her red lips with her hands. She just glared at him with shame and annoyance. Don't forget, you still owe me one last time. Zhan Shiyao looked at her meaningfully and smiled, his voice ambiguous and a little evil. Jiang Lusi's dark eyes stared at his cheek, which was so close to her. When he touched her, a special light emanated from his dark eyes, like a wolf in the wilderness, full of wild plunder. She couldn't help but tremble at her heart. Since I am nervous and embarrassed. She was drugged last night and was in the luxury car with him. Is it possible that he really wants to come back? Before she could think about it, Zhan Shiyao had already let go of her, turned around and walked out. Jiang Lusi stayed in the locker room for a long time before changing into her golf clothes and going out. Zhan Shiyao and Rong Shushi were already waiting for her in the golf cart. Jiang Lusi quickly ran over, got into the car, and followed them into the inner field. During the war, Yao and Rong Shushi were playing basketball. Jiang Lusi didn't know how to fight, so she just watched from the side. The two of them were playing and chatting, and they seemed to have forgotten that she was there. Rong Shushi suddenly turned around and asked, "Are you free this weekend?" Zhan Shiyao swung his golf club. "What?" "That Rao Luan whom I met at the last cocktail party, she seems to be interested in you. She even asked me about you a few days ago. Does she have time this weekend and would like to invite you out for dinner?" Rong Shushi asked excitedly. Zhan Shiyao did not answer immediately after hearing this, but subconsciously turned his head to glance at Jiang Lusi. Jiang Lusi was looking at her phone absent-mindedly at the time, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Zhan Shiyao frowned, and suddenly a feeling of irritation surged in his heart. Rong Shushi continued to ask, "Can you give me a definite answer as to whether you are free or not? I mean, there are not many girls like her who are talented, beautiful, and most importantly, a good match for us." Zhan Shiyao interrupted impatiently, "Are you free?" Rong Shushi. He was worried about his life out of kindness because he saw that he had been single for all these years. But this guy didn't appreciate it. Before Rong Shushi could say anything more, Zhan Shiyao suddenly asked the caddy for a pair of smaller golf clubs and turned to walk towards Jiang Lusi. "Try." He came up to Jiang Lusi and handed her the small golf clubs in his hand. Jiang Lusi was reluctant to take it. "I won't," she said a little shyly. She really doesn't know how to play this thing. Although her adoptive father Fu Chenyan also likes to play golf, she doesn't like it and has almost never been to the golf course. Zhan Shiyao looked at her, his dark eyes deepened. "I'll teach you." After saying that, he forcefully stuffed the club into her hand. Jiang Lusi was forced to take the club and stood there stiffly. When she lowered her head to aim at the little white ball with the club in her hand, Zhan Shiyao suddenly grabbed her hand from behind. "Don't be so stiff, relax your body, bend your waist a little more." In his low and hoarse voice, he gave her careful instructions in her ear. Jiang Lusi's mind was blank. She held the golf club in both hands and didn't hear what he said at all. "I just felt that I was surrounded by his powerful male hormones. Sky. Should he get so close? If they were still in the locker room just now, there would be no one else except them. But now, we are clearly on the green field." They were accompanied by the caddy and his friend Rong Shushi. How could he turn a blind eye and still flirt with her blatantly? Jiang Lusi didn't know if other people noticed them. Her pretty face turned red instantly the moment Zhan Shiyao approached her. How could Zhan Shiyao be teaching her how to play golf? It was obvious that he was taking advantage of her in public. Jiang Lusi hastily and awkwardly refused. "I can't learn it. There is nothing that cannot be learned." Zhan Shiyao's tall body moved closer to her, his voice full of intimidation. Jiang Lusi was about to struggle, but he suddenly grabbed her hand. "Aim, with your elbow on the inside of your hip." Jiang Lusi still didn't hear clearly what he said. She only felt his chest almost pressed against the curve of her body. The burning masculine scent all sprayed into her ears. Jiang Lusi's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. "I can't help but think of them in the luxury car last night." He breathed heavily, and it also sprayed on her sensitive skin. She couldn't help but feel a little distracted. "I can't think about it anymore." She forced herself to retract her thoughts. Don't be bewitched by him anymore. Just when she was about to push him away in annoyance, Zhan Shiyao suddenly held her hand tightly and swung the club down. The little white ball was thrown more than 10 meters away and finally rolled into the hole accurately. Jiang Lusi stared at the scene in a daze. It seemed as if they just realized that they were playing golf on a golf course. "That's it, you do it once by yourself." Zhan Shiyao continued to hold her hand. A few black lines appeared on Jiang Lusi's forehead. I just felt like I was in a big furnace, and my whole body was enveloped by his strong masculine scent. She couldn't help but protest silently, "How can I fight you when you hold me like this?" Zhan Shiyao looked at her blushing face and her embarrassed expression, and his thin lips curled up unconsciously. Then he took a step back and finally let her go reluctantly. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief when she saw him finally leave. She held the club herself and aimed at the little white ball. Just as she was about to swing, Zhan Shiyao suddenly came up from behind her. Chapter 7. She actually kissed him. Jiang Lusi was startled. My heart instantly rose to my throat. What are you doing? Wrong posture. Zhan Shiyao raised his slender eyebrows slightly. Have you forgotten what I taught you just now? Jiang Lusi's expression froze. He licked his lips unconsciously out of nervousness. What did he just teach me? She couldn't remember anything at the moment. She only remembered that he had hugged her tightly and heard his thick masculine scent in her ears. I'll teach you again. Zhan Shiyao spoke in a low and hoarse voice, very patiently. No. Jiang Lusi's temple suddenly jumped. He turned around quickly and shouted. She didn't want him to take advantage of her in broad daylight again. The worst that can happen is that you just don't learn it. But she didn't expect that as soon as she turned her neck, Zhan Xiao's handsome face was so close to her. Jiang Lusi's red lips accidentally brushed against his handsome face that was enough to captivate everyone. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Jiang Lusi's eyes widened, as if she had forgotten to react. She really didn't mean it. She swore. I never expected that when I turned around at this moment, I would kiss his face. Jiang Lusi's fair face and ears were instantly flushed. The golf club in his hand fell to the ground. You're not concentrating on your studies, but you're thinking about me. During the war, Yao's narrowed eyes revealed a bit of laziness and evil. Jiang Lusi was so upset that she almost couldn't even cry. Boss Zhan, She wanted to explain clearly. But I found that in this situation, no explanation seemed to be sufficient. She had indeed kissed him just now. Rong Shushi watched from the side and finally understood why Zhan Shiyao didn't answer him just now. It turned out that he was already pregnant with a beautiful woman. Although he was puzzled as to why Zhan Shiyao suddenly changed his personality. But now is obviously not the time to ask such questions. Rong Shushi's mouth twitched. Yao, you guys fight, I'm going to rest for a while. He really didn't want to be a light bulb here anymore, so he gave the caddy a look. The caddy was tactful enough to get on the golf cart with him and leave together. Only Jiang Lusi and Zhan Shiyao are left here. Jiang Lusi suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, Zhan Shiyao pressed close to him. His scorching breath ironed her cheeks, and his voice was low and hoarse. Play ball, or continue what we did last night. Jiang Lusi's brain buzzed at that moment. She panicked. Continue. Playing. Before she could finish the last two words, she was picked up by Zhan Shiyao. Zhan Shiyao carried her directly into another golf cart and was eager to kiss her. Wait a moment. Jiang Lusi struggled anxiously in his arms. Could he wait for her to finish? I can't wait. Zhan Shiyao pressed his thin lips against hers eagerly and clasped her slender waist with one hand. God knows how much he wanted her when he was teaching her how to play golf just now. At this moment, his mind was full of her taste last night. I wish I could execute her right here and now. Jiang Lusi quickly put her hand on his chest. I just said to continue playing. She cried eagerly. She was afraid that Zhan Shiyao would misunderstand her again. Zhan Shiyao was stunned for a moment. The action of kissing her stopped for a moment. How dare you play tricks on me? His brows were furrowed, his handsome face was gloomy, and he looked like a storm was about to come. Jiang Lusi's red lips trembled. I didn't. How dare she play tricks on him? She wouldn't dare to do that even if she had 10 courages. He was indeed too impatient just now and didn't even let her finish her words. Can she be blamed for this? During the war, Yao's handsome face was filled with coldness and sharpness. Their whole person exudes a dangerous aura, which makes people shudder. Do you know what happens if you anger me? Zhan Shiyao clenched her jaw, his tone cold and mixed with a hint of anger. Boss Zhan, I was wrong. Jiang Lusi's heart trembled. He lowered his eyes and quickly admitted his mistake. What's wrong? Zhan Xiao's tone was gloomy and fierce. Jiang Lusi felt guilty and didn't dare to look him in the eyes. She stammered in a hoarse voice, I didn't explain it to you clearly just now. She should have said playing ball first so that he wouldn't misunderstand. Hearing this, Zhan Shiyao's handsome face seemed to become even uglier. Jiang Lusi lowered her head and could not see the expression on his face at this moment. But I could feel the strange and dangerous aura emanating from him. The air around became even more stagnant and cold. Jiang Lusi just felt that she was doomed. She thought of a solution in a hurry, and said in a soft and tender voice, Boss Zhan, you are a magnanimous person, I believe you will not bother with a little woman like me. Zhan Shiyao said coldly, sorry, I always care about it. Jiang Lusi choked on her red lips. Why is she so unlucky? Zhan Shiyao suddenly let go of her. A cold and indifferent voice sounded above her head, get out of the car. Jiang Lusi didn't react for a moment. Zhan Shiyao's tall and straight body suddenly pressed towards her. Why, do you want to continue? The distance he suddenly closed made Jiang Lusi feel uneasy. She hurriedly shook her head, took a few steps back, and fell off the golf cart unexpectedly. Fortunately, the ground was covered with thick grass and she didn't get hurt. During the war, Yao Jian frowned. He extended a hand toward her. But Jiang Lusi just lowered her head and rubbed her sore butt, and didn't notice it at all. Zhan Shiyao finally lost his patience. When Jiang Lusi finally raised her head, what she saw was his golf cart driving away from her. She was left alone on the court. Fortunately, after a while, the stadium staff took her back. Jiang Lusi never saw Zhan Shiyao again. She took the golf course bus back to the city. She was planning to go back to the company to report, but unexpectedly a familiar black car drove up to her side. Miss, please get in the car, the master wants to see you. The driver was Mo Chen, the assistant of her adopted father Fu Qianyun. Jiang Lusi's heart skipped a beat. There is no way to avoid disaster. She had no choice but to get on the car. As soon as she entered the Fu family villa, she saw her adopted father Fu Qianyun sitting on the sofa drinking with a gloomy face. Jiang Lusi took a deep breath. Daddy, are you looking for me? Fu Qianyun raised his head and drank the half glass of wine in his hand. He raised his head, staring at her with a cold and sinister look in his eyes. After a while, he spoke in a low voice and ordered, come here. Jiang Lusi hesitated for a moment and slowly walked towards him. It stopped less than a meter away from him. Come and sit down. Fu Qianyun motioned for her to sit on the sofa next to him. Jiang Lusi's heart sank. She couldn't help but recall the scene she saw last night of her adopted father and her former best friend Zhuang Yichuan making love on this sofa. My feet suddenly felt like they were nailed down and I couldn't move an inch. Daddy, let's talk about this right here. She tried hard to keep a certain distance from her adopted father so that she would feel more secure. Unexpectedly, Fu Qianyun suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Chapter 8, Punishment from the Foster Father. Jiang Lusi had no time to react before she was pulled onto the sofa by her adopted father's fierce force. Fu Qianyun held her firmly under him, and his big hand attacked her slender neck. Who gave you the courage to break up with Zhao Haozhou? He shouted in a deep voice. Jiang Lusi's heart trembled. Daddy, I. Before she could finish her words, Fu Qianyun had already tightened his grip on her neck. Jiang Lusi's fair cheeks suddenly turned red. Shortness of breath. She instinctively grabbed her adopted father's iron cage-like arm, trying to ask him to let go. Did I warn you? This marriage is of vital importance to the Fu family. Fu Qianyun's brows were filled with gloom, and he gritted his teeth and uttered these words. Their violent emotions are out of control. He paused only for a moment, then increased his strength again, clenching his 5 fingers tightly. Jiang Lusi only felt that the chill from her adopted father was getting heavier and heavier. The strength of his men became more and more brutal. The air in her chest was squeezed out of her. If this continues, she will suffocate to death. Since childhood, he always wanted to torture her to death. Just because she was her mother's child with another man, she was proof of betrayal. It seemed that only by killing her could Fu Qianyun eliminate the hatred in his heart. Fu Qianyun watched as Jiang Lusi's breathing became weaker and weaker, and her pupils became more and more dilated. It seemed that if he didn't let go, she would really go find her mother. Suddenly, he loosened his hand abruptly. But his eyes were darker than the night outside. His hands clenched tightly as if he was restraining something. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Lusi covered her neck, breathed heavily, and coughed desperately. Just now she was almost strangled to death by her adoptive father. This was not the first time Fu Qianyun wanted to strangle her since his mother's death. It's a miracle that she is still alive today. Suddenly, Fu Qianyun's clenched hand reached out to her again. Daddy. Jiang Lusi's heart started to panic and she looked at him in horror. I thought Fu Qianyun wanted to strangle her like he did just now. Unexpectedly, he just reached out and touched her slender neck. Look, there are red marks again. There was tenderness in his voice. His eyes were dark and sharp. Jiang Lusi's skin was naturally fair and tender, and every time he pinched it, it would leave a mark. But when Fu Qianyun saw the glaring red marks on her fair skin, he enjoyed it instead. Jiang Lusi was trembling all over. There was a deep sense of defensiveness in his eyes. Her adoptive father's temperament changed drastically since her mother passed away. He is often moody and even a little abnormal. He can be gentle one second and cruel the next. Jiang Lusi subconsciously clutched the sofa beneath her and had to be extremely alert. I wonder if my adoptive father will turn back into his devilish appearance in the next second. Cici, are you always disobedient? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Fu Qianyun's originally gentle and elegant face exuded a cold and cruel expression, and his tone rose sinisterly. Jiang Lusi trembled physically and mentally. Daddy, I always listen to you. She knew very well that if she didn't give in at this time she would be courting death. Fu Qianyun grasped her chin with his long fingers and looked into her eyes very closely. Be obedient. Then why didn't you come back last night when I asked you to? His voice was as cold as a pond and full of doubt. I already. Jiang Lusi defended instinctively. He froze suddenly in the middle of his words. It wasn't that she didn't listen to her adoptive father last night. Even though she was sore all over, she still rushed back overnight. But when she came back, she happened to see her adoptive father and her best friend making love on the sofa. Jiang Lusi really didn't want to disturb her, so she turned around and left. What happened to you last night? Fu Qianyun stared at her closely with a deep gaze. Jiang Lusi's red lips stiffened. It was really hard to talk about the scene she saw last night. I could only bite the bullet and apologize. I'm sorry, Daddy, I drank too much last night and overslept. There was a moment of stalemate in the atmosphere. The light circulating around adoptive father Fu Qianyun suddenly flashed with a cold light as cold as a blade. He looked like a ghost. A deadly cold aura emanated from his body. This breath flowed into her skin little by little, seeped into her blood, and spread throughout her body. It was as if her entire body was completely frozen. I can let go of what happened last night. But Fu Qianyun narrowed his cold eyes, and his slender hands continued to linger around her fair neck, as if he was ready to strangle her throat at any time. He looked gloomy and cold, and glanced at her coldly, and suddenly changed the subject. The Fu family needs the Qiao family's funds. Jiang Lusi almost couldn't catch her breath. His eyes were full of panic. Daddy. He wants to kill her or chop her up. Can he give her a quick death? This will only make her suffer more. Do you know what to do? Fu Qianyun stared at her with his murderous eyes and spoke in a low voice. At the same time, his long fingers snaked down her slender neck, his movements ambiguous and ghostly. Jiang Lusi's whole body was shaking with fear. I know. She held her breath and said hurriedly. What her adoptive father meant was that he did not agree with her breaking up with Qiao Haizhou. He wants the marriage between their two families to continue. Fu Qianyun smiled with satisfaction, like a devil from hell. Be good and listen, you will always be the eldest daughter of the Fu family. His handsome face was gloomy and uncertain, and he became more and more threatening. After saying that, he finally let her go, stood up and left. The cold voice kept lingering in Jiang Lusi's ears like a spell. Jiang Lusi's body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. I want to climb but I can't. She knew that Fu Qianyun's last sentence was both a warning and a threat. She, the eldest daughter of the Fu family, was given everything by him. He could lift her to this position, but he could also make her fall down, badly. If she didn't follow his arrangement and marry into the Qiao family, he would have plenty of ways to punish her. She and Fu Qianyun are just adoptive father and daughter, and have no blood relationship. From childhood to adulthood, if she dared to go against Fu Qianyun's wishes, he would never show mercy to her. If Jiang Lusi wants to protect herself, she naturally cannot openly reject Fu Qianyun's suggestion. I can only think of another way. Why don't you get up? Who are you lying here for? A familiar cold female voice came. Jiang Lusi suddenly came back to her senses and looked up. Not surprisingly, she saw the hateful face of her former best friend Zhuang Yichuan. This is Fu's house. Is it your business if I lie down as long as I want? She sat up slowly and glanced at Zhuang Yichuan disapprovingly. You still know that this is the Fu residence? Is your last name Fu? Zhuang Yichuan sneered mockingly. Jiang Lusi retorted sarcastically, you make it sound like your last name is Fu. My last name is not Fu, but I am now married to someone with the last name Fu, so I am the legitimate Mrs. Fu of the Fu family. Zhuang Yichuan raised his chin proudly and taunted maliciously, unlike some people, who have been hiding from their mother all their lives. Bang! Chapter 9. Did she offend him? Before she could finish her words, Jiang Lusi slapped her in the face without any mercy. No matter how much Zhuang Yichuan mocked her, she could endure it. But not when it comes to her mother. You dare to hit me? Zhuang Yichuan widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. I'll hit you if I want to. What's there to be afraid of? Jiang Lusi met her gaze fearlessly. Zhuang Yichuan threatened fiercely, do you believe me? I will tell your adoptive father that you are committing a crime of insubordination. What have I done wrong? You? Do you really think you are nothing in the eyes of my adoptive father? Jiang Lusi sneered disdainfully, if he knew that you had the guts to humiliate my mother just now, I'm afraid he would be the first one to teach you a lesson. A trace of jealousy flashed across Zhuang Yichuan's eyes. Your mother has been dead for a long time, and the current Mrs. Fu is me, Zhuang Yichuan. She said this and approached her insidiously. Did you see how your adoptive father loved me last night? Sooner or later, I will replace your mother in his heart. The curve of Jiang Lusi's mouth widened and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. To be honest, I admire you. You can even eat a man as old as my adoptive father. After all, her adoptive father is nearly 60 years old. Even if he takes good care of himself, he only looks like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. But there is an age gap of nearly 30 years between him and Zhuang Yichuan. He can definitely be Zhuang Yichuan's father. But Zhuang Yichuan actually did everything she could to marry him. Try your best to please him. In order to get her to marry her adoptive father, she even plotted against her best friend. She served an old man 30 years older than her so hard last night, and she was actually quite proud of herself. Zhuang Yichuan's expression changed again and again. She gritted her teeth and said calmly, I just like mature men like your adoptive father. Is it your business? Jiang Lusi exposed her bluntly, do you really like my adoptive father? Or do you like the identity of Mrs. Fu? If Zhuang Yichuan married into the Fu family because she really loved her adoptive father, how could she have cheated on him behind his back? After all, she was attracted by Mrs. Fu's identity. Zhuang Yichuan's true thoughts were exposed by her words, and he couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. She glared at her hatefully, Jiang Lusi, just wait. Sooner or later, I will let your adoptive father kick you out of the Fu family. Jiang Lusi sneered in her heart. Does Zhuang Yichuan think that everyone is like her, so eager to enter the Fu family? She and her mother had tried every possible way to escape from the cage of the Fu family, but they never had a chance. Only a woman like Zhuang Yichuan would be willing to marry into the family. Then you'll have to suffer and climb onto my adoptive father's bed a few more times. Jiang Lusi laughed mockingly. After saying that, he ignored her and got up and left. Zhuang Yichuan was left standing there alone, stamping his feet in resentment and anger, and was extremely angry. The next day, Jiang Lusi arrived at the company and manager Chen Yuan immediately called her to the office. Did you offend President Shen yesterday? Chen Yuan asked as soon as she saw her. Jiang Lusi's heart sank. What's wrong? We haven't been able to contact President Shen's secretary since yesterday. Chen Yuan said anxiously, frowning. Although she knew in her heart that the possibility of Zhan family investing in their project was very slim. But yesterday she personally took Jiang Lusi to meet Zhan Shiyao, and unexpectedly discovered that Zhan Shiyao seemed to be a little interested in Jiang Lusi. She seemed to see a glimmer of hope. But this glimmer of hope only lasted until this morning. After Zhan continued to maintain an indifferent attitude, she seemed to face the reality. But I feel a little unwilling in my heart. Only then did he call Jiang Lusi to the office for questioning. How did you introduce it to President Zhan yesterday? Chen Yuan looked her straight in the eye and asked. Jiang Lusi replied seriously, according to your wishes, I have introduced everything that needs to be introduced. She made sure that she had clearly introduced their company's project contract in all aspects without missing a word in Zhan Shiyao's luxury car. Even some details are intentionally beautified. However, Zhan Shiyao never expressed his opinion. He was mysterious and frugal with words. She couldn't guess what he meant. And then? Chen Yuan continued to ask. Then what? Jiang Lusi blinked. Besides introducing our project contract to President Zhan, did you do anything else? Chen Yuan indicated with her eyes. I was so anxious that I almost asked her directly if Zhan Shiyao had taken advantage of me because of this. Although this possibility is unlikely. But Jiang Lusi is so beautiful that it is possible that even a hero in wartime would be unable to resist the temptation of beauty. Sure enough, Jiang Lusi nodded, yes. Chen Yuan was immediately overjoyed. What is it? I went to the golf course with President Zhan. Jiang Lusi told the truth. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. You played golf with President Zhan. What does it mean that Yao can take her to play golf during the war? This means Jiang Lusi has a chance. Proves that she was right. But I don't know how to fight, so I came back alone. Jiang Lusi shrugged again. Chen Yuan's eyes almost popped out of her head. How could you come back alone? She couldn't believe it. Such a golden opportunity, yet she missed it. Jiang Lusi. What else can she do if she doesn't come back alone? Sitting there in a daze on the golf course. Didn't Yao Mingming leave her alone during the war? Chen Yuan's forehead was full of black lines. I just feel that this newcomer, Jiang Lusi, is too dull. Need to remind you. Come with me tonight to a drinking party, and I will personally teach you how to sell. Chen Yuan shook her head and sighed, then finally gave her instructions. Jiang Lusi could only nod and agree. In the evening, with the purpose of studying, she went to a high-end club, Dahao, with her manager Chen Yuan. This is one of the top clubs in City A, and the guests received here are either rich or noble. Jiang Lusi deliberately wore a formal and solemn outfit to show her importance of tonight's drinking party. As a result, when Chen Yuan saw her dressed like this, she immediately criticized her and even took her to the mall to buy her a sexy low-cut red dress. When Jiang Lusi put it on, she was truly stunning. The deep V-cut design outlines her graceful body curves, making her look like a sexy beauty, enough to catch people's attention. Only then did Chen Yuan lead her into the club with satisfaction. As soon as they walked in, they saw a man surrounded by a crowd of people. The man was wearing a neat black handmade suit, which outlined his tall and slender figure. His steps were fast but not chaotic, and he exuded a powerful and noble aura. The handsome face with sharp edges could not be clearly seen in the alternating light and dark. But Jiang Lusi still recognized him at a glance. Wartime glory. Jiang Lusi was shocked. I didn't expect to run into him here. Jiang Lusi's subconscious reaction was to lower her head like an ostrich and pretend not to see him. As a result, the manager Chen Yuan beside her actually took the initiative to greet Zhan Shiyao, Boss Zhan. Chapter 10. You even dare to snatch his woman. In response to manager Chen Yuan's respectful and enthusiastic greetings, Zhan Shiyao simply glanced in their direction. His eyes were cold and distant, as if he was treating a stranger. He exuded an inhuman coldness. Jiang Lusi lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye out of guilt. But I can still feel the strong sense of oppression from him. Zhan Shiyao walked past them indifferently. It was as if he didn't see Jiang Lusi. But the men around him all noticed her. Who was that beautiful lady just now? She was so hot. I think his name is Jiang Sai. So beautiful. The one with big breasts and thin waist, I wonder if she is in bed. Zhan Shiyao frowned even more tightly as he listened to the men's discussions. Suddenly he stopped and gave the men a very intimidating look. These people were so frightened that they fell silent instantly. Zhan Shiyao's deep gaze swept over to Jiang Lusi, who was wearing a red dress. Jiang Lusi has already followed manager Chen Yuan towards the elevator. However, she always felt a sharp gaze staring at her, making her feel like needles were pricking her back. At tonight's drinking party, manager Chen Yuan took her to socialize with Mr. Zhao, a bald old man over 50 years old. In the luxurious box, Mr. Zhao raised his glass to her repeatedly and said enthusiastically, "Miss Jiang, come on, let's have another drink." At the signal from manager Chen Yuan, Jiang Lusi had to pick up the wine glass in front of her again. She forced a smile and touched him from a distance. Another glass of wine. The spicy wine slid down my throat into my stomach, causing an intense burning sensation. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but frown. Even though she had just entered the workplace, she already felt that sales was not an easy job. Especially when you meet a client like Mr. Zhao, who is both old and lustful. He had already made her drink several glasses of wine tonight, but Mr. Zhao just refused to talk about business. Manager Chen Yuan, who was standing by, saw that she had already drunk a lot and couldn't drink any more. He quickly took out the contract that he had prepared long ago. "Mr. Zhao, you see that our Lusi is so sincere when meeting you for the first time today, and drank so many cups at once. Will you also sign the contract with us quickly?" "No problem signing the contract." Mr. Zhao took the pen readily, but his lustful eyes fell on Jiang Lusi's pretty face. "But I want Miss Jiang to sing a song with me alone." Jiang Lusi frowned at Mr. Zhao's request. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Mr. Zhao actually asked her to accompany him alone? Could it be as simple as singing a song? Manager Chen Yuan hesitated for a moment. But in order to sign the contract smoothly, she could only wink at Jiang Lusi again. "It's just singing, Cici, why don't you sing a song with Mr. Zhao?" "I'm going to the bathroom." She specifically said she was going to the bathroom, not leaving. "I just want to warn Mr. Zhao that she is still here, so it's okay to take advantage of her, but don't really bully the newcomer she brought here." After all, Chen Yuan still wanted to keep Jiang Lusi to hook up with Zhan Shiyao and get a bigger contract. "I just wanted to bring her out tonight to see the world and give her some advice, but I don't want her to be really corrupted by this Mr. Zhao." But Chen Yuan didn't expect that as soon as she left the box, Mr. Zhao couldn't wait to hug Jiang Lusi's slender waist. "Miss Jiang, you smell so good." He greedily moved closer to Jiang Lusi's neck and took a deep sniff. The old man's eye sparkled. "How about we sing a love song together?" "Mr. Zhao, please don't worry. Let's sign this contract and I will sing love songs with you." Jiang Lusi withdrew from his arms without leaving a trace, picked up the contract and handed it to him. She didn't want the old man to go back on his word after she finished singing, or to make other requests to make things difficult for her. So the real thing is to coax him into signing the contract first. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhao pounced on her and pushed her down on the sofa in the box. "It doesn't matter whether you sing or not, but after signing the contract, Miss Jiang, you have to accompany me to get a room." His dirty hands touched Jiang Lusi's skin, and his pair of thieving eyes emitted an obscene and lustful light. Jiang Lusi was covered in goosebumps. I almost vomited out of disgust. She had long seen that the old man had ill intentions. What about singing a song with her alone? It was clearly an excuse to transfer Manager Chen away so that he could take advantage of her. This time he even directly proposed to her the unreasonable idea of booking a room with her. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Zhao, but I'm still a newcomer and I'm afraid I can't serve you well." Jiang Lusi tried hard to keep smiling and declined politely. But Mr. Zhao ignored the rejection in her tone and went even further, placing his greasy big hand on her thigh. "I just like to train newcomers. If Miss Jiang is willing to follow me, I guarantee that you will be able to take the position of Manager Chen within half a year. How about it?" Mr. Zhao coaxed with deep meaning. As he spoke, his fat hand slowly slid into her skirt. Jiang Lusi simply couldn't bear it anymore. "Mr. Zhao, please respect yourself." She pushed him away angrily and warned. "Self-respect." Mr. Zhao smiled coldly, and seeing that temptation failed, he simply threatened. "Ms. Jiang, do you know that if you offend me, I can make you unable to continue in this line of work with just one word?" He deliberately pulled a long face and scared her. Jiang Lusi gritted her teeth and clenched her hands into fists unconsciously. Mr. Zhao thought his trick worked. Jiang Lusi, like many young girls who had just entered the workplace, was frightened by him. He took the opportunity to rush over again and hugged her slender waist, and softened his tone. "But don't worry, Miss Jiang, I, Zhao, have always been kind to women. As long as you obey me obediently, I promise that you will be successful in this industry in the future." Jiang Lusi snorted in her heart. I have to say that Mr. Zhao is very good at using both soft and hard tactics to deal with women. But I'm afraid he chose the wrong person tonight. Although she is also a newcomer in the sales industry, it does not mean that she must be controlled by him. Besides, there are many people who want to make her fail, so who does he think he is? "Boss Zhao, have you ever heard of Zhan Shiyao?" Jiang Lusi suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a smile. Mr. Zhao's expression paused, and his small eyes narrowed slightly. How could he not have heard of Zhan Shiyao's reputation? Not everyone can mess with that living devil. He was naturally afraid. But so what? It is said that although Zhan Shiyao was a gangster, he was not interested in women. I'm his woman, Jiang Lusi actually said. Mr. Zhao looked unconvinced. Miss Jiang, are you kidding me? I have never heard of any woman around Mr. Zhan. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I got into his luxury car a few days ago and had sex with him. Jiang Lusi curled her red lips slightly, raised her eyebrows and asked back, could it be that Mr. Zhao dares to snatch Zhan Shiyao's woman? Chapter 11. He caught me in another suite. Mr. Zhao shuddered. A faint light flashed in those squinted eyes. Naturally, he didn't dare to compete with a devil like Zhan Shiyao for a woman. However, whether Jiang Lusi is Zhan Shiyao's woman remains to be verified. But to be on the safe side, he decided not to touch her for the time being. Miss Jiang is Mr. Zhan's woman, why didn't you tell me earlier? Mr. Zhao forced a smile and asked tentatively. I've always kept a low profile. Jiang Lusi smiled at him and handed the contract over again. Mr. Zhao, what about the cooperation? I'll sign right away. Mr. Zhao agreed immediately. When manager Chen Yuan came back from the bathroom, President Zhao had already signed the contract readily. He had no intention of making things difficult for them and just found an excuse and left in a hurry. Chen Yuan took the contract and was completely stunned. Lusi, you can do it. She patted Jiang Lusi on the shoulder and praised her highly. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. I just went to the bathroom, and you managed to get Mr. Zhao's difficult client. You have to know that Mr. Zhao is not only stingy, petty, insidious and difficult to deal with, but also from a famous family. Several of her senior employees in the sales department took turns to ask him out several times, but they failed to get him. Unexpectedly, he was coaxed into signing the contract by the newcomer Jiang Lusi. I'm just lucky. Jiang Lusi smiled embarrassedly. I am unworthy of the manager's praise. She only managed to get the contract by relying on Zhan Shiyao's reputation. Originally, she just wanted to use the title of a wartime woman to escape disaster. I didn't expect that Mr. Zhao would become scared when he heard Zhan Shiyao's name. Not only did he no longer dare to have any improper thoughts about her, but even when she asked him to sign a contract, he signed it without saying a word. Jiang Lusi didn't expect that Zhan Shiyao's name would be so useful. It seems that she was drugged that night and she slept with the right person. Zhan Shiyao was not only young and strong, and helped her to remove the effects of the drug, but now he also indirectly helped her to deal with a difficult client. Jiang Lusi left the box with manager Chen Yuan. As she was about to go downstairs, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in another box. Xiao Haozhou. He was drunk and looked very comfortable, hugging women on both sides. Obviously he didn't notice Jiang Lusi. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Thinking that it was clearly him who was fooling around with her stepmother, and after she caught them, she broke up with him in disgust. As a result, this man actually went to complain to her adoptive father Fu Qianyun. She was almost strangled to death by her adoptive father. Xiao Haozhou is really insidious. Manager, I have something urgent to do. Why don't you go back first? Jiang Lusi turned to manager Chen Yuan and said. Chen Yuan was happy that they had finally signed a contract with Mr. Zhao, so she didn't ask any more questions. He just told her a few words and left. Jiang Lusi looked at Xiao Haozhou holding the two women in his arms and walking towards the guest room of the club. She couldn't help but follow with sharp eyes. But she didn't notice that there was a tall figure following her. Xiao Haozhou asked for a VIP suite and quickly went in with the two women in his arms. When Jiang Lusi arrived at the door, she heard the panting sounds of a man and a woman coming from the half-open door. She felt sick. Xiao Haozhou was just hanging out with her stepmother Zhuang Yichuan a few days ago. This time he brought two more women to check into a hotel. He is really energetic. Her adoptive father actually forced her to get engaged to such a man. Isn't this going to ruin her? Since she couldn't take the initiative to break up with Xiao Haozhou, she could only think of other ways. For example, getting evidence that Xiao Haozhou slept with different women and forcing him to terminate the contract with her. Jiang Lusi quickly took out her cell phone from her bag and pointed the camera at the man and woman in the half-open door. Just after recording a short video, her cell phone suddenly rang. Bell. The shrill ringing of the cell phone quickly attracted the attention of the men and women in the room. There's someone, the woman screamed. Xiao Haizhou immediately looked around vigilantly. Soon I noticed the half-open door. Jiang Lusi's breathing became tight with fear. I quickly hung up the phone. If Xiao Haizhou found out that she was taking pictures here secretly, not only would she be exposed, but she might even be blamed by him. I saw Xiao Haizhou actually turn around and walk towards the door. Jiang Lusi's heart trembled and she quickly put away her phone. She hunched over and was about to leave. My back suddenly hit a hard chest. Before Jiang Lusi could react, someone suddenly grabbed her wrist. Xiao Haizhou walked to the half-open door, pushed it open and took a look. There was no one outside. It was a false alarm. It must have been someone just passing by. His tense face relaxed a little. It's just that he was too careless. I actually forgot to close the door just now. It would be disadvantageous to him if he was photographed by someone with ulterior motives. So Xiao Haizhou slammed the door shut. He turned around and smiled evilly again. My dears, here I come. In the next suite, Jiang Lusi was pushed against the door. She was about to struggle, but when she raised her head, she met a pair of dark and sharp eyes. Her heart trembled slightly. After being stunned for a while, he asked in surprise, Boss Zhan. Why is it you? The lights in the suite were dim. Only the moonlight shone on the two of them through the large French windows. Jiang Lusi looked at the deep and handsome features of the man in front of her, and for a moment she didn't know how to react. How could it be Zhan Shiyao? How come he is here? Zhan Shiyao looked down at her coldly. If it's not me, who do you think it is? Jiang Lusi's red lips stiffened slightly. She really didn't expect it to be him. But I didn't expect it to be anyone else. In the situation just now, she almost got exposed. There is simply no time to think about anything else. Fortunately, Zhan Shiyao appeared in time and brought her to the next room. Otherwise, she would have been caught red-handed by Xiao Haizhou. It was obviously him who cheated, but even if she caught him on the spot, given Xiao Haizhou's personality, he will definitely refuse to admit it. This puts him on guard, and it will be difficult for her to catch him with similar evidence in the future. Jiang Lusi was just thinking about it when she suddenly saw Zhan Shiyao raise his long, bony fingers and stretch them towards her pretty face. She was startled and stepped back subconsciously. There is no way to retreat. Her back was already as cold as the door. Zhan Shiyao's slightly cool fingertips touched her cheek, like an electric current passing through. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but tremble, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. What are you doing? She stared at him warily. Zhan Shiyao suddenly leaned over and moved closer to her. A strong masculine scent that belonged only to him poured down from above her head. What was Miss Jiang doing just now? His dark, sharp eyes stared at her intently. Jiang Lusi's heart skipped a beat. My cheeks became even hotter. She was about to speak when he blocked her red lips without warning. Zhan Shiyao's other warm and large hand reached into her skirt. Chapter 12. He named her tonight. He held her slender waist tightly. This posture is like embedding her in his arms. Spying on your fiancé, cheating on you. Zhan Shiyao narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect Miss Jiang to have this habit. Jiang Lusi's pretty face changed again and again. Both embarrassed and helpless. What's it to you? She couldn't help but put her hand against his chest, trying to push him away. But Zhan Shiyao was already taller than her, with a tall and strong build. How could she push it away just because she wanted to? You were the one who provoked me first. Zhan Shiyao lowered his head and bit her earlobe. The voice is ambiguous and hoarse. Jiang Lusi felt a sudden inspiration all over her body. Her ears are her most sensitive part. Being alone in a suite with Zhan Shiyao at this moment, Jiang Lusi felt extremely dangerous. She just wanted to leave quickly. Boss Zhan, please let me go first. No. What do you want? She asked helplessly. At this moment, when Zhan Shiyao lowered his head, he could see the fine soft velvet and the faint blush on her delicate face. He couldn't help but think of that night at the banquet when she suddenly stumbled over to him, her eyes blurry and her pretty face flushed. Be my woman. He suddenly grabbed her slender waist and pressed her towards him. To put it simply, it is irresistible. The burning gaze aimed at her red lips and was about to invade. But Jiang Lusi instinctively avoided it. No. A cold light flashed in Zhan Shiyao's dazzling eyes. You dare to refuse? His tone was intimidating. It seemed that he didn't expect that she would refuse without hesitation. Mr. Zhan, stop joking. Jiang Lusi tried hard to force a smile. You think I'm joking with you? Zhan Shiyao face was dark, and his dark eyes contained a layer of complex emotions that she couldn't understand. Jiang Lusi's red lips trembled. I already have a fiancé. Zhan Shiyao frowned and looked at her with eyes like a bottomless cold pond. Didn't they break up already? He clearly remembered that she had called Xiao Haozhou to break up with him in the golf locker room. Jiang Lusi smiled bitterly. He didn't agree. Otherwise, why would she come here to secretly take pictures to get evidence of his cheating? She just wanted to find something to hold against Xiao Haozhou so that she could break off the engagement with him. Zhan Shiyao narrowed his bottomless eyes slightly, as if he understood something in an instant. I'll help you. He pursed his lips and suddenly looked at her. Jiang Lusi was stunned. Something flashed across her beautiful eyes. I dare not trouble you, President Zhan. She naturally knew that with Zhan Shiyao's help, everything would definitely go much more smoothly. But there is no free lunch in the world. She didn't want to get out of the wolf's den with great difficulty only to fall into the tiger's den again. Are you reluctant to cancel the engagement? Zhan Shiyao's eyes were cold and gleaming. His tall body pressed tightly against her again. Jiang Lusi was originally trapped between his hard chest and the cold door. At this moment, his pressure made her chest hurt and she had difficulty breathing. She subconsciously reached out and pushed his chest. I could clearly feel his hot body temperature and strong heartbeat at this moment. Cold sweat oozed from Jiang Lusi's palms. Boss Zhan, this seems to be my personal matter. The implication was that she didn't want him to meddle in her affairs anymore. Zhan Shiyao's already gloomy face instantly became even uglier. The look in her eyes gradually became deeper and heavier. Sharp and cold. Jiang Lusi's scalp numbed and she felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. She instinctively wanted to break free from his arms. But the next second, Zhan Shiyao suddenly grabbed her jaw. The thin lips pressed directly against her. Jiang Lusi widened her eyes slightly and looked at the man who was so close to her in disbelief. He actually kissed her forcefully. His kiss was fierce, as if he was punishing her. Jiang Lusi's mind went blank for a few seconds. When she came to her senses and wanted to resist, he took the opportunity to pry open her teeth and forcefully penetrated. It took her breath away in an instant. Jiang Lusi was both embarrassed and annoyed, impatiently trying to push her away. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake him at all. Instead, he kissed me so hard that my whole body went limp and my brain was deprived of oxygen. Jiang Lusi was trembling all over and her pretty face was flushed. I couldn't push him away, but I didn't want to be kissed by him anymore. In a hurry, she suddenly put her arms around his neck and responded to him awkwardly. Zhan Shiyao's body stiffened slightly, as if he didn't expect her to cooperate suddenly. Just when he was stunned, Jiang Lusi suddenly raised her leg and attacked some vulnerable part of his body. She really showed no mercy. Gave him a heavy blow. Zhan Shiyao's handsome face suddenly became a little more ferocious. He frowned in pain. Jiang Lusi took this opportunity and quickly pushed him away. He opened the door and ran out. She did it almost in one go. After leaving the room, he went straight downstairs. She ran as fast as she could, as if some ferocious beast was chasing her. As a result, he was not careful, sprained his ankle and fell to the ground. Jiang Lusi didn't even cry out in pain. She got up and ran downstairs again. Finally ran out of the club. She urgently hailed a taxi and fled back to her small apartment. It was not until she lay back on the bed that her troubled heart finally calmed down. As if realizing he was safe, Jiang Lusi breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. But the next second, when she realized something, she quickly sat up from the bed in shock. She just seemed to have kicked Zhan Shiyao. Sky. What's wrong with her? Jiang Lusi realized it belatedly and was immediately annoyed. Who gave her the courage to kick Zhan Shiyao? What if he takes revenge on her? Now Xiao Haozhou is enough to give her a headache. If she makes another powerful enemy like Zhan Shiyao, will she be able to survive in the future? Besides, Yao is not Xiao Haozhou during the war. If he wanted to kill her, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Jiang Lusi regretted that she was too impulsive at that time. But now it's too late. Jiang Lusi was worried and almost didn't sleep all night. The next day she went to the company with big dark circles under her eyes, prepared for the worst. After all, she had offended Zhan Shiyao, and she could lose her job at any time. If you just get scolded by the manager, that would be the lightest consequence. What Jiang Lusi never expected was that manager Chen Yuan actually greeted her with a smile when she saw her. "Lusi, I have good news for you. President Zhan finally agreed to give our company a chance." Jiang Lusi was shocked. Is this possible? Doesn't that mean Zhan Shiyao wasn't angry last night? Just business as usual? President Zhan has specifically asked for you to join us for the dinner tonight. Chen Yuan looked at her with a smile. Jiang Lusi's eyelids jumped when she heard that. Sure enough, she said, how could such a good thing happen in the world? It turned out that Zhan Shiyao wanted to punish her during tonight's social event. How could she give him this chance? Manager, I feel a little uncomfortable at night and want to take a leave. Jiang Lusi hurriedly made an excuse. Chapter 13, asking her to toast him. Chen Yuan's face immediately turned serious. Lusi, President Zhan specifically asked you to come over tonight. If you don't show up, it will be difficult for me and the boss to explain it. But Jiang Lusi looked embarrassed. Chen Yuan pointed out meaningfully, Lusi, I am very optimistic about you. If you can win over President Zhan, you will definitely be the sales star of our department this year. Although Jiang Lusi really wanted to win the honor of sales star, she wanted to save her life more. But no matter what she said, manager Chen Yuan insisted that she attend the dinner in the evening to meet Zhan Shiyao. In desperation, she could only risk her life. Lusi, what's wrong with you? The manager is willing to take you to meet Zhan Shiyao in the evening, but you are not happy. Luo Xiaoran couldn't help but show concern when she saw her sad face. Jiang Lusi held her chin helplessly. I just don't want to go. Luo Xiaoran was stunned. Everyone in our department is scrambling to go, and now the manager has given you such a good opportunity, and you don't want to go. Do you want to go? Or you can go on my behalf. Jiang Lusi looked up at her. Luo Xiaoran shrugged. I would like to, but I'm not as pretty as you, and the manager doesn't like my looks. Jiang Lusi sighed, feeling distressed. Colleagues in the sales department, especially the female ones, were jealous and envied her for having such a good opportunity. In fact, she really wanted to give this opportunity to someone else. God knows she just kicked Zhan Shiyao last night, and it was in such a vital part. If I go to see him tonight, wouldn't that be courting death? No matter how reluctant she was, Jiang Lusi was still taken to a nearby fashion store by her manager Chen Yuan to dress up after work. The fabric that manager Chen selected for her this time was almost even less than last time. Black deep V miniskirt. Jiang Lusi faced the mirror, lowered her head and pulled at the hem of her skirt, which couldn't be any shorter. As a result, she accidentally exposed her breasts. She quickly covered it with her hands. This skirt is really hard to describe. As a result, manager Chen Yuan was actually very satisfied. I bet President Zhan will like it. The corners of Jiang Lusi's mouth twitched greatly. Why did she feel that the manager was going to sell her to Zhan Shiyao? Do I have to dress like this to work in sales? She couldn't help but ask. Chen Yuan said seriously, to be a salesperson, you must know how to play to your strengths, and your strengths. She didn't say what she said next. But the clear implication is that Jiang Lusi should make good use of the advantages of her face and figure. Expand your sales customer channels. This is the unspoken rule of the workplace. Jiang Lusi understood. However, a man of Zhan Shiyao's status and position should have seen many women like this and actively seduced them. Is it really okay for her to do this? It won't backfire. When she followed her manager Chen Yuan to their hotel box for tonight's social gathering, the boss Wang Han and Zhan Shiyao had already arrived. When the boss saw Chen Yuan bringing Jiang Lusi over, his eyes lit up. He immediately pointed to the seat to Zhan Shiyao's left and called her, come and sit over here. Jiang Lusi was pushed to Zhan Shiyao's side by Chen Yuan. Before sitting down, she politely greeted Zhan Shiyao, hello, President Zhan. Zhan Shiyao raised his eyes and glanced at her lightly. His handsome facial features were exceptionally cold and distant. Jiang Lusi felt as if someone was strangling her throat when he stared at her. At that moment, even breathing became extremely difficult. The atmosphere suddenly became stiff and cold. Mr. Wang smiled and introduced, Mr. Zhan, this is the beauty from our company's sales department, Jiang Lusi. Zhan Shiyao finally snorted in response. But the gaze that fell on Jiang Lusi at this moment was so deep that it seemed to be able to burn a hole in her. When Mr. Wang saw this, he quickly winked at Jiang Lusi. Jiang Lusi understood instantly. She gritted her teeth, pretended nothing had happened, and held out her hand to him with a smile. "Boss Zhan, please take care of me in the future." She wanted to take the initiative to show her goodwill to Zhan Shiyao. Let him forgive her recklessness last night for now. Unexpectedly, Zhan Shiyao didn't give her any way out. "Sorry, I'm a germaphobe." He raised his chin arrogantly, turned his head and didn't look at her again. Jiang Lusi froze in place instantly. It's as embarrassing as it can be. Everyone in the box looked at her strangely. Jiang Lusi gritted her teeth and still tried hard to maintain a smile on her face. "It doesn't matter." In full view of everyone, she calmly withdrew her slender hand that she had just extended. It's not shameful to be rejected by a big shot like Zhan Shiyao. Boss Wang Han couldn't help but glance at the manager Chen Yuan behind her. The look in his eyes seemed to be questioning whether she was the person that Zhan Shiyao had specifically requested to accompany him tonight. "I thought President Zhan was interested in this new beauty in their sales department. Now looking at it, doesn't he seem like it? If President Zhan was really interested in Jiang Lusi, why would he embarrass her in public?" Mr. Wang and Chen Yuan were both puzzled. However, since Jiang Lusi had been pushed to the position next to Zhan Shiyao, she could only bear the pressure and sit down. The drinking party started soon. Everyone started talking about some formalities. Various kinds of food and drinks were served one after another. Jiang Lusi didn't dare to eat too much. She chewed slowly and elegantly. When others were talking, she just listened quietly, kept smiling, and never interrupted. And Zhan Shiyao, who was beside her, seemed to have no interest in her existence at all. "It's almost like I don't know her anymore." "That's better." Jiang Lusi wished that he would even forget how she kicked him last night. Even though she knew in her heart that it was unlikely. Everyone at the table was vying to curry favor with him and toasting him. He always sat in a high position, keeping calm. Even when their CEO Wang tried to get to the point several times and wanted to talk to him about the investment in their company's project, he did not express his opinion. A black handmade suit outlines his strong and upright figure. It also highlights his noble aura and awe-inspiring power. It always gives people a feeling of being high and mighty and difficult to approach. Mr. Wang is really at his wits' end. Seeing this, manager Chen Yuan moved closer to Jiang Lusi. She lowered her voice and said, "Go and toast Mr. Zhan. I always feel that he is not very happy tonight, and it seems that he has a prejudice against you. After all, Chen Yuan has been working in sales for many years, so she has this insight." She sensitively realized that Zhan Shiyao's unhappiness tonight came from Jiang Lusi, who was beside her. Mr. Wang and other people in their company also suffered. Halfway through the drinking session, Zhan Shiyao hadn't expressed his opinion at all about cooperating with their company. Jiang Lusi nodded helplessly. Since she came to this dinner with manager Chen Yuan, it was her responsibility to coax Zhan Shiyao. He is now the person their boss values the most. Jiang Lusi had no choice but to pick up the red wine glass in front of her, stood up and raised it towards Zhan Shiyao. "Boss Zhan, I toast you a glass." Chapter 14. He sent her home. She smiled at him again. During the war, Yao still had a cold face. His eyes were cold and indifferent. Why? His eyes were full of oppression. Jiang Lusi took a breath of cold air without leaving a trace. "I have to admit that this man's aura is really too strong. Just think of it as making friends." She smiled even more brightly. Her charming and sunny smile is her most powerful weapon over the years. Friend. During the war, Yao Jian raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of sneer flashed across his cold lips. "That depends on whether Miss Jiang is qualified to be my friend." After he said that, he elegantly picked up a bottle of Moutai on the table and placed it in front of Jiang Lusi. "Ms. Jiang's sincerity is all here." Zhan Shiyao's dark pupils were deep and dark, as if he could see through her soul at a glance. There was no extra expression on Zhan's face, it was still calm. But the meaning is very clear: how much she drinks reflects her sincerity. Jiang Lusi was stunned. Her watery eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect him to ask her to drink baijiu. Or Moutai. After drinking this bottle, even a grown man would feel nauseous. What's more, it's her. But Jiang Lusi reacted quickly. Zhan Shiyao was clearly making things difficult for himself. Who told her to offend him last night? If she didn't drink the wine, she would be openly disrespecting him. Then he naturally can choose not to invest in their company's project. She can forget about working in this company anymore. So her career and this project of their company now all depend on her drinking capacity. Manager Chen Yuan and CEO Wang Han were also anxious after hearing Zhan Shiyao's request. But he was helpless and didn't dare to stop it. It's just an accident. Why would Mr. Zhan, who is always such a gentleman, embarrass a girl tonight? Could it be that President Zhan has a grudge against Jiang Lusi? He specifically asked her to come over tonight to accompany him. Was he not interested in her? Was he trying to embarrass her? CEO Wang Han increasingly felt that this possibility was greater. I feel a little regretful that I asked Chen Yuan to bring Jiang Lusi here. Now the future of their company's important project depends on this bottle of liquor. But looking at Jiang Lusi's frail and slender body, it doesn't look like she can drink much. Boss Zhan, I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Jiang Lusi suddenly gritted her teeth, walked forward, picked up the Moutai bottle, and raised her head. She drank the whole bottle of wine so generously. Everyone present was stunned. This is Moutai. Even grown men like them wouldn't dare to drink like that. The Moutai was very strong, pouring over her lips and tongue and burning her throat. It felt like being scraped by a razor blade, painful and spicy. Jiang Lusi's tears almost burst out at once because of the burning sensation. Fortunately, this bottle of Moutai does not look that much. Most of it had already been drunk. The maximum amount of wine left is 1 glass. Despite this, after Jiang Lusi finished the rest of the Moutai, she staggered a few times and almost fell. Manager Chen Yuan came forward in time to help her. Are you okay? She couldn't help but ask worriedly. In fact, I still admire Jiang Lusi a little. She has trained many new people over the years. Many people were faced with this kind of situation and some even cried on the spot because of the difficulties they faced. But Jiang Lusi didn't shed a single tear. So strong that it makes people feel distressed. She is so young, just a little girl. How could I know how to deal with such a situation? It's okay, I can still hold on. Jiang Lusi turned around and tried to smile at the manager. But in fact, the moment she put down the bottle, she was already dizzy and dazed. My stomach was churning. It seems like I will vomit at any moment. But she tried her best to endure it. How could she vomit in this situation? She tried hard to look in the direction of Zhan Shiyao. I can't see clearly at all. A dozen or so Zhan Shiyao's gloomy and handsome faces kept swaying in front of her. The shaking made her even more dizzy. The whole person feels even more uncomfortable. She seems drunk. Manager Chen Yuan's voice sounded at the right time. I'm not drunk. Jiang Lusi waved her hands quickly. She shook her head hard, and everything in front of her became even more blurry. Lusi? Lusi? Chen Yuan patted her drunken red face and said helplessly to the boss and Zhan Shiyao, she is really drunk. She said she was drunk, but actually she wanted to help Jiang Lusi. Let other people at the table not make things difficult for her. The boss Wang Han smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhan, Xiao Jiang is a newcomer and can't hold his liquor well. Mr. Zhan, how about I drink with you on her behalf? Chen Yuan took the initiative to say. Zhan Shiyao pursed his lips and said nothing. His knowing eyes were fixed on Jiang Lusi without blinking. Chen Yuan thought he still wanted to make things difficult for Jiang Lusi. He quickly turned to Mr. Wang and said, looks like we need to find someone to send Xiao Jiang back first. Boss Wang Han frowned. He didn't dare to offend Zhan Shiyao, so he respectfully asked for his opinion. Boss Zhan, look at this. During the war, Yao Jun's face was deep and complicated, making it difficult to discern his emotions at the moment. His eyes were deep and dark. Her thin lips were kept tightly pursed. But suddenly he said, I'll take you there. Just a few simple words, yet they exude a strength that is hard to refuse. Everyone present was shocked. Before anyone could react, Zhan Shiyao had already taken the staggering Jiang Lusi from Chen Yuan. Everyone was shocked. Mr. Wang and Chen Yuan were even more puzzled. What exactly does Zhan Shiyao mean by this? He just looked so cold and wanted to embarrass Jiang Lusi, but now he is rushing to send her home. I don't want you to send me off. Maybe because she drank too much, Jiang Lusi suddenly started to act like a spoiled brat. She didn't care what the occasion was, she only had one thought in her mind. She absolutely didn't want Zhan Shiyao to send her back. She used her delicate hands to push Zhan Shiyao's arms around her chest, wishing she could push him away. Zhan Shiyao, go away. Everyone was shocked again. How dare this woman talk to President Zhan like this? Even if you're drunk, you can't act like a drunk. Don't you want to live? Everyone seemed to have a premonition of Jiang Lusi's tragic fate. I thought Zhan Shiyao would definitely punish her severely. Mr. Zhan was kind enough to send her home, but she dared to refuse. It's what you deserve for being so ungrateful. But what surprised everyone was Zhan Shiyao not only did not punish her again, but he picked her up by the waist in front of everyone. Behave yourself. He frowned and looked at her coldly with gritted teeth. Jiang Lusi pouted her red lips. Feeling the intimidation emanating from the man, she didn't dare to make trouble anymore. Zhan Shiyao then hugged her and strode away. Everyone was speechless. Looking at Zhan Shiyao's back as he walked away holding Jiang Lusi, I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. Until their figures completely disappeared, their whole box seemed to be about to explode. Chapter 15 Vomiting on him in the luxury car. What are you doing? Let me go. After leaving the box, Jiang Lusi struggled all the way. Zhan Shiyao not only did not let go, but instead held her waist even tighter. What do you think I can do to you? His voice was extremely cold, and his dark black eyes emitted a chilling and terrifying aura. Jiang Lusi's heart tightened. I could clearly feel myself trembling all over. But I don't know what I'm shaking about. Are you scared? Are you afraid of his changeable expression, or the unfathomable something in his eyes? Soon Zhan Shiyao carried her out of the hotel. The night wind outside was very cold, and Jiang Lusi drank a lot of wine again. At this moment, the cold wind blew on my head, making me feel even more dizzy. The driver has already driven the Rolls-Royce luxury car over. Before she could struggle, Zhan Shiyao had already carried her into the car. As soon as she got in the car, Jiang Lusi instinctively sat by the window to keep a distance from him. All the way in silence. The atmosphere in the car was quiet and almost depressing. Jiang Lusi was drunk at this time. Not only did she have a headache, but her stomach was also churning. Where do you live? Zhan Shiyao suddenly asked her. Jiang Lusi pursed her red lips and couldn't answer him. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was about to vomit. I'm asking you, where do you live? Zhan Shiyao turned sideways and asked again in a loud voice. Jiang Lusi suppressed the urge to vomit and was about to speak. Suddenly the driver made a sharp turn. Her body tilted and she fell towards Zhan Shiyao unexpectedly. I fell headfirst into his legs, and luckily I hit him right where he was. After Jiang Lusi reacted, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Her whole person was instantly embarrassed to death. How come she jumping on me again? A man's cold and sarcastic voice sounded above my head. Jiang Lusi hurriedly explained, I am not. She really didn't mean to jump on him. After saying that, he was eager to get up. Unexpectedly, Zhan Shiyao stretched out his big hand and grabbed her back. Since you like lying on me so much, stay on for a while longer. The dangerous aura from him rushed towards her. Jiang Lusi's face was so red. How awful this man is. He deliberately used brute force to prevent her from getting up. The intention was to embarrass her to death. In a state of panic, Jiang Lusi's stomach churned even more. Vomit. She pointed at a certain part of his body and made a vomiting gesture. You dare to vomit. During the war, his eyes were dazzling and sharp, and his voice was a little darker. Jiang Lusi's body trembled. His intimidating look frightened her. Only. My stomach cramped. She couldn't control herself. With a puff sound, everyone in the car collapsed instantly. Zhan Shiyao was still in shock, but the driver had already stopped the luxury car. He knew very well how misophobic their boss was. This woman was so bold as to vomit on boss. He will definitely throw her down. However, before Zhan Shiyao could make any move, Jiang Lusi quickly opened the car door and rolled out of the car consciously. She rushed to the side of the road, squatted down, and started vomiting violently. I can't bear it at all. Her stomach was almost empty from all the vomit. My head is still dizzy. She frowned and clenched her collar tightly with both hands. Zhan Shiyao saw how miserable she was, and even if he wanted to get angry, he couldn't. His eyes were gloomy. His eyebrows, eyes, lips and nose were all tinged with a hint of cold frost. I just stared at her like that, not knowing how long. Finally he pulled out a tissue and wiped the dirt off his body. He glanced at Jiang Lusi, who was squatting there, and almost vomited. Zhan Shiyao pursed his lips and got out of the car. Because she had just vomited, Jiang Lusi's mind was much clearer. When she raised her head, she happened to meet a pair of dark and deep eyes. Their whole person was stunned. Did you finish vomiting? Zhan Shiyao stared at her closely and asked. Hearing his low voice, Jiang Lusi reacted a little late. Just now in his luxury car, she seemed unable to hold back and vomited on him. Sorry. Jiang Lusi said apologetically. Zhan Shiyao didn't say anything, his eyes were always on her. In front of them was a pool of filth, and even she found the smell pungent. But Zhan Shiyao seemed not to smell it, and his deep gaze remained fixed on her face. Jiang Lusi felt uncomfortable being stared at by him. He gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. He raised his head and glanced quickly at Zhan Shiyao, then lowered his head again. The after effects of the alcohol have not completely worn off yet. Jiang Lusi had just been squatting for too long, and when she stood up suddenly, she inevitably felt dizzy. She shook it a few more times. Zhan Shiyao reached out and helped her. Jiang Lusi was just about to thank him when he suddenly exerted force with his hands. He grabbed her arm and pulled her back into the car. Jiang Lusi had no strength left in her body at this moment. There was no way to resist anymore, and he could only follow Zhan Shiyao into his luxury car. After getting in the car, she stopped talking and just felt very tired, so tired that she didn't want to move at all. Finally I closed my eyes and fell asleep. The luxury car drove back onto the road. Zhan Shiyao didn't ask Jiang Lusi where she lived. He just told the driver to find a luxury hotel to drop them off as soon as possible. There was still some stain of Jiang Lusi's vomit on his trousers. I simply can't stand it for a moment. You must take a shower and clean yourself up immediately. The driver quickly parked the luxury car in front of a 5-star hotel. Zhan Shiyao tilted his head and glanced at Jiang Lusi. Prepare to ask her to get out of the car. Then I saw that she had fallen asleep leaning against the back of the chair. Her head was tilted, her red lips were slightly parted, her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Zhan Shiyao's handsome face turned dark in an instant. This woman vomited all over him, but she was sleeping soundly. Open the window. He angrily ordered the driver to open the back seat window. Want to wake her up by freezing? But Jiang Lusi remained indifferent and slept even more soundly. Zhan Shiyao frowned. This would be really annoying. Hey, get up. He leaned over and shouted in her ear. Jiang Lusi just snorted softly, turned over and went back to sleep. She drank half a bottle of Moutai. I vomited out my stomach again. How can I wake up at this moment? But when Jiang Lusi turned over, her pretty face happened to be facing Zhan Shiyao. Their heads were almost touching. The smell of alcohol from Jiang Lusi's nostrils, mixed with the faint fragrance from her body, all sprayed on Zhan Shiyao's face. The warm touch made him tense all over. And his dark gaze just happened to fall on her red lips, which were so close to her. Jiang Lusi's lips are very beautiful, slightly upturned and plump. She applied another layer of pink lip gloss, which made her look extremely seductive and charming. What if we kiss? Zhan Shiyao naturally remembered the feeling they had in the luxury car that night. It was just that Jiang Lusi was eager to relieve the effects of the medicine in her body at the time, so their bodies communicated more. On the contrary, he didn't really feel what it was like to kiss her. Thinking about it now, my throat tightens. Zhan Shiyao uncontrollably pressed towards that pink. Chapter 16. She broke into his bathroom and saw him naked. Knock, knock. Someone is knocking on the car window. Sir, do you need help parking your car? The person knocking on the window was the hotel's parking attendant. As soon as he saw this luxury car worth tens of millions driving over, he immediately came forward attentively. I didn't expect to disturb the sponsor's good deeds. Zhan Shiyao's face was as ugly as it could be. I really regretted asking the driver to roll down the window. As a result, the scenery from the back seat of the car was in full view. At that time, he pushed Jiang Lusi against the seat, with his upper body almost pressing on her. The thin lips were less than a centimeter away from her, almost touching her. Such an ambiguous posture, such a hot picture. When the parking attendant saw this, he immediately bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, please continue." "How to continue now?" Zhan Shiyao angrily rolled up the car window. He took off his coat, wrapped Jiang Lusi's delicate body, and carried her out of the car. It's windy outside at night. As soon as she got off the car, Jiang Lusi was blown awake a little. She half opened her eyes and saw the hazy outline of a man. "I just feel that this outline is somewhat familiar. But I can't remember where I've seen it." She reached out to touch him, to see him more clearly. But I heard a cold male voice, "Don't move, hold me tight." Jiang Lusi frowned reluctantly. She really put her arms around his neck obediently. Zhan Shiyao was very satisfied with her performance. The haze in my heart finally dissipated a little. He held her tightly, walked through the hotel lobby, got into the elevator, and went straight to the presidential suite on the top floor. He opened the door and threw her in his arms onto the big bed. Zhan Shiyao took a breath and loosened his tie. "Would you like some water?" He pushed her. Jiang Lusi rolled over on the bed without making a sound. During the war, Yao was too lazy to care about her anymore. The filth on him needed to be cleaned up immediately. So he turned and went to the bathroom. The sound of running water came to my ears. Jiang Lusi followed the sound of water, turned over, and rolled to the ground. Fortunately, there was a thick carpet under the bed. She didn't feel any pain when she fell. However, Jiang Lusi was awakened. She opened her hazy eyes and looked around the suite, feeling it was extremely strange. "Where is this?" She remembered that she seemed to have fallen asleep in Zhan Shiyao's luxury car just now. Could it be that he brought her here? Water. She was so thirsty now that she didn't care where she was. She had to quench her thirst first. Jiang Lusi's eyes fell on the teapot on the desk opposite and she rushed over quickly. "Pour cold water into your mouth." The collar was wet with large stains of water. It pressed against her chest, which rose and fell with her breathing, outlining the curves of her graceful body. Jiang Lusi drank almost the entire pot of herbal tea in one breath. Finally the thirst was relieved. But she was drunk after all and vomited. "I feel uncomfortable all over my body." Jiang Lusi endured the dizziness and walked towards the bathroom, holding onto the wall. She wanted to go in and take a shower. But just as she reached out to push open the bathroom door, the door opened first. A strong masculine scent mixed with the hot air after the bath hit my nose. Jiang Lusi didn't have time to break and fell into a hot and wet embrace. She rubbed her sore nose and looked up subconsciously. What caught her eyes was an enlarged, handsome face of a man. His hair was wet, with water drops dripping from the ends. Following his facial features that looked like sculptures by a divine craftsman all their way down. It passed over his Adam's apple, flowed through his strong and hard chest muscles, and flowed to his waist and abdomen. Further down. Jiang Lusi's eyes widened instantly. My mind went blank for a moment and I almost lost the ability to speak. He actually naked. He was wearing nothing underneath. As a result, she saw everything about him at a glance. Jiang Lusi was completely shocked. Their fair cheeks and earlobes were all tinged with a blush. I was almost scared awake. In this case, she should leave as soon as possible. But at this moment, Jiang Lusi's feet seemed to be nailed down and she couldn't move. His eyes kept glancing at him, as if wanting to make sure he wasn't dreaming. The more I watched, the drier my mouth became. I have to admit, this man has a great body. A typical inverted triangle with broad shoulders and narrow waist. And it's surprisingly big. The thought of being in a luxury car with him made me feel a little sad. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but feel a little distracted. I felt that I couldn't watch it any longer. If she keeps watching, she might burst a blood vessel. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. She coughed awkwardly and took the initiative to admit her mistake to him. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt some thick liquid falling from her nose. 1 drop, 2 drops. Jiang Lusi raised her hand and touched it. I actually saw blood. Oh my god. She actually had a nosebleed because she saw his good figure. Sky. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Jiang Lusi's first reaction was to escape. I have to escape. She had offended Zhan Shiyao badly tonight. Not only did he vomit all over him, but he also saw all of his body. If you don't run now, when will you run? Without waiting for him to say anything, Jiang Lusi quickly turned around and ran towards the door. When Zhan Shiyao saw her actions, his handsome face became even gloomier. His jawline was taut and he exuded a dangerous aura. Jiang Lusi's steps were fast and messy. When I reached the door, I sprained my ankle. But she couldn't care less about that at the moment. The most important thing was to escape quickly. It was just that her hand had just touched the door handle and she was about to open the door of the suite. Zhan Shiyao's big hand pressed the door from behind. With a bang, the door was opened a crack and then closed again. Jiang Lusi turned around in surprise. I saw Zhan Shiyao's handsome face, which looked like a storm was about to come. She instinctively panicked and hurried to explain. I really didn't mean to look. She was a little tongue-tied. I didn't see anything. The aura from Zhan Shiyao was even more oppressive. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but feel annoyed. Why is it that the more she explains, the more it seems like she's trying to cover up something? Did it make him even angrier? She was too guilty to look him in the eye. Besides, we've done it before. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Zhan Shiyao's tall and straight figure suddenly approached her. Such close contact made Jiang Lusi's nerves tense. She stared at him defensively, her heart beating out of rhythm. Nosebleed. During the war, Yao Jun's face was against the light, so it was hard to tell his emotions at the moment. I only heard his hoarse voice suddenly reminding me. Jiang Lusi's pretty face froze. Maybe I'm a little angry. Zhan Shiyao's deep eyes became sharper. Are you getting angry because of peeking at me? I told you I didn't mean it. Jiang Lusi explained hastily. Zhan Shiyao pursed his lips tightly. I didn't mean to do that, you saw it too. He stared at her with dark and sinister eyes. If you see it, you have to take responsibility. Chapter 17. He falls in love with her body. Responsible? Jiang Lusi shuddered all over. I almost screamed out loud. How do you want me to be responsible? She took one look at his sharp, tense expression and couldn't help but ask. Be my woman. Zhan Shiyao's deep and dark gaze fell on her pretty red face. Ask again. Jiang Lusi's chest vibrated slightly. Who would have thought that he was still thinking about making her his woman? Could it be that Mr. Zhan has fallen in love with me? After a moment of silence, she raised her eyelashes slightly. Zhan Shiyao used his tall body to hold her against the door frame, supporting her head with his big hands. His eyes were dark and deep, like an abyss with no bottom. Do you think it's possible? Of course Jiang Lusi knew that this was impossible. How could he fall in love with her just by having sex with her once? She narrowed her eyes and sneered sarcastically, so you're in love with my body? Zhan Shiyao looked at her, his breath was hoarse. Your body smells really good. Jiang Lusi took a deep breath. Sure enough, men are animals who think with their lower body. He just wanted her body. I remember I rejected Mr. Zhan last time. She calmed her breath and spoke to him as calmly as possible. Zhan Shiyao Jun's face suddenly darkened. He pursed his lips, which were as thin as a blade, and stared at her coldly. Are you sure you don't want to consider it again? Jiang Lusi shook her head without hesitation. No, Before she could finish her words, Zhan Shiyao suddenly grabbed her chin and kissed her. A wild and strong masculine scent rushed into her mouth. Jiang Lusi's brain buzzed. My automatic reaction was to put my hands against his chest, trying to push him away. The palm of my hand touched a piece of warm skin. Jiang Lusi was surprised to find that the man was not wearing any clothes. At this moment, he was completely naked. Heartbeat, uncontrollable trembling. Her fair and delicate face was incredibly red. Zhan Shiyao was actually naked, pressed her against the door frame, and kissed her fiercely. Jiang Lusi's lips felt numb. The nerves in my head were stretched as tight as strings. He was breathing heavier than ever. The hot breath sprinkled on her face and neck. An inexplicable throbbing and panic, along with the rapid flow of blood, hit every part of her body. Jiang Lusi knew very well that if she let him continue kissing her like this, she would get into trouble. Boss Zhan, don't. She finally got the chance to open her mouth and shouted hurriedly. Zhan Shiyao's gloomy gaze swept across her blushing and timid face. You really don't want it. His hand slipped into her dress. Jiang Lusi's eyes widened in surprise. As the dignified President Zhan, you wouldn't force a woman. She clenched her fists and taunted with her lips impatiently. Zhan Shiyao frowned. He let her go the next second. The surroundings were suddenly filled with cold air. Jiang Lusi was overwhelmed by the cold air emanating from him, causing a layer of fine beads of sweat to appear on her forehead. Yao Jun's face looked extremely ugly during the war. He narrowed his eyes, and those eyes, which were slightly scarlet, seemed to flash with some violence and gloom. Jiang Lusi didn't even have time to push him away, as he grabbed her slender waist and kissed her fiercely. Zhan Shiyao pressed his thin lips against his again, with a hint of anger. He pried open her pearly teeth and swept through her wildly. Jiang Lusi felt as if her whole body was nailed to the door and she couldn't move. I don't know how long it took, but the strong, powerful, domineering and seductive masculine scent left. She blinked and was about to say something. There was a sudden pain in my lower lip. She tasted her own blood. But the man who bit her did not leave. Instead, he leaned close to her ear, his breath carrying a bit of madness and gloom. You provoked me, and you still want to deny it. Do you think I'm so easy to get rid of? Jiang Lusi was stunned. Boss Zhan, I? Zhan Shiyao snorted coldly and held her earlobe in his mouth. I'll wait for you, be my woman voluntarily. It was already late when Jiang Lusi returned to her apartment. Thinking about Zhan Shiyao's last words in the hotel tonight, she was upset and couldn't fall asleep. How could she be willing to be his woman? But Zhan Shiyao was indeed right about one thing. She provoked him and now wants to deny it. She was worried because she knew he was difficult to deal with. She didn't want to sacrifice herself to Zhan Shiyao because of that accident. But if she didn't do this, she really couldn't afford to offend him. What should we do? Jiang Lu thought about it all night but still couldn't figure it out. The next day I woke up, washed up, and looked in the mirror. The red lips that were bitten by Zhan Shiyao last night have already scabbed over. But anyone with a discerning eye would know how she did it. Jiang Lusi cursed Zhan Shiyao fiercely in her heart. I went to work at the company with trepidation. She was afraid that someone would notice something strange on her red lips. As a result, as soon as she entered the sales office, she ran into Jiang. She was once recognized as the most beautiful woman in the sales department and the most beautiful woman in the entire company. However, since Jiang Lusi came, no one anymore said that Jiang was the most beautiful woman in their company. Sales manager Chen Yuan also clearly favored Jiang Lusi and gave her all kinds of opportunities. Jiang had already felt unbalanced. When she saw the scab on Jiang Lusi's red lips, she immediately screamed. Hey, Luz, what's wrong with your mouth? Jiang shouted very loudly, as if she was afraid that others couldn't hear her. Could it be that you were bitten by a man last night? As soon as she said this, everyone in the office looked at her strangely. Jiang Lusi's cheeks flushed and she felt embarrassed for a moment. Why does everything you fear come true? The more she didn't want to be seen, the more she was seen by Jiang as soon as she entered the office. I guess everyone in the company will know about this soon. It seems like you and your fiancé had a hot time last night. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Jiang continued to tease her meaningfully. Jiang Lusi just smiled perfunctorily and didn't make any excuses. When she first joined the company, several male colleagues showed their affection to her. At that time, she had publicly announced that she already had a fiancé. So everyone in the company knew that she had a fiancé. Originally, if her lip was really bitten by her fiancé, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Jiang chased after her and deliberately asked, But Lucy, didn't you go to Mr. Zhan's dinner with the manager and the boss last night? Does your fiancé know? The implication was that she suspected the scab on her lip was not caused by her fiancé biting her, hinting that she did something shameful at the dinner party. Jiang Lusi had to admit that Jiang had a very sharp sense of smell. She had indeed guessed it right. The scab on her lip was definitely not caused by the bite of her fiancé Qiao Haozhou. But what does this have to do with her? What obligation does she have to explain to Jiang? Jiang Lusi was about to retort when manager Chen Yuan came out of the office. As soon as Chen Yuan saw Jiang Lusi, she smiled. Lusi, congratulations. Chapter 18, Promotion. He came to pick her up after get off work. Congratulations to her for what? Jiang Lusi looked confused. Manager Chen Yuan walked up to her and said, Congratulations on your promotion. After she finished speaking, she announced to the entire sales department, From today on, Jiang Lusi will be promoted to team leader. Jiang Lusi was confused. Jiang Yi, who was beside her, immediately looked unhappy. Wasn't the original team leader Jiang Yi? Someone questioned. Manager Chen Yuan didn't even look at Jiang Yi. Her performance has been poor recently, so she is removed as team leader. She will be replaced by Jiang Lusi. Jiang Yi's face turned pale. Her performance has been bad recently. But can she be blamed for this? She had no chance to meet big clients at all. Manager Chen Yuan has been extremely biased recently. All the good opportunities were given to Jiang Lusi. She even suspected that Chen Yuan had secretly received some benefits from Jiang Lusi. Otherwise, how come Jiang Lusi has received such treatment just after joining their sales department? It's only been a short time, and she, a newcomer, has been promoted to team leader? Manager, this is not good, right? I am still young. Jiang Lusi glanced at Jiang Yi's face and took the initiative to speak to Chen Yuan. She knew she was just a newcomer. Getting promoted shortly after joining the sales department will not only make it difficult to convince others, but will also offend people. Lusi, you did a great job. This is the reward you deserve. Chen Yuan looked at her with satisfaction. Besides, this is what the boss wants, so don't refuse. Everyone else was shocked when they heard this. Jiang Yi's eyes almost popped out. The boss actually promoted Jiang Lusi personally? Could it be that the boss has taken a fancy to her? Otherwise, how could she have been promoted so quickly? Jiang Lusi could only smile and thank him. Thank you for the promotion, manager and boss. I will work harder in the future. Chen Yuan glanced at the scab marks on her red lips and smiled ambiguously. You have worked hard enough. She drank a bottle of Moutai in one breath last night, and President Zhan personally sent her back. Isn't she working hard enough? After they left last night, CEO Wang Han almost couldn't stop laughing. It seems that their project of seeking total investment is a sure success. Jiang Lusi always felt that there was something behind the manager's words, but she didn't want to ask more. Then the manager said, in order to reward your recent outstanding performance, the CEO has said that you will be in charge of the follow-up cooperation with CEO Zhao on that project. All commissions and bonuses will belong to you alone. Jiang Lusi was shocked again. The rest of the sales department was completely stunned. When did their boss ever give such generous treatment? Jiang Lusi is definitely the first one. It turns out that being young and beautiful is your capital. The boss treats her differently. Jiang Yi felt a sour feeling in her heart. I am so envious and jealous. Originally, she thought that she was the only one who could rely on her beauty to get to the top. Now the limelight that should have belonged to her was snatched away by Jiang Lusi. She couldn't help but feel angry and anxious. But there is nothing I can do. Who asked Jiang Lusi to be favored by the boss? Jiang Lusi once again expressed her gratitude to the manager for his kindness. And secretly vowed to achieve results. Make others take notice. Jiang Lusi was immersed in work all day and had no time to take care of other things. When it was almost time to get off work, Luo Xiaoran, who was working at the opposite workstation, suddenly leaned over. Lusi, how about we go eat hot pot together after get off work to celebrate your promotion? Luo Xiaoran invited with a smile. Jiang Lusi agreed without hesitation. Okay, but I'll treat you. The two began to pack up and prepare to go home. Jiang Lusi then glanced at her cell phone. She actually found that she had several missed calls, all from Xiao Haozhou. Jiang Lusi didn't want to pay any attention to him and simply chose to ignore him. Who would have thought that as soon as she and Luo Xiaoran walked out of the company gate, Xiao Haozhou's sports car drove in front of her. Get in the car. He rolled down the car window, revealing a familiar, evil-looking handsome face. Jiang Lusi frowned instinctively and was about to refuse. Xiao Haozhou's eyes fell meaningfully on Luo Xiaoran, who was beside her. Would you like to introduce me? Jiang Lusi glared at him fiercely. She knew that he was threatening her in disguise. She concealed her identity as the daughter of the Fu family and came to Xingmao to apply for a job. Now, no one in the company, including Luo Xiaoran, who has the best relationship with her, knows her identity. I only heard that Jiang Lusi has a fiancé. Little did she know that her fiancé was the notorious second young master of the Qiao family, Xiao Haozhou. Xiao Haozhou asked her to introduce herself to him intentionally because he wanted to make their relationship and identities public. She got a sudden promotion today, and many colleagues in the company are already talking about her. If you knew that she was the daughter of the Fu family and her fiancé was the second young master of the Chiao family. How will she continue to work in the company in the future? Other colleagues will definitely look at her with tinted glasses. Jiang Lusi doesn't want to be treated specially. So she apologized and explained a few words to Luo Xiaoran beside her, then gritted her teeth and got into Qiao Haizhou's sports car. Where do you want to eat? Qiao Haizhou stepped on the accelerator and glanced at her with a smile on his face. Jiang Lusi had a blank expression on her face. Just send me home. Qiao Haizhou raised his thin lips. Do you want to cook for me yourself? Jiang Lusi suppressed the disgust in her heart. You think it's possible? She turned her head and taunted. She and Qiao Haizhou were originally just an engaged couple in name only. Both of them were tied together by a marriage contract from their respective families. In the past, when Qiao Haizhou was having affairs outside, Jiang Lusi could convince herself to turn a blind eye. But ever since she saw him having sex with her former best friend, now her stepmother, in the lounge, Jiang Lusi felt nauseous whenever she thought of him, let alone facing him now. She just wanted to get off the car immediately and cut off all ties with him. He also wants her to cook for him personally. It's simply impossible. What's impossible between us? Qiao Haizhou suddenly held her hand and looked at her evilly. Let go. Jiang Lusi's pupils shrank and she quickly pulled her hand back. But Qiao Haizhou actually held her hand tightly and wouldn't let go. What are you doing? Jiang Lusi was shocked. Even though they were engaged before, Qiao Haizhou, her nominal fiancé, had never been so touchy-feely to her. Qiao Haizhou held her slender hand tightly and stroked it back and forth. There was a hint of an evil smile in his narrow eyes. You will be mine sooner or later, so why not just touch my hand? Who is your man? Jiang Lusi felt a chill in her heart and shouted angrily, I have already told you that we are breaking up. Qiao Haizhou asked her lightly, does your adoptive father agree? His eyes were mocking and his expression had a hint of teasing. It seemed as if she was certain that her adoptive father Fu Chenyun would definitely not agree. Jiang Lusi gritted her teeth and became even angrier. She did not forget that the last time she broke up with him, he reported the matter to her adoptive father and she was almost strangled to death. This is a matter between you and me, R. She had a cold face and was halfway through her words when Qiao Haizhou suddenly pulled her hand hard. Chapter 19. Want to break up? Go to bed with him first. Jiang Lusi's body had fallen into his arms. Qiao Haizhou was still driving at this time. Are you crazy? Let me go. She struggled in panic. Qiao Haizhou pushed her against the steering wheel with a crazy expression. Want to break up with me? Feed me first. After saying that, he started to tear off her skirt. Jiang Lusi hurriedly pushed him and said, no. Qiao Haizhou's eyes were sinister, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his lips. I'm your fiancé, how dare you tell me no? Jiang Lusi looked unhappy. I don't know what medicine Qiao Haizhou took wrong today to treat her like this in the car. Although they had been engaged for a long time, Qiao Haizhou refused to touch her even when he had affairs with other women outside. Who do you want? Your adoptive father Fu Chenyun. Qiao Haizhou suddenly approached her with an even more sarcastic smile. Jiang Lusi's pupils shrank. What nonsense are you talking about? It's really unfortunate for him to say such a thing. It's no longer a secret that you and your mother both Fu Chenyun's kept lovers. Qiao Haizhou sneered disdainfully. Jiang Lusi frowned. If you're talking about me, just talk about me. Don't bring up my mom. Her pretty face suddenly turned cold. The expression on Qiao Haizhou's forehead was covered with a terrible haze. So you admit it? He locked his eyes with her. Jiang Lusi was speechless. What did I admit? She strongly suspected that this man must have been instigated by her stepmother Zhuang Yichuan. With a squeak, Qiao Haizhou suddenly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly said coldly, do you know why I haven't touched you all these years? Jiang Lusi. Qiao Haizhou looked at him mockingly, because I know that you are Fu Chenyun's man. Jiang Lusi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. So this is the reason. Ever since her mother died and her adoptive father adopted her, various speculations about their relationship have been circulating in high society. There were even rumors that she was being treated as a substitute for her mother and continued to be kept by Fu Chenyun. Jiang Lusi has always felt that this statement is extremely absurd. Unexpectedly, Qiao Haizhou believed it. But there was nothing wrong with him believing it, at least she escaped. Don't let him touch you. That old guy Fu Qianyun is so old, can he satisfy you? A sneer appeared on Qiao Haizhou's lips. There was a flash of anger in Jiang Lusi's eyes, but she didn't make any further excuses. Don't you want to break up with me? Go to bed with me. Qiao Haizhou stared at her with knowing eyes and suddenly spoke. Jiang Lusi turned to look at him in surprise. Qiao Haizhou smiled coldly. When I get tired of playing with you, I will let you go. His careless tone was like a huge rock, weighing heavily on her heart. Jiang Lusi immediately clenched her fists. I just felt that I was severely humiliated. Don't even think about it. She shouted through gritted teeth. Qiao Haizhou glanced at her with contempt. Don't pretend with me. It's better to accompany me than to accompany an old man like your adoptive father. Do you think I'm wronging you? His ruthless and sarcastic words pierced her heart like needles. Jiang Lusi sneered. Sorry, I feel so wronged. You? Qiao Haizhou stared at her with sharp eyes, as if he didn't expect her to refuse. The two people's eyes collided in the air. The atmosphere became tense. After a while, Qiao Haizhou suddenly let her go. You are so reluctant to agree. It seems you still want to continue to be my fiancé. There was a sharp cold light in his eyes. Jiang Lusi's eyes were filled with hatred, and her red lips were tightly pursed into a straight line. Who the hell wants to continue being his fiancé? He just wanted her to sleep with him in order to break up with him. This is also absolutely impossible. As if he saw through her thoughts, Qiao Haizhou's handsome face suddenly turned gloomy. Get off me! He ordered coldly. He was so disgusted that he didn't want to look at her anymore. Jiang Lusi had wanted to leave him a long time ago. But he kept holding her waist. At this moment he actually asked her to go down, which she just wanted more than anything. Jiang Lusi returned to the passenger seat before Qiao Haizhou started the car again and drove away. He just clenched the steering wheel with both hands, and the veins on the back of his hands throbbed, as if he was enduring something. The two of them were silent all the way. Until the car stopped in front of Jiang Lusi's apartment. She immediately unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to get out of the car. Suddenly, Qiao Haizhou's gloomy voice came from behind. There will be a Qiao family dinner this weekend. You must accompany me. Jiang Lusi was instinctively reluctant. But if she didn't agree, Qiao Haizhou would definitely not let her go. She didn't want to get rid of him by sleeping with him, and she didn't want him to complain to her adoptive father again. Until I figure out how to completely cut off ties with him, I can only endure it. Jiang Lusi didn't say anything else and got out of the car. Qiao Haizhou stared at her resolutely leaving back, his brows covered with gloom again. He lit a cigarette in annoyance and smoked it dejectedly. I don't know how long it took, but a series of cell phone rings rang out in the quiet carriage. Haizhou, it's me. Zhuang Yichuan's sweet and coquettish voice was heard. What's up? Qiao Haizhou took a puff of his cigarette and responded coldly. Fu Qianyun is not at home tonight. Let's meet at the usual place. Zhuang Yichuan invited enthusiastically. She and Jiang Lusi were college classmates and were at the age of being as beautiful as a flower. But she married Fu Qianyun, who was nearly 30 years older than her. Although she married into a wealthy family, she had no worries about food and clothing and lived the life of a wealthy lady. But there is just a little bit of sadness that is unknown to others. After all, Fu Qianyun is old and can't satisfy her at all. Even if he took the medicine, he couldn't last long. Zhuang Yichuan could only secretly solve his own needs outside. Qiao Haizhou is of similar age to her and is young and energetic. Most importantly, his identity as the fiancé of Fu Qianyun's adopted daughter can help them cover up very well. So he naturally became the target of her extramarital affair, and she took him down in the lounge of the last banquet. But how can once be enough? Zhuang Yichuan has a big appetite now. Just want to be satisfied immediately. But Qiao Haizhou was not interested. I'm not free tonight. He was drunk that night and treated her as Jiang Lusi's substitute. There is no shortage of women around him. I have little interest in this Zhuang Yichuan. Haizhou, I've been thinking about you these days. Zhuang Yichuan deliberately tempted. If you come to accompany me, I can also tell you about Lusi's past. When Qiao Haizhou heard her mention Jiang Lusi, a glimmer flashed across his eyes. Wait for me. He hung up the phone, stepped on the accelerator, and went to the appointment. Zhuang Yichuan's pretty little face twisted for a moment. She knew that Xiao Haozhou was interested in that little bitch Jiang Lusi. If she didn't mention her, she wouldn't be able to make an appointment with Xiao Haozhou tonight. Zhuang Yichuan was filled with hatred. Not only did the old man she married treat her as a substitute, but now she has finally hooked up with a young and strong lover outside. In the end, she was treated as a substitute. Sooner or later, she will chop that bitch Jiang Lusi into pieces. Chapter 20. Ask her to help introduce him. Jiang Lusi went home and took a shower. When I came out, I heard my cell phone ringing. When she dried her hair and walked over to pick up the phone, the call had already been hung up. A message popped up on the screen: Lusi, I just ran into Zhuang Yichuan dressed sexy and glamorous entering a club. She must be trying to have sex with someone. The person who sent the message was called Mary. She is Jiang Lusi's college classmate and best friend. She and Zhuang Yichuan used to be in the same dormitory. Mei knew Zhuang Yichuan earlier than Jiang Lusi. They are both from City B, went to the same high school, and were admitted to university together. Originally, their relationship was even better than Jiang Lusi's. But ever since Zhuang Yichuan stole Mei Li's boyfriend of 5 years, Qin Lun, the two of them fell out. Afterwards, Zhuang Yichuan pretended to be friends with Jiang Lusi. Later, Jiang Lusi discovered that Zhuang Yichuan was coming for her adoptive father Fu Chenyun. After Zhuang Yichuan quickly hooked up with her adoptive father Fu Chenyun, she dumped Mei Li's ex-boyfriend. I also moved out of the dormitory and stopped associating with them. Jiang Lusi and Mei Li became good friends because of this, and they still keep in touch. The missed call just now was also from Mary. She was in a club today discussing business with a client, and when she came out to use the restroom, she happened to run into Zhuang Yichuan, who was dressed up and looked furtive. At first glance, it looks like he's here for a hookup. Jiang Lusi was not surprised at all. After all, her adoptive father Fu Chenyun is old. Ever since her mother passed away, she has been devastated, depressed, and has been in poor health over the years. How could one satisfy Zhuang Yichuan, who was in her youth? Before she could reply, Mary sent her another photo. Jiang Lusi clicked it and took a look. It is a photo of a man and a woman kissing in an elevator. Despite the dim light, she recognized at a glance that the man who was kissing Zhuang Yichuan passionately in the elevator was her fiancé Xiao Haozhou, who had just sent her back. Mary called her again soon after. Jiang Lusi swiped to answer the call, and heard Mei Li ask in shock, Cici, have you seen the photo? Zhuang Yichuan is actually together with Xiao Haozhou. Jiang Lusi responded calmly, yeah. Mei Li was even more surprised to see that she was not surprised at all. You already know. Jiang Lusi laughed, I've seen it with my own eyes before. Depend on. Mei Li angrily cursed on the phone, Zhuang Yichuan, this bitch, why does she like to steal other people's boyfriends? She had pried her away before, and then hooked up with Jiang Lusi's adoptive father. Now she's still unrepentant and even slept with Jiang Lusi's fiancé. As the saying goes, flies don't bite seamless eggs. Xiao Haozhou also has problems. Jiang Lusi said calmly. That's true, but Zhuang Yichuan is too shameless. Mary scolded her on the phone for half an hour. Jiang Lusi was also very angry at first, but after hearing Mei Li say everything she wanted to say, she was not so angry anymore. Dirty man and slutty woman, I think they are a good match. She curled her lips coldly and comforted her friend instead. Mei Li asked seriously, Cici, when are you going to break up your engagement with Xiao Haozhou? You don't really want to marry such a scumbag, do you? Ever since Xiao Haozhou first had an affair with another woman, Mei Li had advised her to break up. As a best friend, she really doesn't want Jiang Lusi to marry a stud who has a lot of women outside in the future. Jiang Lusi rubbed his temple, it's almost there. The two best friends chatted for a while. Jiang Lusi asked Mei Li to take a few more photos for her to keep as evidence so that she could confront Xiao Haozhou later. Naturally, Mary agreed immediately. The next day, Jiang Lusi entered the company and began to follow up on the follow-up matters of the cooperation project with President Zhao. The project cooperation went smoothly. Near the end of the meeting, Mr. Zhao suddenly invited her to dinner. Jiang Lusi originally thought that Mr. Zhao wanted to discuss the finalization of the project with her in person, so she went to the appointment without thinking too much. Who knew that Mr. Zhao actually mentioned Zhan Shiyao to her? Ms. Jiang, I'd like to ask you to help me get in touch with Mr. Zhan. Mr. Zhao smiled and told his real intention tonight. Jiang Lusi was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, what's the problem? I'll introduce you to Mr. Zhao some other day. Mr. Zhao smiled and said, since Miss Jiang has agreed, let's not postpone it to another day. Let's do it tonight. Tonight? Jiang Lusi was surprised. Mr. Zhao smiled and complimented, Miss Jiang is Mr. Zhan's favorite woman, so I guess it won't be a problem at any time. Jiang Lusi's heart sank. She still maintained a smile on her pretty face. Originally it's not a problem, but Mr. Zhan has been busy with work recently, so I'm afraid it won't be possible tonight. Mr. Zhao couldn't help but question, is Mr. Zhan always so busy? You know, when Jiang Lusi was following up on the cooperation recently, Mr. Zhao always took the opportunity to mention Zhan Shiyao to her from time to time, wanting her to help introduce him. But Jiang Lusi always found various excuses to refuse. Now their collaborative project is coming to an end. If I don't find an opportunity to meet Zhan Shiyao now, I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. Or is it that the relationship between Miss Jiang and President Zhan is just talk? Mr. Zhao narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. Jiang Lusi's heart trembled slightly. I know that when Mr. Zhao said this, he was doubting her relationship with Zhan Shiyao. They have been working together for quite some time, but for all this time Mr. Zhao couldn't tell that Jiang Lusi had any connection with Zhan Shiyao. He asked her for introductions many times, but nothing happened in the end. It is normal for President Zhao to have doubts. Jiang Lusi gritted her teeth and continued to smile. I do have a close relationship with President Zhan. At least they had slept for a night. How can they not be closely related? She did not lie to Mr. Zhao in this regard. But her relationship with Zhan Shiyao only lasted that night. She had only been a woman who shone for one night during the war. Afterwards, Zhan Shiyao asked them to continue their relationship, but she refused. How could she have the nerve to introduce Mr. Zhao now? Boss Zhan has always been very doting on me. We were together last night. But he really had a lot of things to do today, so let's do it next time. Jiang Lusi knew very well that the reason she was able to get Mr. Zhao to sign the contract and subsequently cooperate with her smoothly was entirely because of Zhan Shiyao. Mr. Zhao always wanted to use her to get close to a top-level dignitary like Zhan Shiyao, so he gave her this face. If he discovered her true relationship with Zhan Shiyao, she would probably be in big trouble. So even if it was against her will, she had to describe her relationship with Zhan Shiyao as if it were real in front of President Zhao. Little did she know that almost all of her conversation with Mr. Zhao was overheard by Zhan Shiyao. This hotel happens to be owned by Rong Shushi. Just now when Jiang Lusi and Mr. Zhao walked into the box, they happened to be bumped into by Zhan Shiyao. At this moment, everything she and Mr. Zhao did in the box was under Zhan Shiyao's surveillance. Chapter 21 He actually came. Zhan Shiyao was pouring a glass of red wine at this moment and sitting elegantly on the sofa. But his eyes were staring seriously, attentively and carefully at Jiang Lusi on the surveillance screen in front of him. Stare at her with open eyes and tell lies. Rong Shushi also poured a glass of red wine and sat down leisurely beside him. I heard Jiang Lusi say on the surveillance camera that she was with Zhan Shiyao last night. He couldn't help but question, Yao, didn't you drink with us all night last night? When did you sneak back to accompany Miss Jiang? Zhan Shiyao frowned and glanced at him. Shut up. Rong Shushi couldn't help but sigh. If you are worried about Miss Jiang, why do you have to hide here and watch the surveillance? Can't you just go over and accompany her? If this gets out and ruins the reputation of our hotel, you will have to pay full compensation. After he finished speaking, Zhan Shiyao's deep brows were already covered with gloom. The stern outlines are sharp and harsh. The look in her eyes and her expression were all warning him. Rong Shushi suddenly felt a chill of fear. I don't know what I said to offend him. I couldn't help but keep silent. Mr. Zhao in the box heard Jiang Lusi's refusal again, and his old face was filled with displeasure that could no longer be concealed. Miss Jiang, is it that Mr. Zhan is really busy, or are you not close enough to him? I heard that Miss Jiang seems to have been engaged a long time ago, so how can she be so close to Mr. Zhan? Jiang Lusi's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. It seems that someone has already revealed to Mr. Zhao that she is engaged. No wonder Mr. Zhao asked her out tonight to interview her in person. Mr. Zhao, I can assure you that Mr. Zhan and I definitely have a special relationship. We have been working together for so long, don't you still believe me? She gritted her teeth. Mr. Zhao snorted, I just trusted Miss Jiang too much, so I signed the contract with Miss Jiang without saying anything. Miss Jiang, please don't let me down tonight. When he said this, his tone was threatening. Jiang Lusi could tell that Mr. Zhao was determined tonight to ask her to introduce him to Zhan Shiyao. If he doesn't see Zhan Shiyao's people, he probably won't let her go easily. But this really puts Jiang Lusi in a difficult position. Based on her current relationship with Zhan Shiyao, how could she possibly invite such a great Buddha like him? Mr. Zhao, please wait here for a moment. I'm going to go out and make a phone call. Jiang Lusi stood up and put on a smile. The only option is to slip away. The worst that could happen is that I could just stand Mr. Zhao up and then apologize to him later. Anyway, the cooperation project between their company and him has been almost completed, and it is impossible for Mr. Zhao to go back on his word now. Jiang Lusi stood up and prepared to leave. However, he was stopped by two tall and strong bodyguards in black outside the door. What? Miss Jiang just went out to make a phone call. Are you afraid that she won't come back? Mr. Zhao deliberately put on a stern face and lectured her. Jiang Lusi held her breath, her nerves tense all over. She really had no intention of coming back. I didn't expect that this trick was seen through by Mr. Zhao. Ms. Jiang, my two subordinates are ignorant. Please make the call here. Mr. Zhao looked at her coldly and said to her in a tone that did not allow for refusal. Jiang Lusi's temple suddenly jumped. Mr. Zhao's implication is that he won't let her leave. The door to the box had been blocked by his men. Jiang Lusi couldn't get out at all. But if she stayed and failed to invite Zhan Shiyao, the consequences would be even more disastrous. What to do? What should she do? Under the pressure of President Zhao, Jiang Lusi had no choice but to pick up her phone and call Zhan Shiyao. But she didn't know Zhan Shiyao's phone number at all. She is now being detained here by Mr. Zhao in disguise. In desperation, he had to call his friend Mary for help. Please help me ask Mr. Zhan to come to XX box of XX hotel tonight. I'll wait for him here. After Meili received the call, she was confused. What President Zhan? Mr. Zhao and I will be waiting here. Please ask him to come over no matter how busy or late he is. Jiang Lusi continued to hint. She hoped her friend could understand that this was her disguised way of asking for help. She has been detained and is now helpless. Meili didn't understand at first, but after listening to Jiang Lusi's tone and voice, she finally realized something was wrong. Lusi, has something happened to you? Who are you with now? Before she could finish her words, her phone was snatched away by Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao took a look at the caller ID on his phone and saw the name, Meili, and his face instantly turned angry. Miss Jiang, are you talking to President Zhan on the phone? He asked sarcastically with a gloomy look. She is President Zhan's secretary. Jiang Lusi explained hurriedly. Mr. Zhao's pupils shrank slightly, and he no longer believed anything she said. Miss Jiang, haven't you played tricks on me enough? His expression was sinister and terrifying. Mr. Zhao, how dare I play tricks on you? Jiang Lusi smiled stiffly with her red lips. I think Miss Jiang is very capable. Mr. Zhao approached her with a sinister gleam in his eyes. Jiang Lusi stepped back subconsciously. I already had a bad feeling in my heart. Ms. Zhao, do you have any misunderstanding? I was really talking to Mr. Zhan's secretary on the phone just now. Please wait a moment, Mr. Zhan will be here soon. She tried to argue. Wait. How long do you want me to wait, Miss Jiang? I'm afraid President Zhan won't show up until the next morning. President Zhao glanced at her with a cold look and said sarcastically. How could that be R? Before Jiang Lusi could finish her words, she was suddenly lifted up by Mr. Zhao. She barely had time to react before Mr. Zhao threw her onto the sofa behind him. Jiang Lusi fell and it hurt a lot. But just as she was about to stand up, she saw Mr. Zhao coming towards her. Ms. Jiang, how long do you want to keep lying to me? Do you really think I'm a fool? He looked down at her coldly. It seemed as if he was certain that Jiang Lusi had been lying to him. Jiang Lusi was terrified. She knew the consequences of lying to him. But at times like this, the more she needs to stay calm. Mr. Zhao, I have never lied to you. I am really Mr. Zhan's woman, she still insisted. President Zhao laughed sarcastically. Even if you are really President Zhan's woman, you are just a woman he is tired of playing with. Otherwise, why haven't I seen President Zhan show up once in my long dealings with Miss Jiang? Jiang Lusi's eyes flashed. I have to admit that Mr. Zhao is really smart. She indeed only spent one night with Zhan Shiyao. As if he had seen through her guilty conscience, Mr. Zhao laughed again. In that case, why don't you stay with me, Miss Jiang? If you serve me well, I will write off all the money you've cheated me of during this period of time. Otherwise. What else? A deep and powerful male voice suddenly sounded behind them. At the same time, the door of the box was pushed open with a bang. Mr. Zhao was startled and turned to look. When he saw who it was, he was completely stunned. It turns out that Zhan Shiyao is here. Chapter 22, Admit that you are his woman. Mr. Zhao immediately seemed like a different person. Boss Zhan, what brings you here? He stretched out his hand to Zhan Shiyao from a distance and greeted him with a smile. During the war, Yao Jun's face was cold and indifferent. His slender figure, wrapped in a first-class tailored suit, exudes an exceptionally powerful aura. He simply ignored the hand that Mr. Zhao extended to him and strode to the sofa. He reached out and helped Jiang Lusi up, holding her in his arms. Turning to look at Mr. Zhao, what do you want to do with my woman? One word, one action. He has already declared his ownership of Jiang Lusi. Jiang Lusi, who was held in his arms, was completely dumbfounded. She never expected that Zhan Shiyao would really come. What's more, she didn't expect that Zhan Shiyao would cooperate with her in acting so well. She actually admitted in person, right in front of Mr. Zhao, that she was his woman. Mr. Zhao stood there in shock for a few seconds. Now there was no doubt. Jiang Lusi has already received personal certification from President Zhan. How could it be false? It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking with Miss Jiang. Mr. Zhao hurriedly put on a smile. Misunderstand? Zhan Shiyao glared at him sternly with his dark eyes. Why did I just hear Mr. Zhao say that he wanted my woman to serve you? Mr. Zhao was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. That's absolutely not true. How dare I? His lips were trembling. He was afraid that Zhan Shiyao would kill him if he disagreed with him. Anyone who had offended this living devil in the past would suffer the consequences. He is even more terrifying than the Azura of Hell. I don't think you would dare. Zhan Shiyao interrupted him. A huge pressure came over like the god of death, forcing people to have no way to hide. Mr. Zhao's legs were trembling and he was suddenly terrified. I regret it so much now. I regretted that I had believed the slander of the treacherous person. He thought Jiang Lusi was playing tricks on him. During this battle, Yezhen appeared to help her. How could he afford to offend him? Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Zhao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded cautiously. If he had known that Jiang Lusi was Zhan Shiyao's woman, he would not have dared to touch her even if he had 100 times the courage. Boss Zhan, you, please take a seat. He immediately put on a drooling face and warmly welcomed them. During the war, Yao didn't give him any face at all. I have something else to do. I won't sit down anymore. Mr. Zhao didn't dare to have any objection, and nodded and smiled at him. Mr. Zhan, I'll take you there. Zhan Shiyao was like an ancient emperor, with a cold face, walking towards the door with Jiang Lusi in his arms. From beginning to end, he never even looked at Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao smiled apologetically and bent down to personally escort him to the door of the box. He then politely said a few pleasantries to Zhan Shiyao and waited for them to leave. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them go away. He was upset that he almost offended Zhan Shiyao just now. Thinking of the wrong message he received, Mr. Zhao couldn't swallow it. So he picked up his phone and scolded the person who told him that Jiang Lusi was already engaged. Jiang held the phone in her hand, feeling indescribably aggrieved. I thought I could successfully ruin the cooperation between Jiang Lusi and Mr. Zhao and make Jiang Lusi lose such a big client as Mr. Zhao. Who would have thought that she would be scolded by Mr. Zhao for more than 10 minutes? But I didn't dare to refute or hang up the phone. But she was full of dissatisfaction in her heart. Why was she scolded by Mr. Zhao? She was not wrong. Jiang Lusi was already engaged and had a fiancé, which was common knowledge in their company. But Mr. Zhao had actually asked her before whether Jiang Lusi had any backers. Could it be that Jiang Lusi really has some shady backer, and was discovered by President Zhao? Mr. Zhao hung up the phone angrily, and when he looked up he realized something was wrong. The atmosphere in the box was eerily quiet. All his men who were guarding the door were gone. He was terrified and was about to escape to the door. At this time, all the lights in the box went out. Mr. Zhao was kicked by someone in the dark and fell to the ground like a dog. With a click, the sound of bones breaking came from his wrist. Before he could call for help, he felt himself surrounded by a gloomy aura. Then a burst of punching and kicking sounds were heard. The entire box was filled with the howling sounds of pigs being slaughtered. Zhan Shiyao held Jiang Lusi's waist, walked out of the club, and got into his luxury car. The murderous aura between his eyebrows had dissipated a lot, but his handsome face was still very cold. Jiang Lusi took the initiative to thank him. "Boss Zhan, thank you so much for what you did just now." If he hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. She is very likely to have been. Zhan Shiyao suddenly lowered his head and stared at her with dark eyes. "How do you thank me?" Jiang Lusi was stunned. She was just being polite. She never thought that he would actually ask her to thank her. "I will treat Mr. Zhan to dinner tomorrow," she said with a cheerful smile. Zhan Shiyao's eyes were covered with a layer of cold frost. "I need a meal from you." Jiang Lusi's smile suddenly froze. She naturally knew that he couldn't be missing. But other than that, she didn't know how to thank him. Just when she was at a loss, Zhan Shiyao's handsome face without any flaws suddenly approached her. Less than a centimeter away. The tips of their noses almost touched. Jiang Lusi saw her own blushing and flustered face in his dark eyes. "You?" She really didn't know what he wanted to do, and subconsciously stepped back. Zhan Shiyao stretched out his slender fingers and pinched her jaw. She wasn't allowed to back down. "Have you thought about it?" he suddenly asked in a hoarse voice. Jiang Lusi's mind went blank for a few seconds. Looked at him with confusion. "What to consider?" "Be my woman." Zhan Shiyao stared at her. Jiang Lusi was stunned for a moment. Only then did I realize that this was what Zhan Shiyao was talking about. She has been busy following up on the cooperation project with Mr. Zhao recently and has no time to think about anything else. Besides, she and Xiao Haizhou haven't broken off their engagement yet, so how can she be his woman? "I don't." Jiang Lusi was about to refuse. During the battle, Yao suddenly increased the strength of his men. Agreed. His eyes were burning. Jiang Lusi looked a little confused. "When will I?" Zhan Shiyao's expression was particularly deep. "You admitted it to Mr. Zhao yourself." Jiang Lusi blinked. "I didn't." She defended herself subconsciously. Zhan Shiyao refused to let her go. "Not only did you admit tonight that you are my woman, you also said that I have always doted on you. We were together last night." His bottomless eyes stared at her, his thin lips teasing, but his expression was even colder and more serious. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but take a breath when she heard that. She stared at him with wide eyes. An expression of disbelief. How could he know what she said to Mr. Zhao in the box tonight? Jiang Lusi's scalp numbed when he stared at her, and she couldn't give him a reasonable explanation. "I had no choice but to be thick-skinned and deny it." "Boss Zhan, are you kidding me? How dare I?" Chapter 23 agreed to stay with him at the hotel for one night. Zhan Shiyao tapped his phone lightly. Her original voice rang out clearly in the luxury car. "Boss Zhan and I do have a close relationship. Boss Zhan has always doted on me, and we were together last night." Jiang Lusi's eyes widened. Look at him in disbelief. How did he get this recording? Could it be that he had monitored her every move with Mr. Zhao in the box just now? "I think Miss Jiang is very brave." His eagle-like eyes narrowed slightly during the war, revealing a cold light. Jiang Lusi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Stiff back. The cold air emanating from his body caused beads of sweat to appear on his forehead. "Boss Zhan, can you please forgive me?" She swallowed her saliva and begged for mercy hurriedly. "I was forced to do so by the situation, so I had the audacity to borrow your name." If she had known that Zhan Shiyao would find out, she would not have dared to do it even if she had 10,000 courage. Zhan Shiyao's dark eyes were sharp and cold. "Ms. Jiang, my name is not so easy to borrow." He looked very unhappy. His brows were furrowed. The carriage was suddenly filled with cold air. Jiang Lusi was under great pressure and swore tremblingly, "I promise, this won't happen again." Zhan Shiyao narrowed his eyes. "That's it." Jiang Lusi asked reluctantly, "What else do you want, Mr. Zhan?" Zhan Shiyao leaned closer to her, his eyes particularly meaningful. "Don't you know what I want?" As he said this, his hot breath touched the skin of her cheek. The heat made Jiang Lusi feel dazed and at a loss. Boss Zhan, I. Her heart suddenly began to beat irregularly. Zhan Shiyao stared at her deeply. There was no further movement, just staring at her. There were some emotions in his eyes that she couldn't understand. Just being stared at by him in such an extremely dangerous way made Jiang Lusi tense up all over. She looked away instinctively. Zhan Shiyao looked at her, who was deliberately avoiding his gaze, and his eyes became deep and dark. After a while, he suddenly said, "Stay with me for one night, and I'll forgive you for all the debts you owe me." How about that? Jiang Lusi's temple suddenly jumped. She looked up and looked at him in surprise. It took me a while to realize what he meant by that sentence. Just to keep you company for one night, she asked uncertainly. Zhan Shiyao raised his thin lips in a wicked and sarcastic arc. "Miss Jiang, do you want to stay with me for a few more nights?" Jiang Lusi's beautiful eyes flashed. I remembered Yao's entanglement and coercion during the war. She frowned in confusion. "You asked me to be your woman before." Zhan Shiyao's stern expression darkened. Something flashed across his deep eyes. "A woman for one night," he emphasized in a cold voice. Jiang Lusi was stunned for a moment, as if she understood everything in an instant. It turned out that Zhan Shiyao just wanted her to pay back the debt she owed for that night. She thought he was attracted by her body and wanted her to be his lover forever. Okay, just one night. Jiang Lusi gritted her teeth and made a decision. Anyway, Zhan Shiyao is handsome and has a good figure, so it's worth it for her to sleep with him for a night. Besides, she was the one who provoked him before. Then she kicked him there, vomited all over him, and even looked at him naked. During this period of time, he has been using his name to negotiate cooperation with me. If she doesn't sleep with a man as powerful as Zhan Shiyao, she will probably have to bear the consequences in the future. Now that we have reached an agreement, there is no need to be awkward anymore. During the war, Yao ordered the driver to drive the luxury car to a nearby 5-star hotel. As soon as the luxury car stopped, Zhan Shiyao got out first. Jiang Lusi clenched her fists and followed him out of the car. But when she entered the hotel, she was obviously hesitant. After all, it was the first time I checked into a hotel with a man. Jiang Lusi has always been strictly disciplined by her adoptive father and has never had such an extraordinary and bold experience. If her adoptive father knew that she had gone against his wishes and checked into a hotel with another man, thus ruining his marriage plans, he probably would not let her off easily. Jiang Lusi thought anxiously and slowed down her pace. Zhan Shiyao, who was walking in front, so that she had not caught up yet, and could not help but turned his head and frowned. I thought she was dithering, maybe she wanted to go back on her word. He walked straight over, grabbed her hand, and strode towards the hotel lobby. The moment their hands touched, Jiang Lusi came back to her senses. She stiffened her neck, lowered her eyes to look at Zhan Shiyao's tightly held hand, then looked up at his tall and straight back. For some reason, she had an illusion. Are they a couple in love? Instead of just going for a date. In a blink of an eye, Zhan Shiyao had already checked in at the front desk, requested a presidential suite, and dragged her towards the elevator. He never let go of her hand from beginning to end. As if he was afraid that she would run away. Jiang Lusi really wanted to escape. I felt indescribably nervous and scared. But she knew better that now that it had come to this, she could no longer retreat. You have to do it even if you have to bite the bullet. Who made her sleep with him before? How could it be so easy for her to get on with a powerful man like Zhan Shiyao? We have to let him go back to sleep. With a ding sound, the elevator door opened. Zhan Shiyao took the room card and opened the door of the presidential suite. Before she had time to turn on the light after entering, Jiang Lusi's body was pressed against the wall at the door, and he closed the door with his foot. The door slammed shut, plunging the entire suite into darkness. Jiang Lusi was not prepared at all, and Zhan Shiyao's kiss had already fallen. He fiercely blocked her red lips and pried open her pearly teeth. The big palm moved along the curves of her body, bringing out a burning sensation. Soon Jiang Lusi was trembling with fear. She is very sensitive and delicate. During the war, Yao's breathing became turbid and rapid. The movements of his men couldn't help but become more vigorous and brutal. With a hissing sound, the dress on Jiang Lusi turned into pieces in his hands. She couldn't help but gasp, frightened by his rude side. Her eyelashes trembled and she was about to accuse something. The red lips were pressed down by Zhan Shiyao again. Be good, I'll give you a new one tomorrow. he whispered in her ear. The heavy breath sprayed on her ears. Jiang Lusi just felt like she was in a furnace. The body temperature is rising little by little. The familiar yet unfamiliar masculine scent from Zhan Shiyao made her instinctively feel danger. She pushed her hands towards his chest reflexively. No, wait. This is too fast. She was totally unprepared. Zhan Shiyao rested his forehead against hers. What are you waiting for? His voice was low and hoarse at this time, and he didn't want to wait any longer. Jiang Lusi couldn't push him away as he was pressing down on her like a huge mountain. All the blood in my body rushed to my face. Her face and ears were all red. I really can't stand him like this. Jiang Lusi tilted her head to avoid his slightly heavy and hot breath. Go take a shower first. Chapter 24. Her hand was broken, but she had a backer. Wash after you're done. Zhan Shiyao panted. He is tall and strong. Jiang Lusi is slender and pretty. The posture of the two at this moment, she was almost wrapped in his arms, kissing her without leaving any room for him. Jiang Lusi's brain was deprived of oxygen for a moment. The body trembled uncontrollably as if it were struck by an electric current. I felt dazed, as if I had suddenly lost everything. Until a cell phone rang urgently. During the war, Yao stopped attacking. Release her temporarily. He took out his cell phone and answered the call. After a moment, he frowned and said, I'll be there right away. The coldness in his eyes had returned. Jiang Lusi was in his arms at this time, and naturally felt the cold aura emanating from him. Something must have happened. Well, tonight, they can't do it. Jiang Lusi subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the call came in time. Mr. Zhan, you. She started tentatively. Continue next time. Zhan Shiyao frowned slightly and let go completely. Jiang Lusi instinctively squatted down and picked up the clothes scattered on the ground. But her dress had just been shattered into pieces in his hands. How could she wear it now? Wait here, I'll have someone bring you some clothes later. Zhan Shiyao glanced at her and said to her in a low voice. After saying that, he left first. Jiang Lusi wanted to say no need to bother, but her clothes were half undressed and she had nothing to wear. You can't just go out in your underwear. She could only continue to stay in the hotel suite and wait for Zhan Shiyao to send someone to bring her clothes. Fortunately, not long after, one of Zhan Shiyao's female assistants brought her a dress. This female assistant is called Lisa, and she is a capable assistant to Zhan Shiyao. This was the first time that Zhan Shiyao sent her to do this kind of thing, so she couldn't help but look at Jiang Lusi a few more times. Jiang Lusi accepted the other party's scrutiny generously without thinking too much about it. After she changed her clothes, Lisa offered to take her home. Don't bother, I'll take a taxi myself. Jiang Lusi felt the hostility from this woman and didn't want to have much dealings with her. Lisa said with a cold face, this is what the boss wants, Miss Jiang should not disobey. There was a hint of coercion in her tone. Jiang Lusi raised her eyebrows. I didn't intend to stick with her to the end over such a small matter. So Lisa was asked to send her back. There was no communication between the two of them throughout the whole process. Jiang Lusi could see that this female assistant named Lisa was only there to complete the task assigned by Zhan Shiyao. I didn't say much. After returning to her apartment, Jiang Lusi took a shower and went to bed. With Zhan Shiyao helping her tonight, I'm sure Mr. Zhao will never dare to doubt her again, let alone provoke her again. It will also be much easier to finish the project later. It saved her a lot of trouble. Only. As a result, she had no choice but to agree to let Zhan Shiyao accompany him for one night. Although there was an emergency call later, interrupting their passion. But she owed him this night, and sooner or later he would get it back. Thinking of the fierceness and roughness of Zhan Shiyao's kiss tonight, Jiang Lusi couldn't help but shiver. She had a feeling that this night with him would not be an easy one. Hospital emergency room. When Zhan Shiyao arrived, the doctor had just come out. How is my sister? He quickly stepped forward and asked. The doctor took off his mask and said, fortunately, she was sent to the hospital in time. Miss Zhan is no longer in danger of life for the time being. When will she wake up? Zhan Shiyao continued to ask. Dr. Du sighed, Boss Zhan, I told you before that your sister was seriously injured in the last traffic accident and may not wake up in the future. Zhan Shiyao's handsome face suddenly tensed and solemn when he heard this. After the doctor left, Zhan Shiyao was pushed out by the nurse and sent to the VIP ward. Zhan Shiyao followed him and saw the old maid Anshan standing by the bed. Seeing Zhan Shiyao coming in, she quickly stood up and called out respectfully, "Young master." During the war, Yao pursed his lips tightly, his features looked solemn and cold. "What's going on?" His low and cold voice suddenly sounded. Anshan's eyes flickered. He stood there with his head down, not answering for a long while. "Explain." During wartime, his eyes were sharp and deep, like a sharp sword. Anshan was so frightened that she trembled all over. "Master, I don't know anything." Zhan Shiyao's deep and cold black eyes locked onto her. "Who has been here today?" Anshan stiffened. She lowered her eyes, not daring to look him in the eye. "Madam, I came here in the evening." After a long while, she answered in a low voice. During the war, Yao's eyes narrowed, as if he realized something in an instant. "My mother has been here." His face turned gloomy and fierce. His brows were furrowed. Their whole body seemed to be shrouded in a thick black fog. Anshan didn't dare to hide it. She answered fearfully, "After the madam came to see Miss. Miss became ill." Zhan Shiyao pursed his thin lips into a straight line. The deep cold eyes became deeper and darker, until it was covered with a layer of haze and became terrifyingly cold. The atmosphere in the entire ward became extremely cold and suffocating. The next day, when Jiang Lusi went to the company, she learned shocking news. Mr. Zhao was beaten up by a group of people and was sent to the hospital last night. One of his hands was even broken. He is now lying in the hospital and cannot be released for a while. However, he had already arranged for his subordinates to liaise with Jiang Lusi to complete the project he was cooperating on with their company. The man was in awe of Jiang Lusi, even a little afraid of her. He didn't even dare to shake Jiang Lusi's hand. He treated her with great respect throughout the whole process, almost treating her like a queen. The project, which was originally supposed to take another half-month to complete, was successfully completed within a week. Manager Chen Yuan praised her highly. I praised her in front of everyone in the sales department. Jiang Yi's face was completely black. Although he didn't dare to object on the surface, he was still dissatisfied in his heart. Doesn't Jiang Lusi still have someone to rely on? What is so great about that? Once she finds out who the hidden backer behind Jiang Lusi is, she will expose and embarrass her sooner or later. Jiang Lusi received the bonus and commission from Mr. Zhao's project in advance. She is in a good mood. Last time, Xiao Haozhou failed to invite Luo Xiaoran, so he will make up for it tonight. After work, the two went to eat hot pot together. "Lu Sai, the man who came to pick you up last time was your fiancé, right?" Luo Xiaoran suddenly asked. Jiang Lu thought of Xiao Haozhou and responded without any emotion, "Yeah." Luo Xiaoran added, "He looks so familiar, he looks a bit like the second young master Xiao who often appears in gossip magazines." Jiang Lusi just drank a glass of juice and almost spit it out. How can they be similar? Her fiancé is Xiao Haozhou himself. But she has been hiding her identity since she came to work at Qingmao. In order to avoid exposing her identity, she was not in a position to reveal too much to Luo Xiaoran. Chapter 25. I met him at a family dinner with my fiancé. Weekend dinner at the Qiao family. Xiao Haozhou was waiting for her downstairs of her apartment building early in the morning. It was as if he was afraid that Jiang Lusi would really turn against him and not accompany him. Jiang Lusi deliberately made him wait downstairs for more than an hour before slowly going downstairs. "Luce, you are so charming tonight." Xiao Haozhou's originally gloomy and impatient face immediately showed a smile after seeing her. He strode towards Jiang Lusi and put his arm around her shoulders. There was an undisguised look of amazement in his eyes. Jiang Lusi dodged his arms without leaving a trace and walked straight forward. In fact, she didn't want to accompany Xiao Haozhou to attend the Qiao family dinner anymore. Unfortunately, their engagement has not been cancelled yet. If she refused to attend, she would have a hard time explaining to her adoptive father. Jiang Lusi didn't dress up tonight. She only wore a silver white long dress and her makeup was very light. But the close-fitting cut still perfectly shows off her exquisite curves. The moment Xiao Haozhou saw her, his throat tightened and his pupils became darker. Although he had seen countless women, he had to admit that Jiang Lusi was the most beautiful and had the best figure among all the women he had ever seen. It's just that Jiang Lusi is more aloof and difficult to deal with than anyone else. He had been engaged to her for such a long time, but she had never let him touch her once. And he had been concerned about her adoptive father Fu Chenyun, so he had been holding back and didn't dare to really touch her. Thinking about it now, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful and annoyed. Such a beauty is his fiancée. But he hasn't tasted her yet. Isn't that a waste of God's gift? As soon as Jiang Lusi got in the car, she saw Qiao Haizhou's wolf-like green eyes falling on her. It made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She deliberately moved towards the car window to keep a distance from him. Unexpectedly, Qiao Haizhou was so bold as to grab her hand. "Let go." Jiang Lusi frowned in disgust. Why does this man always touch her in the car recently? "Cece, I know what you are angry about." Qiao Haizhou stared at her with an evil look on his face. Before Jiang Lusi could speak, he just laughed at himself. "Aren't you jealous? There are so many women around me, aren't you?" Jiang Lusi was speechless. "Which eye of yours so that I was jealous of you?" She couldn't help but sarcastically. I almost laughed out loud. Where does Qiao Haizhou get such confidence? You don't have to deny it. Qiao Haizhou looked as if he had seen through her, his thin lips raised in triumph. "I know there are many beautiful women around me. After all, for a man of my status and position, it's normal for women to throw themselves at me one after another." Jiang Lusi just rolled her eyes. But Qiao Haizhou seemed not to notice her impatience at all, and he continued to assure her self-righteously. "But don't worry, no matter how I play outside, you are the only one who can be the second young lady of Qiao." Jiang Lusi just found it funny. "Why do you think I care so much about your position as the second young lady Qiao? He almost cheated on her like the Hulenbar grassland. She will not marry anyone else but him. Just for this unwarranted position of the second young lady of the Qiao family. Is she crazy? Cece, your engagement with me was decided by the elders of both families. Our union must be a strong alliance. After we get married, if you give me a few more children, your position as the second grandmother of Qiao will definitely be secure. By then, your adoptive father and my parents will all be satisfied. That is something that no woman outside can envy." Qiao Haizhou was still speaking with certainty, trying to brainwash her into continuing to compromise and maintain the engagement with him. However, she didn't realize that while she was talking, an ambiguous lipstick mark below her neck had been exposed. Needless to say, it must be that one of the women outside Qiao Haizhou's relationship found out that he was going to attend a family dinner with his fiancée tonight, and she stayed behind on purpose to demonstrate to her. But this woman seemed to have chosen the wrong person. Jiang Lusi didn't care at all about the troubles that Qiao Haizhou had outside. She doesn't care even if he has affairs with other women outside. Because she never really thought about marrying Qiao Haizhou. As for Qiao Haizhou's so-called powerful alliance and having more children with him after marriage, it was even more of a fantasy to Jiang Lusi. It's simply impossible. Jiang Lusi didn't even look at him, and said coldly, "You don't care about my adoptive father anymore." She still hasn't forgotten what Qiao Haizhou said to her last time in his car. He told her himself that he had never touched her because he knew she was his adoptive father's woman. Jiang Lusi simply didn't make any excuses and let him continue to misunderstand her. When Qiao Haizhou heard her mention her adoptive father Fu Chenyun, his expression suddenly turned very ugly. His clenched fists made a creaking sound. A hint of forbearance flashed across the dark and obscure eyes. He knew very well that if Jiang Lusi and her adoptive father Fu Chenyun really had that kind of relationship, even if he really married Jiang Lusi as he wished, Fu Chenyun would not let him touch Jiang Lusi after marriage. Not to mention letting Jiang Lusi give birth to a child for him. Qiao Haizhou's expression was extremely gloomy. The crazy facial features became distorted. He didn't speak again until they arrived at the villa where the party was to be held tonight. Jiang Lusi was just enjoying her free time. Yinyuan Villa is a famous holiday resort in City A, specializing in accommodating upper-class people. Tonight's Qiao family dinner is held on the top floor of the catering department of Yinyuan Villa. Jiang Lusi and Qiao Haizhou just got out of the car. I ran into a group of people head-on. The man in the lead was tall and straight, wearing a black shirt and narrow trousers. His broad shoulders and narrow waist showed perfect body proportions. The lines on his face were as deep as if they were cut by a knife or an axe. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and said nothing. But the aura he exuded was sharp and powerful, and he looked as noble and arrogant as a king. Jiang Lusi didn't expect to meet Zhan Shiyao by such a coincidence. They checked into a hotel a week ago, but he suddenly had something to do and we lost contact since then. Seeing this happen in such a situation, she couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed and embarrassed. And Yao is not alone during the war. There were several men following behind him. Each one is very noble. At first glance, he is a wealthy young man from the upper class. The top dignitaries in Zhan Shiyao's circle. One of them looked somewhat familiar to Jiang Lusi. Isn't he the young master Rong whom I met on the golf course before? Rong Shushi naturally recognized Jiang Lusi at a glance. He immediately nudged Zhan Shiyao with his elbow. It's Miss Jiang? But why is there a man beside her? Could it be her fiancé, Mr. Chiao? Yao Juan's face was cold enough during the war. After hearing Rong Shushi's words, he felt even colder. There was an extremely frightening coldness and sharpness in his deep eyes. Jiang Lusi was hesitating whether she should pretend not to see it or just nod to them generously as a greeting. Unexpectedly, Xiao Haozhou beside her was the first to meet him. Chapter 26, Providing a child to their family as soon as possible. Master Zhan, Master Rong, long time no see, nice to meet you. With a smile on his face, Xiao Haozhou greeted each of these people respectfully. Jiang Lusi was stunned for a moment. Reacted quickly. The circle that people like Zhan Shiyao and Rong Shushi belong to represents the top wealthy circle in City A. That was the circle that Xiao Haozhou most wanted to join. Although their Qiao family is also a wealthy family, Xiao Haozhou is of humble origin and is just the illegitimate son of Mr. Qiao's other woman. Before he was 16, he lived a wandering life with his biological mother. Until Mr. Qiao and the current Mrs. Qiao's son, the eldest son of the Qiao family, Qiao Haoying, suddenly fell seriously ill and had not much time left. Old Master Qiao had no choice but to take in his illegitimate son Xiao Haozhou. But Xiao Haozhou was born out of wedlock after all, and was previously raised outside, so he has never been able to fit in with the real upper-class circle. He dreamed of becoming a real rich and noble young man like Zhan Shiyao and Rong Shushi. It seemed that by joining them and being accepted and recognized by them, he could achieve a class leap, which had always been his dream. Yao was always aloof during the war. After glancing at him lightly, she looked away. Naturally, other people ignored Xiao Haozhou. Xiao Haozhou knew that he was asking for trouble. These people claimed to be true nobles, but in fact they looked down on people like him from the bottom of their hearts. He felt even more gloomy. Still maintaining a smile on his face. Master Zhan, Master Rong. I'll be leaving now. Xiao Haozhou exchanged a few simple greetings with them and left tactfully. Jiang Lusi pretended not to know Zhan Shiyao and just nodded to Rong Shushi and left. Rong Shushi watched the two of them leave and glanced at Zhan Shiyao, who was standing beside him with an indifferent look. Are you still pretending? I heard that the Qiao family will hold a family dinner tonight to finalize the marriage of the second young Master Qiao. I see that the wedding date of Miss Jiang and the second young Master Qiao has been set. How can you remain calm? Zhan Shiyao's face darkened. It has nothing to do with me. Rong Shushi sneered. Your eyes are almost staring a hole through Miss Jiang, and you are still being stubborn. During the war, Yao's eyes were cold and sharp, revealing a bloodthirsty gleam. You talk a lot lately. Rong Shushi. Is this all for his own good? When Xiao Haozhou led Jiang Lusi to the banquet hall on the top floor, almost everyone inside was there. They are all people of the Qiao family's uncle's generation, and they get together regularly. Xiao Haozhou and Jiang Lusi went forward to greet everyone one by one. Jiang Lusi had seen these people before. Ever since she got engaged to Xiao Haozhou, she had been dealing with these Qiao family elders a lot. These Qiao family elders looked down on her and Xiao Haozhou from the bottom of their hearts. In their eyes, Xiao Haozhou will always be just an illegitimate child who cannot be seen in public. There is only one heir to their Qiao family, and that is Xiao Haozhou's eldest brother Xiao Haoying. As long as Xiao Haoying is alive, even if he is seriously ill now, it will never be his turn, Xiao Haozhou, to take the position. However, Xiao Haozhou is the bloodline of their Qiao family after all. The elders give him some face because they share the same roots. But when it came to Jiang Lusi, she didn't want to give him even a little face. Either they ignored her outright or pointed fingers at her rudely. After all, he never looks happy. Jiang Lusi was no longer surprised by their attitude. Who said she was just the adopted daughter of the Fu family? There were rumors that she had an unusual relationship with her adoptive father Fu Qianyun, and these old guys must have heard the rumors. Originally, it was absolutely impossible for them to accept a third-rate daughter like her, who was not legitimate, to marry into their Chiao family. Unfortunately, the eldest son of the Chiao family is seriously ill and there is no successor to the Chiao family. Now he is forced to accept an illegitimate child into the family to inherit the family business in the future. But considering Xiao Haizhou's identity as an illegitimate child, which wealthy girl would be willing to marry him? He and she, the adopted daughter of a wealthy family, were a perfect match. So the elders of the Qiao family had no choice but to agree to her marriage with Xiao Haizhou. But I didn't take them both seriously in my heart. But it's okay this way. Jiang Lusi just treated it as a formality and just accompanied Xiao Haizhou to go through their motions. Anyway, Xiao Haizhou himself didn't really want to socialize with these old guys. He was just pretending in front of his father, Mr. Qiao, because of the pressure from him. Jiang Lusi smiled apologetically, feeling extremely tired. She was about to find a corner nearby to rest for a while, but Xiao Haizhou stopped her and said, "Go say hello to my dad." Since he has come to the Qiao family dinner, the old man of the Qiao family naturally cannot miss it. Jiang Lusi had no choice but to cheer up and go with him to meet Mr. Qiao, Qiao Zhenhong. Qiao Zhenhong was very happy to see them, and was probably the only person at the entire family dinner who genuinely smiled at them. Mrs. Qiao, who was married to Shen Fangqiu and Qiao Zhenhong, also agreed with the old man's wishes and urged them to set the engagement date as soon as possible so that they could get married within this year. Maybe in a year or two, their Qiao family would have a successor. When talking about the Qiao family having a successor, Mr. Qiao became very excited. Now that the eldest son of the Qiao family is seriously ill, he takes his second son, an illegitimate child, into the family, hoping that he can carry on the Qiao family's bloodline as soon as possible. Jiang Lusi was very disgusted. She is now focused on breaking off the engagement with Xiao Haizhou. How could I possibly get engaged, married, and even have a child with him so quickly? This is simply impossible in her dictionary. But Xiao Haizhou hugged her intimately and promised Mr. Qiao and Mrs. Qiao solemnly, "I have discussed it with Cici, and we will get engaged next month." Jiang Lusi was shocked when she heard this. She turned to look at him in disbelief. Getting engaged next month? When did he discuss this with her? Okay, your mother and I mean the same thing. Old Master Qiao smiled with great satisfaction. Jiang Lusi's forehead was full of black lines. That's not what she meant, okay? Uncle Qiao, actually Haizhou and I. Jiang Lusi couldn't bear it anymore. I was planning to refuse in person. Just at this moment, there was a sudden noise at the door of the banquet. She turned around and looked in confusion. Then she saw her adoptive father Fu Qianyun and her stepmother Zhuang Yichuan dressed up and appeared at the Qiao family's birthday party. Her adoptive father Fu Qianyun was dressed in a black suit. Even at his age, he still looked handsome and gentlemanly, exuding a mature and restrained masculine charm. Zhuang Yichuan also wore a white dress tonight, revealing her shoulders, looking elegant and refined. She held Fu Qianyun's arm like a little bird, looking well behaved and sensible. Har har har, Mr. Fu, I didn't expect you would come here in person tonight. Qiao Zhenhong immediately stood up and personally went to greet them with his wife Shen Fangqiu. He is about the same age as Fu Qianyun, but Fu Qianyun looks much taller and more handsome than him. Even his wife Shen Fangqiu couldn't help but glance at Fu Qianyun twice more. Among their generation, Fu Qianyun is like a male god. Unfortunately, when he was young, he only had Jiang Lusi's mother in his heart. For her sake, he even remained single for his entire life, and until now he doesn't even have a child of his own. Jiang Lusi is the only adopted daughter. Chapter 27, Garden Affair. Fu Qianyun and Xiao Zhenhong shook hands. We exchanged a few more pleasantries. They both looked in the direction of Jiang Lusi and Xiao Haizhou at the same time. Xiao Haizhou understood and immediately took Jiang Lusi's arm and walked towards them. Xiao Zhenhong smiled and said, "Haizhou, I have already discussed it with Mr. Fu. You and Lusi will get engaged next month." Xiao Haizhou immediately showed a happy expression. He held Jiang Lusi's hand hypocritically. That's great. I've been looking forward to marrying Lusi home for a long time. Everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Lusi. She had a lot of grievances. If you ask her what she really means, she would say she is absolutely unwilling. But she naturally couldn't really say it in front of her adoptive father and the two elders of the Qiao family. I could only smile perfunctorily. Not objecting in person was her biggest concession. That's settled then. The 18th of next month is a good day. You two can hold your engagement party then. Xiao Zhenhong was very happy. He hoped that his second son would get married and have children as soon as possible, so that their Qiao family could have more children. After all, the marriage between the Qiao and Fu families is a big event. Xiao Zhenhong and Fu Qianyan discussed some details of the engagement. Mrs. Qiao, Shen Ling, was not Qiao Haizhou's biological mother and was not interested in these details. She quickly went to talk to other female members of the Qiao family. Qiao Haizhou also left with Jiang Lusi. However, before they left, Jiang Lusi caught a glimpse of Zhuang Yichuan beside Fu Qianyan from the corner of her eye and threw a coquettish glance at Qiao Haizhou. Jiang Lusi really admires Zhuang Yichuan. She even dared to seduce her fiancé while being with her adoptive father. Isn't he afraid that his adoptive father will find out? Lusi, take a rest first. I have something else to do. I'll come to you later. Qiao Haizhou quickly let her go, gave her a brief explanation, and left in a hurry. Jiang Lusi wished she could be alone and not have to put on a show with Qiao Haizhou. However, as soon as Zhuang Yichuan threw a coquettish glance at her, Qiao Haizhou left her. It is obvious what he is going to do. Jiang Lusi really didn't expect Qiao Haizhou to be so impatient. Even at the Qiao family's family dinner, she could be seen hooking up with her stepmother Zhuang Yichuan. These two are truly an adulterous couple, a perfect match. Jiang Lusi curled her red lips in disdain. But in order to obtain evidence of Qiao Haizhou's affair, she still followed him quietly. Qiao Haizhou went down from the top floor and came to a garden with beautiful scenery downstairs. Not long after, Zhuang Yichuan also came over. Jiang Lusi saw the two of them looking around furtively. Seeing that no one noticed them, they walked along the path deeper into the garden. Jiang Lusi followed carefully. I saw the two of them kissing passionately in a dark corner. Soon the clothes were all over the floor. Jiang Lusi felt a chill when she saw this. How hungry these two are. But the more hungry they were, the more opportunities it gave her to catch them cheating. Jiang Lusi quickly picked up her phone and pointed the camera at the two of them. But at this time, Zhuang Yichuan seemed to have discovered the marks left by other women on Qiao Haizhou's neck. She pushed him away unhappily. You lied to me. Qiao Haizhou looked puzzled. How did I lie to you? Zhuang Yichuan asked angrily. You keep saying that you haven't touched Jiang Lusi, so why is there a kiss mark on your neck? Qiao Haizhou was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and touched his neck. Something flashed across his eyes quickly. The kiss mark on his neck was certainly not left by Jiang Lusi. But saying that he has other women would only make Zhuang Yichuan even angrier. I could only lie to her. This kiss mark was indeed left by Jiang Lusi. She took the initiative to throw herself into my arms in the car on their way to the family dinner with me tonight, but I firmly pushed her away and definitely did not touch her. Jiang Lusi's mouth twitched fiercely when she heard that. My eyeballs almost fell out of my head in shock. Qiao Haizhou really dares to say anything nonsense. When did she take the initiative to throw herself into his arms in the car? He couldn't slander Zhuang Yichuan like this just to coax her into having an affair with him, right? Jiang Lusi was really angry. I didn't hold the phone firmly and almost dropped it to the ground. Fortunately, she squatted down in time and caught it. But this action caused a slight noise. Who? Qiao Haizhou noticed it sensitively and immediately turned around to look around. Jiang Lusi's breathing became tight with fear. If Qiao Haizhou and Zhuang Yichuan found out that she had witnessed their affair and was hiding here to take pictures, wouldn't they team up to silence her? Seeing Qiao Haizhou actually walking towards her, Jiang Lusi's heart trembled. Have you been discovered? What to do? She bent over and was about to leave, but her back hit a hard chest. Before Jiang Lusi could turn around, she was picked up by the waist. Qiao Haizhou came to the place where Jiang Lusi had just hidden, but did not see any figure. His tense expression finally relaxed. He has been a little nervous lately. Every time he plays with a woman, he always feels like someone is watching him. Haizhou, what's wrong? Zhuang Yichuan walked over and asked. Nothing, it should just be the sound of the wind. Qiao Haizhou hurriedly explained and pushed her against a tree trunk behind him. Baby, let's continue. His kiss fell impatiently. Zhuang Yichuan was reluctant to accept the offer. You really didn't touch Jiang Lusi. How can she be as interesting as you? If it weren't for the marriage, I wouldn't even look at her. Qiao Haizhou coaxed her while kissing her. Zhuang Yichuan smiled with satisfaction. Finally, she released her hand that was pressing against his chest and responded to him. Be gentle and don't leave any traces. She warned cautiously. What? Are you still afraid that the old guy at home will find out? Xiao Haozhou laughed mockingly. Hateful, Both of their voices became hoarse with lust. They are very passionate here. On the other side, Jiang Lusi finally got rid of the arms that suddenly took her away. When she raised her head, she met those dark and deep eyes. Why you again? She whispered in disbelief. She never expected that it was Zhan Shiyao who took her away again. Last time in the club, he took her to that room. At this moment in the night, only the bright moonlight enveloped them. You still have this hobby? Zhan Shiyao glared at her and suddenly sneered. Jiang Lusi. What are your hobbies? Eavesdropping? Or watch live porn? And what a coincidence that the male lead both times was her fiancé Xiao Haozhou. The two of them looked at each other. All kinds of emotions surged. Just as she was thinking about whether she should find an excuse to cover it up, several voices searching for him suddenly came from not far away. Where's Yao? Why is he gone? You're not going back first, are you? That's impossible. We agreed to wait here. Jiang Lusi recognized a voice that sounded like his friend Rong Shushi. But during the war Yao remained motionless. Listen to the footsteps of those people getting closer. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but say, Boss John, Chapter 28 Go to his villa tonight. Before she could say anything, Zhan Shiyao had already pulled her behind a rockery. He pinched her jaw, lowered his head and kissed her. Jiang Lusi's pupils widened slightly. She looked at the man standing so close to her in disbelief. My brain seemed to short-circuit for a few seconds. When she wanted to resist, Zhan Shiyao kissed her even deeper. It forcefully penetrated into her mouth. Jiang Lusi was angry and embarrassed. I tried hard to push him away, but it didn't sway him at all. Instead, Zhan Shiyao kissed her more and more passionately. She couldn't stand this kind of intimacy. Especially the sound of other people's footsteps could be heard in my ears. This made her even more anxious. Instinctively, they didn't want to be discovered kissing behind the rockery. But Zhan Shiyao had no intention of letting her go. He kissed her fiercely, and his big hand even reached under her skirt. Jiang Lusi trembled all over and struggled even more violently. This time Zhan Shiyao actually let her go. He rested his forehead against hers and breathed heavily, want it. Jiang Lusi was speechless. He dodged backwards with his whole body. No. Which eye of his saw that she wanted it? She is not like Xiao Haozhou and Zhuang Yichuan, who have affairs regardless of time and place. Zhan Shiyao grabbed her slender waist and forced her to stick close to him. Don't forget what you promised me before. He whispered in her ear. Jiang Lusi's cheeks flushed. She remembered that she had promised to stay with him for one night. But that night he left early because of something. But now is obviously not the right time. Jiang Lusi blushed and glared at him, can we not do it here? Not to mention that she couldn't quite accept being in such an open-air place. Whenever she thought about Xiao Haozhou and Zhuang Yichuan fooling around here, she got goosebumps all over her body. I just wish I could leave quickly. Zhan Shiyao narrowed his deep eyes and stared at her. Where do you want to go? Jiang Lusi bit her lip. He almost blushed and was so embarrassed. Let's go to the hotel. She lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. After a while, he spoke in a low voice. Preferably a secluded hotel. Don't get discovered. After all, what she and Zhan Shiyao were going to do couldn't be exposed now. Ms. Jiang is getting engaged next month, and you still dare to go to the hotel with me? Zhan Shiyao stared at her deeply, his voice containing a hint of sarcasm. Jiang Lusi's head buzzed. Eyes widened in shock. How did you know I was engaged next month? Didn't he receive the news too quickly? During the war, Yao's handsome face became noticeably more sharp and cold. Are you really going to get engaged? Jiang Lusi had a sullen look on her face and her pupils shrank. She doesn't want to. But if she doesn't agree, her adoptive father and the Qiao family will not let her go. She has no choice now. I originally wanted to take pictures to prove Xiao Haozhou's adultery with her stepmother, and then find another way. Didn't he expect that I was almost discovered? Go to my villa. Zhan Shiyao suddenly said. Jiang Lusi was stunned. I didn't react for a moment. Come to my villa tonight. Zhan Shiyao stared at her with a gloomy gaze and spoke word by word. Jiang Lusi's eyelashes trembled. I couldn't help but be surprised. Tonight. Zhan Shiyao's eyes were burning. Or now. After he said that, he took her hand and pressed it towards the painful spot. He didn't want to wait any longer. I can't wait any longer. Realizing what she had pressed, Jiang Lusi's eyes widened. The subconscious reaction is to withdraw your hand. But Yao refused to give in during the war. Let me go, I promise you it's tonight. Her cheeks flushed and she had no choice but to compromise. Zhan Shiyao was finally satisfied. Good. He raised his thin lips and lowered his head to peck her red lips. After saying that, he put his arms around her slender waist and prepared to take her away. Jiang Lusi paused. I can't leave for the time being, she said worriedly. Zhan Shiyao looked very understanding. Do you want to regret it? Jiang Lusi looked up at him and said, the party isn't over yet. If I leave alone like this, people will be suspicious. Especially tonight's Chiao family dinner is to discuss her marriage with Chiao Haozhou. Her adoptive father Fu Qianyun has arrived. If she suddenly disappeared, not only would it have a bad impact, but her adoptive father would not let her go. Zhan Shiyao stared at her for a moment and said in a low voice, I'll send you the address of the villa later. Okay. Jiang Lusi nodded. It would be safest for her to go there alone. So as to avoid leaving with Zhan Shiyao and being too conspicuous. If she were seen by someone, she would be in big trouble. If you dare not come. Zhan Shiyao Yang warned dangerously. Jiang Lusi's heart suddenly sank. She assured tactfully, I'll leave it to Boss Zhan to deal with. After hearing her words, Zhan Shiyao slowly let her go. Jiang Lusi, who was freed, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Zhan Shiyao would lose control and take her here. Returning to the Chiao family dinner, Jiang Lusi looked around deliberately. There was no sign of Chiao Haozhou or Zhuang Yichuan. It seems that he and Zhuang Yichuan are still hanging out in the garden downstairs and haven't come back yet. Without Chiao Haozhou around, the other members of the Chiao family didn't want to bother with her anymore. They all ignored her. If she really married into this family, she would definitely have a hard time. Jiang Lusi was secretly anxious. I must find a way to cancel the engagement with Chiao Haozhou as soon as possible. Why are you here alone? A familiar male voice suddenly came to my ears. Jiang Lusi suddenly looked up. The tall and majestic figure of her adoptive father Fu Qianyun appeared in front of her. Daddy, she called out. Fu Qianyun frowned. Where's Haozhou? You guys aren't together. He. Jiang Lusi pulled her red lips stiffly and tried desperately to think of an excuse in her head. She couldn't say that Chiao Haozhou was hanging out with her stepmother Zhuang Yichuan, right? It's not that she doesn't want to expose their affair in front of her adoptive father, but now is not the right time. You're getting engaged next month, so you need to keep a close eye on him. Fu Qianyun's brows were gloomy, and he warned meaningfully. Jiang Lusi nodded immediately, yes. She understood what her adoptive father meant. The Fu family and the Chiao family are about to get married. If a scandal between Chiao Haozhou and some other woman is exposed before the engagement, it will only make the Fu family lose face. Fu Qianyun knew Chiao Haozhou's character too well, which is why he reminded her at this time. At least for the time being, we have to keep an eye on Chiao Haozhou. Let's go. Fu Qianyun suddenly turned around and ordered her. Huh. Jiang Lusi was startled. Fu Qianyun's eyes were filled with deep emotion. I'll take you back. His tone was strong and unyielding. Although Jiang Lusi was surprised that her adoptive father would send her back personally, she did not plan to wait for her stepmother Zhuang Yichuan. But since her adoptive father had spoken, she could only follow him obediently. Sitting in her adoptive father's luxury car, Jiang Lusi did not notice Zhuang Yichuan. Daddy, do you want to wait for Yichuan? She asked tentatively. Chapter 29. She always wanted to escape from him. No need. Fu Qianyun's face was tired and cold, and he directly told the driver to drive. The luxury car quickly drove away from the villa. There were only Jiang Lusi and Fu Qianyun in the back compartment. The atmosphere was eerie and suffocating. Jiang Lusi has been afraid of Fu Qianyun since she was a child, especially afraid of being alone with him. That's why she mentioned Zhuang Yichuan just now. But she didn't expect that her adoptive father Fu Qianyun would ruthlessly abandon Zhuang Yichuan and take her away alone. Ever since Zhuang Yichuan married into the Fu family, her adoptive father Fu Qianyun has always been very cold and distant to her. It seemed as if he married Zhuang Yichuan just to stop the rumors about their improper relationship between adoptive father and daughter. In fact, after Fu Qianyun married Zhuang Yichuan, this effect was indeed achieved. Some rumors about their adoptive father and daughter were refuted. But after Fu Qianyun married Zhuang Yichuan, he didn't like her. I usually sleep in a separate room from her. He always treated her coldly in the Fu family. Jiang Lusi originally thought that her adoptive father married Zhuang Yichuan just for show. I didn't expect that I would see my adoptive father and Zhuang Yichuan having sex in the living room of the villa that night. She thought her adoptive father had accepted Zhuang Yichuan. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Yichuan would be left alone at the Chiao family dinner tonight. Could it be that my adoptive father already knew something? Jiang Lusi glanced at her adoptive father's secretive old face and really couldn't figure out what he was thinking. It was silent all the way. Until the luxury car stopped in front of Fu's house. Jiang Lusi subconsciously glanced out the car window and was shocked. The driver actually brought her to Fu's house. She thought her adoptive father would have the driver take her back to her apartment. Get off. Fu Qianyun gave an order and went down first. Jiang Lusi hesitated for a moment, but had to follow him out of the car. Daddy. She followed Fu Qianyun back to the hall of Fu's house and called hesitantly behind him. Fu Qianyun's profile was cold and reserved, and it was impossible to tell what emotion he was expressing. He just said calmly, "You stay here tonight." R. Jiang Lusi was shocked again. His little face fell. She also promised Zhan Shiyao that she would go to his villa to see him tonight. She lives in her adoptive father's house, so how can she go to Zhan Shiyao's villa to find him? What's the matter? Is there a problem? Fu Qianyun turned his head and stared at her with sharp eyes. Jiang Lusi's heart sank, and she quickly shook her head, no. Under the intimidating gaze of her adoptive father, she absolutely dared not say that she had a problem. She didn't even dare tell her adoptive father what she was going to do at Zhan Shiyao's villa tonight. Fu Qianyun changed his shoes at the entrance and walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa. He signaled Jiang Lusi to come over with his eyes. "How's your work going lately?" he suddenly asked. Jiang Lusi immediately replied, "Not bad." Fu Qianyun's eyes looked more inquiring. "I heard that you got promoted recently." Jiang Lusi's eyes flickered. "Yes, I was promoted to team leader." As she said this, cold sweat broke out in her palms. If her adoptive father were to investigate carefully why she got promoted, he probably wouldn't let her off easily. Fu Qianyun was silent for a moment, and stared at her with deep eyes. "It's a good thing for you to gain more experience outside, but, sooner or later you will have to return to the Fu family." "Daddy." Jiang Lusi said anxiously, "My ability is not enough to work in Fu's." Fu Qianyun's face suddenly turned cold. A chilling and terrifying aura emanated from his sharp pupils. "Are you really incapable, or do you just not want to?" Jiang Lusi secretly clenched her fists. She was just making an excuse. "I just want to get rid of my adoptive father as soon as possible." I didn't expect that my adoptive father could see through it at a glance. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but bite the bullet. "Dad, I'm still a newcomer." Before she could finish her words, Fu Qianyun suddenly raised his long, bony fingers and stretched them towards her little face. Jiang Lusi was startled instinctively and wanted to dodge. However, Fu Qianyun grabbed his jaw and he couldn't move. "Don't think I don't know what's on your mind." He narrowed his dark eyes dangerously. The faintly violent aura in his body rushed directly towards her. Jiang Lusi's heart trembled. Obviously lacking in confidence. Could it be that her adoptive father had already seen that she wanted to completely get rid of him and leave the Fu family? Fu Qianyun's expression was dark and strange. Suddenly he approached her. "You're just like your mother, you both want to escape from me." His eyes were heavy and seemed to be gloomy. There was a hint of coldness in his voice, even anger. Jiang Lusi's body shuddered. The subconscious reaction is that you cannot admit it. "I don't." She lowered her trembling eyelashes and instinctively defended herself. Fu Qianyun didn't believe it. He increased the strength in his hands, forcing her to look up at him. "You know the consequences of your mother's previous experience." A terrifying storm rose on his old face, threatening coldly. Jiang Lusi trembled all over and felt cold all over. Thinking of how her mother had tried every possible means to get her away from Fu Qianyun. But every time ended in failure. What he got in return was Fu Qinyan's punishments that were increasingly severe. Jiang Lusi felt a chill down her spine just thinking about it. At the same time, he began to hate Fu Qinyan even more. In the past, her mother took her with her and was forced to become his lover, and was tortured terribly by him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died so young and so quickly. My mother's biggest wish before her death was to escape from Fu Qinyan. His last words before he died were that he hoped she could leave here with her ashes. Jiang Lusi thought that her adoptive father would relax his control over her after marrying Zhuang Yichuan. She didn't expect him to still be so majestic and powerful, leaving her breathless. No wonder his mother was always thinking about leaving him when she was alive. At this moment, the door of the villa was pushed open. Zhuang Yichuan walked in hurriedly in high heels. After hanging out with Qiao Haozhou in the garden tonight, she returned to the Qiao family's banquet and found that Fu Qinyan had left at some point. Her heart sank immediately. I wonder if Fu Qinyan has already noticed that she is cheating on him? That's why he left her alone and went away angrily. Zhuang Yichuan hurriedly took a taxi back to Fu's house. But when she walked into the villa and looked up, she was stunned. She saw Fu Qinyan pushing Jiang Lusi against the sofa, with his handsome face close to her. From her perspective, it looked like he was forcefully kissing Jiang Lusi. Zhuang Yichuan's eyelids twitched suddenly. The whole person was stunned for a moment. The scene before her seemed to touch a nerve in her brain. Before marrying Fu Qinyan, she had heard the rumors about him and his adopted daughter Jiang Lusi. So after marrying into the Fu family, she always regarded Jiang Lusi as her love rival, closely monitoring her and Fu Qinyan's every move. She was afraid that she would snatch away the financial sponsor she had worked so hard to get. It wasn't until Jiang Lusi and Qiao Haozhou got engaged that she felt a little relieved. But what is the current situation? What are you doing? Zhuang Yichuan tightened his face and couldn't help but rush forward to question. Chapter 30. He was dumped by her. But when she met Fu Qinyan's eyes, she didn't dare to say anything. Zhuang Yichuan's face turned pale. She knew that she was nothing in Fu Qinyan's eyes. Even if he really wanted Jiang Lusi in front of her, she would not dare to interfere. But she was still unwilling in her heart. After all, she is Mrs. Fu now. Zhuang Yichuan stared straight at Jiang Lusi and Fu Qinyan, with extremely complicated emotions flowing in his eyes. After holding it in for a long while, he finally uttered a word tentatively. It's late, Lusi, do you want to go back? What she meant was that she wanted to drive Jiang Lusi away. Ever since Zhuang Yichuan married into the Fu family, Jiang Lusi moved out. I rarely come back. Unless her adoptive father Fu Qinyan calls her back. Jiang Lusi held her breath. I took the opportunity to say that she went back first. She made an appointment with Zhan Shiyao to go to his villa tonight. Jiang Lusi had no plan to stay at Fu's house any longer. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zhuang Yichuan said this, Fu Qinyan's eyes flashed with coldness. What do you want here? His stern and handsome face was murderous and intimidating, and his voice was particularly cold. Zhuang Yichuan felt a pang in his heart. Their whole person suddenly froze. After a moment's pause, she reacted in time. Then I'll go upstairs first. After saying that, he turned around and went upstairs in a hurry. She was afraid that if she left a second later, Fu Qinyan would be unhappy. Soon, Jiang Lusi and Fu Qinyan were the only ones left in the hall of the villa. Jiang Lusi felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, and her nerves were tense. She spoke stiffly. Go back to your room and sleep. Fu Qinyan ordered coldly. With an irrefutable momentum. Jiang Lusi knew very well that it was not wise to insist on leaving at this time and openly anger her adoptive father. So he didn't say anything else, just got up and went upstairs. She walked up the stairs, and when she reached the staircase, she happened to see Zhuang Yichuan hiding there and eavesdropping. Seeing Jiang Lusi, Zhuang Yichuan glared at her jealously and turned away. Jiang Lusi was speechless. Ever since Zhuang Yichuan married into the Fu family, she has been secretly monitoring her and her adoptive father Fu Qinyan's every move. It seems as if there is some hidden relationship between them. Jiang Lusi returned to her room in Fu's house. As soon as I entered, my cell phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was not surprising that the call was from Zhan Shiyao. She had clearly promised him that she would go to his villa tonight to see him. But I didn't expect to be brought back by my adoptive father. It was impossible to leave now. She has to stay at Fu's house tonight. Jiang Lusi made up her mind and simply hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, Zhan Shiyao called again soon. She could only press the button again. After this time, Zhan Shiyao never called again. Jiang Lusi did not feel relieved. She knew very well that she had dared to stand up Zhan Shiyao tonight. If he is not given a reasonable reason, he will never let me go. But what excuse should she make? After thinking it over, Jiang Lusi finally took out her cell phone and sent a message to Zhan Shiyao. Boss Zhan, I'm sorry, I have my period tonight. Can we make an appointment next time? After sending this message, Jiang Lusi went to the bathroom to take a shower. As soon as she came out of the shower, the first thing she did was check her phone. Zhan Shiyao did not reply. Jiang Lusi guessed that he might not have seen it for a while and didn't think much about it. It was already very late at night, so she changed into her pajamas and went to bed. When she woke up the next day, Jiang Lusi checked her phone again. There was still no reply from Zhan Shiyao. Maybe he didn't take her seriously at all. Jiang Lusi comforted herself in this way. But she didn't expect that when she went to work early in the morning, Manager Chen Yuan called her to the office. Send this document to President Zhan. R. Jiang Lusi was stunned. My heart instinctively skipped a beat. Why did you ask her to deliver the documents to Zhan Shiyao? The person she least wanted to see now was Zhan Shiyao. As if she could see her reluctance, Chen Yuan said to her, Boss Zhan specifically asked you to deliver it. Jiang Lusi was shocked again. His expression showed inexplicable panic. Zhan Shiyao actually asked her to come over. I'm afraid sending the documents is fake, and the real purpose is to settle the score with her. What is your relationship with Mr. Zhan? Manager Chen Yuan suddenly asked again. Jiang Lusi looked up in shock. Chen Yuan looked her up and down. He smiled meaningfully. Is it that kind of relationship? Jiang Lusi shook her head instinctively. Even if she had a one-night stand with Zhan Shiyao. But she would never admit it even if she was beaten to death. Besides, the kind of relationship that Chen Yuan was talking about was definitely not just a one-night stand. Chen Yuan raised her eyebrows. That's what I said. How is that possible? She looked as if she was used to it. Zhan Shiyao is so difficult to deal with. How could a man who has failed to win over many rich and famous ladies be won over by a little newcomer like Jiang Lusi? Jiang Lusi smiled stiffly. It's really impossible. However, Zhan Shiyao specifically asked her to deliver the documents, which still made her feel overwhelmed. She gave him an excuse last night, but he obviously didn't believe it. Maybe this time he called her over just to confirm it in person. Jiang Lusi came out of the manager's office and quickly borrowed a sanitary napkin from Luo Xiaoran and took it to the bathroom. Then he took the document and took a taxi to Zhan's. The building towering into the clouds is majestic and imposing. Jiang Lusi was stopped by the front desk as soon as she entered the lobby in her high heels. Hello miss, who are you looking for? I'm looking for President Zhan. The receptionist was startled. Do you have an appointment? No. Excuse me miss, you need to make an appointment in advance to see our boss Zhan. Jiang Lusi, it was your CEO Zhan who called me personally and asked me to come over. The receptionist hesitated and said, wait for me to make a call first. You can only go up if Mr. Zhan agrees. After saying that, he quickly dialed the internal line to Zhan Shiyao's special assistant, Guan Chen. Miss, what's your name? The receptionist asked while holding the phone. Jiang Lusi smiled, my last name is Jiang. Guan Chen's voice came from the intercom immediately, please ask her to come up. Soon Jiang Lusi took the elevator to the top floor. Ms. Jiang. Zhan Shiyao's special assistant Guan Chen had already been waiting for her outside the elevator door. Jiang Lusi nodded. He immediately held out his hand, this way, please. Jiang Lusi followed him to a door with a sign that read, President's Office. Guan Chen knocked on the door. After a while, a man's mellow voice came from inside, come in. Boss, Miss Jiang is here. Guan Chen pushed the door open, respectfully reported to the person inside, and motioned for her to go in. Jiang Lusi walked into the president's office. At a glance, I saw Zhan Shiyao sitting at the big desk, reviewing documents. From her angle, his handsome face was almost blocked by a thick stack of documents, and her expression could not be seen clearly. But the aura he exudes is awe-inspiring without being angry. Chapter 31. She was punished in his office. There were only two of them in the huge office. It was strangely quiet. Jiang Lusi waited for a long time, but Zhan Shiyao didn't pay any attention to her. He seemed to have forgotten her existence and still didn't put down the documents in his hand. Deliberately ignore her. Jiang Lusi didn't say anything either. She began to look around this top-notch luxurious office. Floor-to-ceiling windows surround three sides. Skyscrapers with more than 60 floors approach the dome, as if you can pick stars with your bare hands. Suddenly, I felt a cold and sharp gaze falling on me. Jiang Lusi just realized that Zhan Shiyao had put down the documents and had been sitting in the big chair looking at her for a while. Their eyes met. Jiang Lusi suddenly came back to her senses. She handed him the document in her hand. "Boss Zhan, this is the file you requested." Jiang Lusi put the documents on his big desk. When she looked up, she found that his bottomless black eyes were still staring at her. His whole body is filled with an intimidating aura that is hard to ignore. The momentum was gradually enveloping her, giving her a strong sense of oppression. "I have something else to do at the company. I'll go back first." Jiang Lusi asked tentatively. "I had the urge to run away immediately." She was afraid that he would settle the score with her for standing him up last night. "Wait." Zhan Shiyao suddenly became silent. Jiang Lusi's body stiffened. "Mr. Zhan, do you have anything else to say?" she asked with an effort. Zhan Shiyao stared at her with deep eyes, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. After a while, he suddenly ordered, "Wait here." Jiang Lusi was stunned. I don't understand why he asked her to wait here. But since Zhan Shiyao had spoken, she naturally couldn't leave. Zhan Shiyao quickly lowered his head to review the documents. Jiang Lusi stood there, at a loss. She even suspected that Zhan Shiyao wanted to make her stand here in the cold on purpose as revenge for her having stood her up last night. If standing in the corner as punishment could make him calm down, she would accept it. But Jiang Lusi was wearing high heels after all. At first I didn't think it was a big deal, but after standing for a long time, my legs couldn't help but feel sore. But since Zhan Shiyao, who was sitting on the big chair, didn't say anything, she didn't dare to move, let alone leave. Just continued to stand there feeling aggrieved. I had already cursed Zhan Shiyao 1,000 times in my heart. More than an hour passed like this. There was another knock on the office door. After getting Zhan Shiyao's permission, the sound of high heels stepping in was heard. Jiang Lusi subconsciously turned her head to look. It was the female assistant, Lisa, who came to the hotel to deliver clothes to her last time. Lisa was also startled when she saw her. Then his face turned cold, he ignored her, and walked up to Zhan Shiyao with his head held high. Immediately put on a flattering smile. She put the stack of information in her hand on the table, whispered a few words to Zhan Shiyao, and looked at Jiang Lusi with jealousy. Finally left unwillingly. It is almost 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Lusi's mind was still lingering on the jealous glare Lisa gave her before she left. She clearly felt Lisa's hostility towards her. Could it be that this female assistant is interested in Zhan Shiyao? Jiang Lusi didn't have time to think about it, and she heard Zhan Shiyao's low and cold voice suddenly sounded, "Why are you still here?" Jiang Lusi. Didn't he ask her to stay here and wait? Zhan Shiyao suddenly stood up and walked towards her. "Are you hungry?" His eyes were deep and cold, staring at her without blinking. His tall and straight body suddenly appeared in front of him. Even the air around became thinner. Jiang Lusi's breathing suddenly became unstable. He reacted a little bit late, not bad. Zhan Shiyao stared at her for a while. His eyes examined sharply, as if assessing his prey. "Go to the sofa." Jiang Lusi blinked and was stunned for a moment. Why did he want her to go to the sofa? Could it be that he was hungry? He wanted to eat her on the sofa. Zhan Shiyao's handsome face was close to her at this moment, and his aura lingered around her. Jiang Lusi's mind began to think in some indescribable directions. Her pretty face turned red because of this. Zhan Shiyao reached out and lifted her chin. "Why are you blushing?" Jiang Lusi swallowed. I had to bite the bullet and remind him, "Boss Zhan, it's daytime now." Zhan Shiyao suddenly leaned over and approached her. His turbid breath surrounded her. "What about during the day?" Jiang Lusi lowered her thick eyelashes. With a hoarse voice, he stammered, "It's broad daylight, and in your office. Isn't that a bad idea?" Even if she stood him up in the villa last night, they can't just go to his office. Zhan Shiyao moved closer to her, his forehead almost touching hers. What's wrong with that? Food and sex are human nature. He stared at her with burning eyes. Their hot breath hit her nose and engulfed her in an instant. Jiang Lusi felt a panic in her heart. He licked his lips and stepped back. Boss Zhan, I really didn't mean to delay you last night. Could you please not do it in a place like the office? She couldn't help but beg him for mercy. Even if she still owed him one. But compensating him right in his office would be too. Go to the sofa and get ready for dinner. Zhan Shiyao's cold and indifferent voice sounded from above her head. Jiang Lusi was stunned. Look up at him. I almost thought I had heard it wrong. What did you say? Zhan Shiyao looked down at her condescendingly. It's lunchtime. Jiang Lusi's head was buzzing. After all this time, Zhan Shiyao just asked her if she was hungry. Did he want her to go to the sofa to have lunch? But she was full of imagination and thought that he wanted to have sex with her on the sofa. Jiang Lusi's pretty face suddenly turned even redder. I really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Mr. Zhan clearly had no intention in that regard, so why did she think of it in the wrong way? Fortunately, the office door was pushed open at this time, interrupting the ambiguous confrontation between the two in time. It also temporarily eased Jiang Lusi's embarrassment. It was Zhan Shiyao's female assistant, Lisa. But this time she came to deliver the lunch they had ordered. She came in wearing high heels and placed several square lunch boxes neatly on the coffee table next to the sofa. Then he respectfully invited their boss Zhan Shiyao to have dinner, glared at Jiang Lusi, and then walked out. Jiang Lusi knew that she was able to have lunch here thanks to Zhan Shiyao. But does Lisa glare at her every time she sees her? Come and sit down. Zhan Shiyao walked to the sofa first and sat down, then gave her an order. Jiang Lusi looked at the delicious meals laid out, but she was actually already hungry. She no longer hesitated and walked over quickly. The moment she sat on the sofa, she breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to stand in the corner as punishment anymore. And there is also a lunch of the president's standard. It's worth it. Jiang Lusi stopped being pretentious and picked up her bowl and chopsticks and started enjoying the meal. For a moment, the office was filled with the smell of food. Neither of them spoke again. Until Zhan Shiyao finished his meal first. Chapter 32. She fell asleep on his sofa. He stood up and said, I'm going to a meeting, you wait here. After saying that, he walked straight to the office door. Seeing the door completely closed, Jiang Lusi suddenly came back to her senses. Realizing that Zhan Shiyao had left. At this moment, she was the only one left in the huge office. In fact, she had almost finished eating. Even a little bit full. Jiang Lusi got up and paced back and forth in his luxurious office to promote digestion. She was also afraid that she would bump into something she shouldn't bump into and that she wouldn't be able to pay for it if it broke. I just went back to sit on the sofa. Waiting there obediently for Zhan Shiyao to come back. But she waited for a while, but Zhan Shiyao didn't come back. Instead, the secretary came in and tidied up the takeout boxes on the coffee table, and brought her coffee and dessert. Jiang Lusi thanked her and drank most of the cup of coffee. Zhan Shiyao hasn't come back yet. Jiang Lusi gradually began to relax. Sitting there, my nerves were no longer so tense. The movements are no longer stiff. She took out her cell phone and played games for a while. She saw that her friend Mei Li sent her a message. You and Xiao Haozhou are getting engaged next month. Jiang Lusi quickly replied, how do you know? Mei Li, it's all public on the internet. Jiang Lusi quickly picked up her phone and went online. Sure enough, I saw the news headlines on major websites, all of which announced the marriage between the Fu and Xiao families next month. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but frown when she heard that. The thing she least wanted to see happened. She picked up her phone and typed, I won't marry him. This was both a response to her friend and an explanation to herself. No matter what, she couldn't bring herself to get engaged to a man who slept with her stepmother. Mary, if you don't marry your adoptive father, will he let you go? She has been friends with Jiang Lusi for many years, so she naturally understands her situation. Originally, this marriage was arranged by Fu Qianyun and the elders of the Qiao family. How could she just not get married if she wanted to? Jiang Lusi, I will find another way. In short, there is no way she would obediently get engaged to Xiao Haozhou. Mary has work in the afternoon. I chatted with her for a few more minutes and then went back to work. Jiang Lusi sat alone on the sofa, with a lot on her mind. After waiting for a long time, Zhan Shiyao still hadn't come back. She was drowsy. Eyelids drooped. In the end, I actually fell asleep on the sofa. Jiang Lusi had a nightmare. I actually dreamed that she married Xiao Haozhou. But at the wedding, she was kidnapped by another man. She tried hard to see the man clearly. But I couldn't see it clearly in my dream. She never woke up because of this. Zhan Shiyao came out of the conference room with a few of his men, ready to go into the office with him. Unexpectedly, as soon as the office door was opened, I saw a woman half leaning on the sofa, sleeping with her eyes closed. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. You know, this is their President Shen's private office. Normally, no woman would be bold enough to stay here. What's more, I'm sleeping here. At this moment, the hem of Jiang Lusi's skirt was half lifted up because of her sleeping position, revealing two long, slender, straight legs and a large area of fair and smooth skin. Especially eye-catching. The men following Zhan Shiyao, with the attitude of not looking at anything inappropriate, quickly turned 180 degrees. Lisa, the only female assistant, almost popped her eyes out. Jiang Lusi is so shameless. Sleeping in their boss' office in broad daylight. She had never seen such a blatant seductive method. Zhan Shiyao couldn't help but reach out and close the door when he saw this. Then he told his men, "That's all for today." The men understood instantly and disappeared almost in a flash. Lisa suppressed the jealousy in her heart. He looked up, wanting to say something but stopping himself. In the end, nothing was said. She sighed and turned away unwillingly. Zhan Shiyao opened the office door again and went in. He subconsciously slowed down his steps and moved closer to the sofa. Jiang Lusi, who was asleep at this time, was leaning on the sofa with her body tilted at a strange angle. With this sleeping position, her neck and waist will be sore for a long time when she wakes up. Zhan Shiyao came to the sofa and stared at her condescendingly for a while. Then he squatted down, put his arms around her back and knees, and gently picked her up. Prepare to help her change her position so that she can sleep more comfortably. However, he didn't expect that such a small action would still disturb Jiang Lusi. Or maybe Jiang Lusi was a light sleeper. Plus she was having a nightmare. Therefore it is easy to wake up. She opened her eyes blearily. When he saw the enlarged handsome face of Zhan Shiyao, he was shocked. In her dream just now, she had been trying to see clearly who the man was who kidnapped her at her wedding with Xiao Haozhou. She finally got the chance to pull the man's shoulder. As a result, she was awakened when the man turned around. Then Zhan Shiyao's deep and handsome face appeared in front of her. Everything is just such a coincidence. Jiang Lusi was a little confused. It felt as if Zhan Shiyao was the man who kidnapped her from the wedding. She stared at him blankly. There was no response for a long while. In fact, Jiang Lusi has always fantasized that there is someone who can take her away from this sea of suffering. She didn't want to marry Xiao Haozhou at all. But both her adoptive father Fu Qianyun and Xiao Haozhou were forcing her. She was forced into the vortex of this business marriage. Could it be that Zhan Shiyao was the person sent by God to rescue her? My consciousness is still a little scattered. Jiang Lusi kept staring at Zhan Shiyao blankly, without any reaction for a long time. Until Zhan Shiyao's handsome face suddenly pressed down on her. The suddenly shortened distance made her feel flustered. Finally I came to my senses in shock. Jiang Lusi looked around and found herself in Zhan Shiyao's arms, being held by him. She couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "When did you come back? Didn't he just go to a meeting? Was she already asleep when he came back?" During the war, Yao Jun's face was gloomy and he stared at her. "Just." He replied her with 2 words. Jiang Lusi's pretty face turned slightly red. I felt so embarrassed that I couldn't express it clearly. She must have accidentally fallen asleep on the sofa in his office. Didn't he catch her sleeping on the sofa as soon as he came back? Sorry. Jiang Lusi quickly apologized. Falling asleep in someone else's office is not a good habit. What's more, this is his territory during the war. She really had no guard at all. Zhan Shiyao narrowed his eyes. "What are you sorry for?" Jiang Lusi was very embarrassed. "I shouldn't have fallen asleep in your office just now." Zhan Shiyao raised his eyebrows. "A hoarse voice, I thought you were going to apologize for standing me up last night. Jiang Lusi. Chapter 33. She let him do what he wants. She really didn't mean it last night. But it is also a fact that he was rejected. Boss Zhan. Jiang Lusi made up her mind and said to him, I'll let you do whatever you want. This was also her promise to him before. Since she was the one who broke the appointment first, she naturally has to pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhan Shiyao bent over and put her on the sofa. His tall and straight figure did not stand up immediately, but pressed him tightly. Jiang Lusi raised her eyes and looked at his tense and resolute handsome face close to her. His hot breath fanned against her neck. I suddenly felt that I was doomed. Can we not do this in the office? She pleaded in a low voice. Zhan Shiyao's dark eyes became deeper and darker. Didn't you say that you can leave it to me? Jiang Lusi's eyes flickered, and she felt subconsciously uneasy. Let's go to their hotel. She really couldn't accept a place like an office. Zhan Shiyao stared at the woman beneath him with piercing eyes. Suddenly he lowered his head and kissed me directly. He kissed her fiercely and with a hint of anger. She barely had time to react before his prying open her pearly teeth. Jiang Lusi was completely stunned. The knee-jerk reaction was to push him away. But Zhan Shiyao's hard chest pressed against her and she couldn't push him away. He kissed her persistently and madly. Jiang Lusi's breath was robbed by him, and her head felt short of oxygen. His body gradually went limp. After an unknown amount of time, the man's strong, turbid masculine scent finally left. Jiang Lusi blinked her eyes, and just when she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, there was a sudden pain in my lower lip. A bloody taste spread into my mouth. The man who bit her didn't leave. Instead, he whispered in her ear, if you dare to stand me up next time, don't think I'll let you go in one night. Jiang Lusi's body trembled. She swallowed the blood in her mouth and quickly assured him, it won't happen again. Zhan Shiyao's deep eyes stared at her panic-stricken appearance. With a cold snort, he finally let her go. Jiang Lusi still feels pain from being bitten by him just now. I reached out and touched it, and sure enough, it was bleeding. Why does this man like biting people so much? He bit her last time, causing her to be misunderstood by people in the company. How can she go back to work in the afternoon now? Jiang Lusi glanced at Zhan Shiyao with resentment. His handsome face was gloomy, as if a storm was about to come. She shrank her neck, not daring to pursue the matter any further. She was afraid that he would kill her in a rage. After about a minute, Zhan Shiyao suddenly took out a card. Here. Jiang Lusi looked at the black card he handed over and felt a little confused. What's this? Go to the mall in the afternoon and help me pick out some clothes. Buy some for yourself too. I'll send someone to pick you up in the evening. Zhan Shiyao ordered in a deep voice. Jiang Lusi. She can't keep up with his jumping thoughts. Aren't all your clothes custom made? She couldn't help but wonder. She really didn't expect that Zhan Shiyao would ask her to buy clothes for him. Those are formal wear. Zhan Shiyao replied, I need some casual clothes now. Jiang Lusi was stunned. What color do you like? Casual. Jiang Lusi did not refuse again and took his card obediently. Anyway, buying clothes for him is just a piece of cake. She didn't need to make him angry anymore. Besides, now that he had let her go and no longer made things difficult for her in the office, she had escaped a disaster. Only. Looking at the black card in her hand, Jiang Lusi was even more confused. If she was not mistaken, this black card should be the distinguished diamond VIP card. The number of people in the city who have this card can be counted on one hand. Zhan Shiyao actually handed such an important card to himself. Isn't he afraid that she will abscond with the money? Jiang Lu wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask more. Don't worry, I will complete the task successfully and return the card to you after I buy the clothes, she said to him with a smile. The expression was as respectful as it could be. But during the war, Yao's expression became even colder. Her attitude clearly showed that she just wanted to complete the task and get rid of him. I didn't understand his meaning at all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel even more annoyed. Jiang Lusi saw that his cold lips were tightly pursed. Zhan's face became increasingly cold. Her heart was pounding. Boss Zhan, I'll go downstairs and buy some clothes for you, she said to him respectfully. In fact, I just wanted to find an excuse to leave quickly. Zhan Shiyao saw her carefully put the black card he gave her into her bag. His sullen expression eased a little. Jiang Lusi naturally didn't notice his subtle mood changes. He turned around and left his president's office. Jiang Lusi originally wanted to go back to the company to report directly. But now her lower lip was bitten by Zhan Shiyao again. If I go back now, I will inevitably be talked about by those people in the company. Besides, she didn't dare to disobey Zhan Shiyao's orders again. After leaving the Zhan building, she took a taxi to a nearby shopping mall. Jiang Lusi originally planned to go straight to the men's clothing area on the 4th floor to pick out some casual men's clothing for Zhan Shiyao and complete the task. But when she took the elevator to the 3rd floor, suddenly I noticed a familiar figure in a brand women's clothing store near the elevator entrance. Zhuang Yichuan. Jiang Lusi recognized her at the first sight. At this moment, Zhuang Yichuan and her mother Wan Suiqin were shopping frantically in the store. Ever since Zhuang Yichuan married her adoptive father Fu Chenyun, she used the money Fu Chenyun gave her to buy a big house for her parents in full, and wanted to bring them to live in City A. But her parents were not used to living in City A and were very worried about their son, Zhuang Yichuan's brother Zhuang Yilei. So most of the time, I stay in my hometown with my son, and only come to City A to visit my daughter when I am free. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lusi guessed that Zhuang Yichuan's mother came to City A to see her again, and Zhuang Yichuan brought his mother out to shop. After all, every time Zhuang Yichuan's parents came to City A, Zhuang Yichuan would use her adoptive father's money and buy all kinds of gifts for her parents. Her parents also gladly accepted it, and the family always felt justified in spending her adoptive father's money. Jiang Lusi didn't want to bother with this family. But when she passed by the door of the store, she was recognized by Wan Suiqin, who was choosing women's clothing inside. Wan Suiqin immediately shouted, "Daughter, isn't this your classmate called Ruth?" "Mom, she is my adopted daughter now." Zhuang Yichuan corrected the mother and daughter with a smile, deliberately using seniority to put pressure on her. "Since you are your adopted daughter, why don't you come over to say hello when you see your stepmother?" Wan Suiqin frowned in dissatisfaction. Zhuang Yichuan glanced at her with disdain. She has always been so uneducated. Jiang Lusi paused and looked coldly at the mother and daughter as they sang the same tune. "I couldn't express the disgust in my heart. Is it glorious to rely on your relationship with my classmate to get close to my adoptive father? Is it necessary to shout it so loudly? Do you want everyone to know?" Jiang Lusi retorted. Chapter 34. He gave her a black card and sent someone to protect her. Originally, the mother and daughter didn't do anything naughty, and no one noticed them. Now that Jiang Lusi said this, the female salespeople in the store and passers-by all looked at them. The eyes are full of meaning. Zhuang Yichuan's face naturally looked a little embarrassed. "Jiang Lusi, what nonsense are you talking about?" She yelled at her fiercely. "It's obviously you and your adoptive father's ugly affair that cannot be exposed to the public, and you still have the nerve to blame me." "That's right. My daughter married your adoptive father out of true love. I think you are jealous." Wan Suiqin also defended her daughter. Jiang Lusi was speechless. She finally experienced what it means when the thief cries, "Stop thief." "I'm jealous that you married a man who is 30 years older than you, and you still have to deceive yourself that it's true love." She mocked with amusement. "If I really had something shameful with my adoptive father, do you think it would be your turn to be Mrs. Fu now? Who knows what you are thinking? I see that you are flirting with Xiao Haizhou while secretly having an affair with Fu Chenyun. You are a typical two-timing person and a fickle person." Zhuang Yichuan accused in a sharp voice. Jiang Lusi sneered, "Is this you talking about?" Zhuang Yichuan's expression changed again and again. "What did you say?" Because she felt guilty, she shouted even louder. It attracted more people's attention in the mall. This included Rong Shushi, who came shopping with a beautiful girl he had just met. He immediately made a phone call. "Yao, I saw that Jiang Lusi was in trouble in your mall. Do you want to come over and save her?" Jiang Lusi didn't want to expose Zhuang Yichuan. She planned to wait for the right time to expose her secret relationship with Xiao Haizhou and deal them a fatal blow. But at this moment, Zhuang Yichuan and her mother were aggressive and blamed her. "It's really too much. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself." Jiang Lusi glanced coldly at the mother and daughter, then turned around and prepared to leave. "Don't go, Jiang Lusi, stop right there. Explain what you mean." Zhuang Yichuan was so angry that he was shaking all over, and he chased after him relentlessly. She forcibly pulled Jiang Lusi's shoulders and prepared to ask her clearly. Did she know about her relationship with Xiao Haozhou? But before she could ask any more questions, a fierce slap came towards her from the side. Jiang Lusi reacted in time and dodged. Ruan Suiqin came up empty-handed, but she was unwilling to give up. Daughter, you are her stepmother now. Why are you talking so much nonsense to her? Just teach her a lesson. She instigated her daughter. In her opinion, it was because of the existence of Jiang Lusi, the adopted daughter, who was a hindrance in the Fu family, that their family was unable to take over all of Fu Qinyan's property. Jiang Lusi, this annoying adopted daughter, must be angered or beaten away, so that Fu Qinyan and everything in the Fu family can belong to them from now on. Zhuang Yichuan thought about it and felt that what his mother said made sense. She is Jiang Lusi's elder now, so there is no need to waste time talking to her. If she dared to fight back after she attacked her, it would be considered as insubordination. Jiang Lusi, since your mother died young and you have been lacking discipline since childhood, I will now take care of you on behalf of your mother and your adoptive father. After Zhuang Yichuan finished speaking in a vicious tone, he raised his hand and slapped Jiang Lusi. Seeing this, Jiang Lusi quickly took a step back and dodged. Zhuang Yichuan, however, pursued her relentlessly. It was as if he would not be satisfied unless he beat her today and taught her a profound lesson. Her mother Ruan Suiqin was also there to help. It was 2 against 1, and the situation was not favorable for Jiang Lusi. Ruan Suiqin pounced on her like a shrew. Jiang Lusi defended herself instinctively. In order to help her mother, Zhuang Yichuan quickly joined the battle. Jiang Lusi was torn apart by the 2 women at the same time, and the bag in her hand fell to the ground. A black card inside fell out. Zhuang Yichuan recognized at a glance that this was not an ordinary black card. People who own this card have very prominent identities. She wasn't sure whether Fu Qianyan and Xiao Haozhou had it. But the reason Jiang Lusi could have this black card must be that one of them gave it to her. No matter who it is enough to make Zhuang Yichuan jealous. Where did you get this card? She immediately picked up the card and questioned angrily. Give it back to me. Jiang Lusi quickly reached out to grab it. But Zhuang Yichuan refused to give it to her. Instead, he raised his voice and asked again, where did you get this card? Why do you care where I got it from? This card is mine. Jiang Lusi said with a cold face, not wanting to explain to her at all. How the card came about is her business. What does this have to do with Zhuang Yichuan? Zhuang Yichuan's eyes were full of sarcasm. How can an illegitimate daughter like you, who has no status and no position, be worthy of owning such a prestigious black card? It's not up to you to decide whether it's suitable or not. Jiang Lusi glared at her and snatched the card from her hand. Zhuang Yichuan was about to argue with her, but at this moment a man who looked like a manager came quickly with several security guards. Excuse me, miss. You have been blacklisted by our mall. Please leave immediately. The mall manager came directly to Zhuang Yichuan and ordered her to leave. Zhuang Yichuan and her mother Ruan Suiqin beside her looked at the manager in disbelief. What did you say? Do you know my daughter's status? She is Mrs. Fu. Ruan Suiqin shouted, unconvinced. The manager was unmoved. He still insisted on driving Zhuang Yichuan and her daughter away. Zhuang Yichuan's face looked quite ugly at this time. Have you ever heard that the customer is God? Sorry, please leave immediately, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The mall manager glanced at them coldly. Although his tone remained polite, the threat was evident in his words. Zhuang Yichuan naturally felt it as well. Although she didn't understand why the mall manager would suddenly come forward and side with Jiang Lusi. But a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him, and Jiang Lusi obviously has a backer now. There was no need for her to confront her head on for the time being. Jiang Lusi, just wait for me. Zhuang Yichuan said something cruel and left with her mother Ruan Suiqin. After they left, the onlookers around them left one after another. The mall manager came to Jiang Lusi and apologized to her solemnly. I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, this was our mall's mistake and we frightened you. Jiang Lusi came back to her senses in a daze and hurriedly expressed her gratitude to him. No, it's me who should thank you. If the mall manager had not shown up with his men in time, Zhuang Yichuan and her daughter would probably have continued to refuse to let her go. You don't have to thank me. Instead, thank our chairman, the mall manager said politely. Excuse me, who is your chairman? Jiang Lusi asked hurriedly in confusion. She probably doesn't know their chairman. But why could the chairman be so kind as to suddenly send someone to help her? Chapter 35. She was sent to his villa. The mall manager smiled and revealed, "Our chairman's last name is Zhan." Last name Zhan? Jiang Lusi was stunned. Among all the people with the surname Zhan that she knew, there was only one who had the ability to own such a commercial complex and was willing to help her. Apart from the war glory, he didn't think about it at all. So, their chairman is Zhan Shiyao? But he was clearly in the Zhan family now, so how did he know that she was being bullied here? Could it be that he has been sending people to follow me? After the mall manager took his people away, Jiang Lusi hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed Zhan Shiyao's number. "What's the matter?" His cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yeah." Jiang Lusi nodded reluctantly. "Explain." Jiang Lusi was a little nervous. "Just now in the mall, Zhuang Yichuan and his daughter were giving me trouble. Did you send someone to help me?" "Yeah." Zhan Shiyao only responded, and no emotion could be heard. Jiang Lusi was surprised. "Is it really you? Remember, you are my woman, and you are the only one who can bully others. No one else can dare to touch you." Zhan Shiyao's domineering voice came. "Jiang Lusi. When did she become his woman? Didn't he say that she only needed to stay with him for one night and the previous debt would be forgiven? Could it be that since they hadn't slept that night, their relationship had not been clarified and she still belonged to him for the time being?" Thinking of this, Jiang Lusi quickly clenched her phone. "When will you send someone to pick me up?" She just wanted to give him that night back as soon as possible so that they could draw a clear line. After all, she had no intention of being his woman during the war. Although she also knew that being his woman and enjoying the feeling of being under his protection would naturally bring her many benefits. But she had seen many ways her mother and adoptive father got along with each other since she was a child, and she secretly vowed that she would never follow her mother's old path again in her life. She wants to rely on herself and no longer be kept by a man and become a vassal of some man. "You want it?" Zhan Shiyao's handsome face, which had been gloomy all the time, finally softened after hearing this. With a teasing tone. "Jiang Lusi. You stay around for a while, I'll send someone to pick you up later." He curled his thin lips. Assistant Guan Chen pushed the door open and walked in. "I just happened to run into their boss who was smiling and talking on the phone." He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "I almost thought I was seeing things." Zhan Shiyao glanced at him. His handsome face instantly returned to its cold and indifferent state. "What's up?" Guan Chen hurriedly went in with the report in his hand. "By the way, I reported to him, boss, we hope you can attend the dinner tonight in person." Zhan Shiyao frowned when he heard this. After Jiang Lusi hung up the call with Zhan Shiyao, she started wandering around the mall. She first ran to the 4th floor and bought a few sets of casual clothes for Zhan Shiyao. "I went to the cosmetics counter on the 2nd floor and picked out a set of skincare products for myself, and also had a skincare beauty treatment there." But she paid for it with her own money. Although Zhan Shiyao didn't mind her using his black card also had no limit on the amount of money spent. But Jiang Lusi didn't want to take advantage of him. Not to mention that they are just friends now. Even if he is really her boyfriend, she doesn't want to spend his money. She is not Zhuang Yichuan. Before she married her godfather, she took it for granted that she could use his card to pay for things everywhere. Since she married her godfather, she has asked her godfather to support her entire family. She didn't want to follow her mother's path, nor did she want to rely on any man anymore. That's why she moved out of Fu's house and applied for a job at her current company. Rejected her godfather's protection. Not to mention his wartime glory. It was 2 hours later when Jiang Lusi finished her cosmetic surgery. She was a little hungry. "We went to a gourmet restaurant on the top floor of the mall and had a simple dinner. Just when I was halfway through my meal, my cell phone rang." Jiang Lusi pressed the answer button, and a businesslike female voice came from the other end. "I'll pick you up at the mall entrance at 6. When Jiang Lusi heard the voice, she guessed that it was Zhan Shiyao's female assistant Lisa calling. Unexpectedly, Zhan Shiyao actually sent her to pick her up. But Jiang Lusi didn't have time to ask more questions. The other party has hung up the phone indifferently. She looked down at the time. There were still 20 minutes left. Enough for her to finish this dinner. Jiang Lusi couldn't help feeling a little nervous when she thought about the nightly date with Zhan Shiyao. After all, it was her first time doing such a thing. even though they had agreed that she would only stay with him for one night. It was a compensation for her raping him before. But a night is neither long nor short. Zhan Shiyao can do whatever he wants to her. Jiang Lusi felt really unsure. Before leaving the mall, she bought herself a new hat and a scarf. Jiang Lusi stood on the roadside at the entrance of the shopping mall, dressing herself up warmly. Make sure no one passing by recognizes her. Maybe it's because of the weather that she dresses like this. Lisa saw her at a glance. She parked the car in front of Jiang Lusi. Jiang Lusi looked around cautiously. Make sure no one notices her. Only then did he lower his head and quickly get into the car. The action was like that of a guilty thief. Lisa raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of her mouth. I felt even more disdainful in my heart. She stepped on the accelerator and drove the car out. Along the way, Jiang Lusi was extremely nervous. But Lisa had a cold face, as if she owed her 5 million. Naturally, Jiang Lusi found it inconvenient to talk to her anymore. She secretly adjusted her breathing. Until the car drove into the city's famous Hoarse villa area and stopped in front of a high-end villa surrounded by various flowers. Here it is. Jiang Lusi looked out through the car window and was surprised. She remembered that she was in Zhan Shiyao's office today and took the initiative to ask to go to the hotel. Unexpectedly, his female assistant brought her to this villa. Don't get me wrong, this is not boss's house, it's just one of his villas outside. Lisa glanced at her coldly and explained meaningfully. Jiang Lusi was not surprised at all. She never expected that Yao would send someone to take her to his home during the war. This is one of his outhouses. She was just a woman he didn't want to see in public. Currently a P friend. Today she just came to keep a date for P. She was well aware of this. But coming to his private villa is always safer than going to a hotel outside. After all, the news of her engagement to Qiao Haozhou has been widely circulated. If she was photographed by a reporter who was interested, she would have gone to a hotel with Zhan Shiyao to get a room. That would probably cause a huge uproar. So Jiang Lusi had no objection to Shiyao's decision to have their sex date in his villa. She consciously opened the car door and walked into the villa. The villa is decorated magnificently. Jiang Lusi was very careful, trying not to touch anything. Otherwise, if it breaks accidentally, she won't be able to afford the compensation. Go upstairs and take a shower first, boss, come over later. Lisa ordered coldly. Chapter 36, Only physical contact, no kissing. Jiang Lusi came to a luxurious bedroom upstairs. I took a shower in the bathroom first. When I came out wrapped in a white bath towel, I realized that I had no change of clothes. I thought there would be some in the closet. But when she opened the closet, it was empty. This is definitely just one of the villas under the name of Zhan Shiyao. She was sure that Zhan Shiyao definitely did not live here on weekdays. In that case, there is no need for her to be pretentious. Anyway, they just came here to have sex this time. It doesn't matter whether she wears clothes or not. Even if I wear it, he will tear it off soon. Jiang Lusi simply took off all her clothes and lay naked on the strange big bed. She pulled the thin quilt over herself and gently covered herself. I turned off the light. Darkness suits her mood at the moment. The bright lights would only make her embarrassed. After all, what they did tonight was not something glorious. Adult men and women just take what they need. Jiang Lusi was lying on the big bed, her thoughts surging. My heart is like a vast ocean and cannot calm down for a long time. I don't know how much time passed and Zhan Shiyao didn't come. Jiang Lusi felt a little drowsy. Although she forced herself to wait for him to come back. But Yao never showed up during the war. The villa was exceptionally quiet. This kind of environment is really suitable for falling asleep. Finally, Jiang Lusi closed her eyes tiredly and fell asleep. I slept until midnight. Jiang Lusi suddenly felt as if a huge rock was pressing on her chest. She was having trouble breathing and was feeling increasingly suffocated. Jiang Lusi's long eyelashes fluttered and she slowly woke up from her sleep. When she saw the man on top of her, her hazy eyes gradually cleared up. Her instinctive reaction was to push him away. But my hands touched his hot skin. Jiang Lusi subconsciously shrank back again. He actually took off all his clothes. She suddenly remembered where she was and why she was here. She had come to the villa tonight to have sex with Zhan Shiyao. With the help of the pale moonlight coming in from the window, Jiang Lusi could clearly see the man pressing on her. He was indeed the queen of war. I didn't plan to resist anymore. It's just that he seemed to have just returned from a social event, and his whole body was reeking of alcohol. Woke up. As if he noticed that she had woken up, he stopped his movements temporarily and stared at her deeply. Jiang Lusi raised her head, her eyes meeting his deep ones. For some reason, at this moment she had the illusion that she was the only one in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhan Shiyao's handsome face pressed down again. His hot breath, mixed with the strong smell of alcohol, all sprayed on her fragile skin. Jiang Lusi's heartbeat accelerated noticeably. A second before his thin lips pressed against her red lips. She instinctively reached out to block him, no kissing. During war, the dazzling pupils constricted. He bit her finger. Jiang Lusi shrank back in pain. Zhan Shiyao looked at her with special understanding. Do you know what you just said? Jiang Lusi looked back at his handsome face, which was tense in the darkness. His instinctive reaction was that he was angry. But she didn't want to take back what she had said. It's just a date, so we can just have physical contact. She looked him straight in the eye and suggested. Zhan Shiyao face suddenly darkened. Have sex? Is that what you're thinking? He pinched her jaw hard and questioned through gritted teeth. No woman has ever dared to refuse his kiss. Very good, she actually dared to despise him. Jiang Lusi blinked her eyes. What else? There is no love between the two of them, but they want to do intimate things that only men and women with love would do. If it's not about sex, then what is it? Jiang Lusi really couldn't think of any other words to describe their behavior tonight. Since it's a date, just be direct. She just wanted to get it over with quickly. Don't want so much foreplay. I don't want to kiss him passionately like ordinary couples. An inexplicable anger rose up in my heart. During the battle, Yao increased the strength of his men. Are you so unwilling? He has always been a clean man, and before he met her, he had always endured it on his own. But that night in the luxury car, she was the one who seduced him. After he got a taste of her, he couldn't stop. No matter what I do during this period, I think of her. He thought she was the same as him. But I didn't expect that she just wanted to get things done tonight. Just treat him as a friend and deal with it. I'm not unwilling, Jiang Lusi quickly retorted. If she was unwilling, she would not agree to let him come over tonight. I just think if you want something, just be direct and don't waste time on it. She wanted to urge him on. Zhan Shiyao became even angrier. His eyes gradually darkened. The hot body gradually cooled down. Who do you take me for? His brows were clouded with gloom, and his cold facial features were covered with a layer of frost. Jiang Lusi didn't dare to confront him. I can only mutter silently in my heart. Of course I treat you as my friend. Of course he is also the boss and a big customer. Otherwise, what else is there between them? Do you think that if I want to satisfy my physical needs, I can't find another woman besides you? During the war, Yao frowned, and his sharp pupils emitted a slightly cold and terrifying aura. My chest felt even more heavy. Jiang Lusi blinked helplessly. She asked innocently, if you don't want to satisfy your physical needs, why are you looking for me? In her opinion, after that night in the luxury car, he kept pestering her just because he wanted her body. And this is something he himself admitted. Jiang Lusi. Veins bulged on Zhan Shiyao's forehead and he gritted his teeth and roared her name. Jiang Lusi's body trembled. His strange and obscure look made her feel instinctively scared. Do you want it or not? She asked, clutching the sheets beneath her. Zhan Shiyao almost had the urge to strangle her to death. However, he tried his best to hold back and not let himself explode immediately. If you're not in the mood tonight, I'll go back first. Jiang Lusi noticed that his face looked strange, so to be on the safe side, she hurriedly spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he subconsciously wanted to get up and get out of bed. But he forgot that he was naked at the moment. She had just lifted the quilt and was completely naked in front of Zhan Shiyao. Jiang Lusi was stunned. Zhan Shiyao's eyes became even deeper. He threw her onto the bed and stared at her with dark eyes. Don't you want me to treat you as my friend? I'll make it happen. He bit her lips fiercely like an angry lion and crushed them roughly like a storm. Jiang Lusi frowned in pain. Since he treated her as his friend, why did he kiss her? Oh no, bite her. Jiang Lusi soon felt pain all over her body. They were all bitten by Zhan Shiyao. He showed no mercy. While biting her, he went straight to the point. Chapter 37. She was forced to take birth control pills as soon as she woke up. The next day at noon. When Jiang Lusi woke up, Zhan Shiyao had disappeared. She ached all over, as if she had been severely crushed. Thinking of everything that happened last night, her beautiful eyebrows unconsciously frowned. Beast! Asshole! Demon! Jiang Lusi cursed fiercely in her heart. During the battle last night, Shiyao was simply a complete beast. He ignored all her struggles and resistance. Just demanded fiercely. Energetic and strong. If she hadn't cried and begged for mercy in the end, he would not have let him go at 5 in the morning. He definitely intended to torture her until dawn. Jiang Lusi didn't remember how she fell asleep. All I know is that she was so tired that she didn't even have the energy to curse, and she just collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Now when I woke up, the sun was shining brightly outside and it was almost noon. Jiang Lusi had only one feeling all over her body. It's nothing but pain. She couldn't even get out of bed. But she knew in her heart that she couldn't stay in this bed for long. She was not allowed to stay in this villa either. This is just one of the many villas owned by Yao during the war. They were just an adult transaction last night. Without any emotional color. She should have the good sense to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Lusi tried hard to sit up from the bed. But she just managed to get up with great difficulty and accidentally moved the lower part. She fell on the bed again in pain. Jiang Lusi took a breath and didn't have time to cry out in pain. The door of this bedroom was suddenly opened. She thought it was Zhan Shiyao who came back. Unexpectedly, when I opened my eyes, I saw an extremely cold female face. It's Lisa. Jiang Lusi's eyes met her cold almond-shaped eyes, and she unconsciously shrank deeper into the quilt. Get up and take the medicine. Lisa's cold and clear voice commanded that no one could refuse. Jiang Lusi didn't react for a moment. What medicine? She asked puzzledly. Lisa's eyes were cold and mocking. What do you think? I can't let you leave the boss's seed, right? Jiang Lusi was suddenly startled. I understood it immediately. What she called medicine was the birth control pill. Zhan Shiyao didn't wear a condom last night. If she doesn't take the medicine, she might get pregnant. Although you can get pregnant overnight, the chances of getting pregnant are very low. But if they really get pregnant, it will be troublesome for both of them. Based on the principle of doing good for everyone, Jiang Lusi immediately sat up from the bed with difficulty. Lisa had already placed the pill and a glass of water in front of her. It was as if he was afraid that she would deny it and be unwilling to take the birth control pill. She was wearing a dark gray business suit, with a curvy figure and a pretty face. If it weren't for the domineering aura he exudes, he would usually have a stern face. In fact, Lisa is also a pleasing beauty. Eat it quickly. Lisa saw her staring at her blankly and gave the order again. Jiang Lusi took the water and medicine she handed over. It's not that she doesn't want to eat. But I felt somewhat unhappy about being forced to take this medicine. But thinking about her taking this medicine, it would be beneficial to both her and Zhan Shiyao. So I didn't think too much about it. Jiang Lusi put the pill into her mouth, took the glass of water, tilted her head back and took a big sip. Swallowed the birth control pill in front of Lisa. Lisa finally felt relieved. The look is no longer aggressive. She turned away indifferently. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Please change your clothes and come down as soon as possible. After she finished speaking, she slammed the door shut. The oppressive feeling in the room finally disappeared. Jiang Lusi lay on the bed and relaxed for a while. I climbed down with great pain. There was a set of clean clothes on the bedside table. Jiang Lusi picked it up and put it on. My legs were so sore that it hurt every time I took a step. My whole body felt sticky and uncomfortable. But Jiang Lusi didn't want to stay here any longer. She quickly found her cell phone and went downstairs. Lisa's car was parked right in front of the villa. Waiting for her in the car now. She was a little surprised to see her come down so quickly. But he didn't say much. As soon as Jiang Lusi got in the car, she stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The two of them walked in silence. When they were almost at her company, Jiang Lusi's heart skipped a beat and she shouted hastily, "Please stop the car." She didn't know if Lisa did it on purpose. He sent her to her company without even asking her a single question. What would happen if someone from her company saw her like this? With a squeak, Lisa stepped on the brakes. Jiang Lusi quickly opened the car door and got out. Suppressing her displeasure, she turned around and waved to her. "Thank you for sending me back, goodbye." Lisa drove away with a blank expression. Jiang Lusi let out a breath. He lowered his head and used his phone app to call a car to take her back to the apartment. She aches all over now. There is no way I can go to work in the company anymore. I can only take one day off first. To her surprise, manager Chen Yuan did not show any displeasure when she heard that she wanted to take leave. Instead, he showed concern for her health and told her to have a good rest at home, and it was okay for her to take a few more days off. Jiang Lusi was a little surprised. She had clearly seen a colleague ask the manager for half a day off before, and the manager got furious. Why was he such a different person when it came to her? Jiang Lusi was confused. But I didn't think much about it. Recently, because she has won several important clients in a row, her manager and even her boss have taken a new look at her. It's not surprising to give her a back door and allow her to take 2 more days of leave. After returning home, Jiang Lusi went to the bathroom to take a shower first. Then lie down on the bed. I was extremely tired and my whole body ached. Jiang Lusi fell asleep almost as soon as she touched the bed. I slept until midnight. She got up, boiled a glass of milk and ate a piece of bread. Then he lay back on bed and continued to sleep. Until the next morning. When Jiang Lusi woke up, she finally recovered. My whole body doesn't ache as much anymore. She had a quick breakfast and went to work. When we entered the sales department, everyone had a smile on their face. The Zhan family's project may have a future. Luo Xiaoran was chatting with a few colleagues. When he saw her, he immediately told her with a smile. "Really? That's really good news." Jiang Lusi also laughed. No wonder everyone was in a good mood when she came to the company today. It turned out to be the Zhan family, and they finally planned to cooperate with their company. As soon as Jiang Lusi sat down at her seat, manager Chen Yuan came over. She first enthusiastically asked about her physical condition, then smiled and handed her a document. "Send this to the workshop." Jiang Lusi took the information and asked, "Who should I give it to?" "Chen Yuan, leave it to the boss. He is accompanying President Zhan to visit our workshop." Jiang Lusi lowered her head and glanced at the insignificant document. "I'm afraid that asking her to take the information to the workshop and give it to the boss is not true, and the truth is that she has other purposes." Chapter 38. She accompanied him on a tour and was sent to his company. Jiang Lusi took the documents and walked into their company's production workshop. She didn't need to look hard, as she saw Zhan Shiyao in a neat suit at a glance. Even standing in a workshop with rumbling machines, surrounded by people, he still stands out from the crowd and is particularly dazzling. A serious and formal outfit. The aura is calm and restrained. He exudes a noble aura, giving people a feeling of being a king looking down on others. Jiang Lusi walked over and handed the information she brought to her boss, Mr. Wang. I felt a deep gaze falling on me. She looked up and met Zhan Shiyao's unfathomable eyes. Jiang Lusi was stunned for 2 seconds before she remembered to greet him. "Boss Zhan." Zhan Shiyao responded in a low voice, and no emotion could be seen on his handsome face. The two greeted each other and then looked away, as if they were completely unrelated strangers. Jiang Lusi didn't plan to stay any longer, and immediately turned to ask the boss, "Boss Wang, if there is nothing else, I will go back to work first." Unexpectedly, the boss said, "You can come with us for a tour. It's a good opportunity to get familiar with our production workshop." "Oh, okay." Jiang Lusi could only nod. Just follow them obediently. But he received a jealous glare from Jiang Yi beside him. Jiang Lusi turned around and saw that Jiang Yi, the beautiful lady in their sales department, was also among the accompanying team. Moreover, she was the only woman among the group of people led by General Wang just now. Others are either senior executives of their companies or technical backbones. The reason why Jiang Yi was brought along was probably because he wanted her to accompany Zhan Shiyao. It's a pity that Jiang Lusi appeared now. Jiang Yi immediately felt that her position was challenged. Naturally, he doesn't like her. Jiang Lusi ignored her hostile look. Concentrate on accompanying the boss and Zhan Shiyao to visit their workshop. She is in sales. I visited their company's workshop once briefly during training and never went back there again. Now that the boss has spoken, Jiang Lusi might as well take this opportunity to familiarize herself with it again. Zhan Shiyao, accompanied by his boss, Mr. Wang, walked at the front of their group. Jiang Lusi followed behind consciously, keeping a certain distance from them. The cell phone suddenly rang. At that time, Jiang Lusi was listening attentively to a senior engineer from their company's technical department introducing the existing production equipment and technology in their company's workshop. Everyone suddenly turned around and looked at her. It took her a moment to realize that it was her cell phone ringing. Jiang Lusi blushed in embarrassment. I quickly took out my cell phone and took a look. It turned out to be her fiancé, Xiao Haozhou, calling. She hung up the phone without hesitation. But a few seconds later, Xiao Haozhou called again. Jiang Lusi pressed the button again. After this happened several times in a row, the boss, Mr. Wang's face quickly darkened. Jiang Yi also cast a gloating look at her. Jiang Lusi hurriedly wanted to turn off the phone. Zhan Shiyao spoke up, "You answer it." She was startled and looked at him in disbelief. Zhan Shiyao stared at her with his dark and cold eyes, and the emotions on his handsome face were extremely difficult to understand. But now that he has spoken, it is naturally inconvenient for the boss to stop him. Instead, he gave her a look, indicating that she should answer the phone quickly. Just like that, Jiang Lusi pressed the answer button in full view of everyone. "I'm at work, I'll get back to you later." Jiang Lusi replied anxiously, covering her phone with her hands. If it weren't for Xiao Haozhou's phone call, she wouldn't have attracted public anger. But Xiao Haozhou couldn't understand. Instead, he thought that Jiang Lusi deliberately ignored him. What kind of crappy job is this? You're not even allowed to answer the phone. Ever since he was taken into the Qiao family, everything has been arranged for him. Xiao Haozhou receives a huge amount of child support from the Qiao family every month, so he doesn't need to go out to work to earn money. What's more, his stepmother, Mrs. Qiao, is also afraid that he will join the Qiao family and take up an important position. He intentionally fanned the flames and made Xiao Haozhou develop a habit of being lazy and dependent on others. So Xiao Haozhou has never gone out to work until now. Naturally, I cannot understand the hard work of working. I'm accompanying a client. Jiang Lusi said to him in a low voice. As soon as the word client came out, Zhan Shiyao in front suddenly stopped. Jiang Lusi didn't know if he heard it, as she was clearly speaking very quietly. When she met Zhan Shiyao's deep and sharp eyes, she couldn't help but shiver. Didn't he say that after that night, he would let bygones be bygones? Before Jiang Lusi had time to think about it, she heard Xiao Haozhou's angry voice coming from the phone. What client were you accompanying? Was it a man? Did anyone take advantage of you? Jiang Lusi was speechless. Xiao Haozhou was involved in scandals with other women every day, and even slept with her stepmother, but she didn't say anything. But when he heard that she might be taken advantage of by another man, he instantly became furious, as if someone was coveting something that belonged to him. Jiang Lusi despised his double standards in her heart. But it was naturally not convenient to argue with him in front of so many people. I know my limits, don't worry about it. I'm busy, don't call me anymore. Jiang Lusi turned off the phone right after she finished speaking. She was afraid that Xiao Haozhou would call her again to harass her. She hung up the phone and continued to accompany her boss and Zhan Shiyao and his party to visit their company's workshop. After a while, Zhan Shiyao actually agreed to the preliminary cooperation with their Xingmao. Once you're sure there's no problem, we can discuss further cooperation. The boss, Mr. Wang, smiled and handed the cooperation negotiation task to Jiang Lusi. Jiang Lusi was shocked when she heard this. I can't tell whether I'm happy or sad. In this way, she can't avoid continuing to have contact with Zhan Shiyao. She thought that after that night in the villa, they could draw a clear line between themselves and never interfere with each other again. Before she had time to worry, she heard Zhan Shiyao continue, if it is convenient, I hope you can send someone to Zhan's to communicate in depth with our experts. That's the best. Mr. Wang agreed immediately and turned his eyes to Jiang Lusi and Jiang Yi. It seems like he is hesitating about which of them to send. Jiang Lusi shrank her neck imperceptibly. She hoped that Mr. Wang would not choose her. She doesn't want to go to the Zhan family. In that case, it would be impossible to avoid close contact with Zhan Shiyao. Jiang Yi beside her was eager to try, wishing that Mr. Wang would give her this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing that Mr. Wang was slow to speak, she volunteered to step forward and express her opinion. Boss Wang, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Zhan Shiyao frowned. Mr. Wang immediately understood and finally fixed his gaze on Jiang Lusi. Lusi, is it convenient for you? In this case, can she still say it's inconvenient? Jiang Lusi forced a smile. I will follow the leader's instructions. Chapter 39 hints that she wants to be controlled by him. President Wang observed Zhan Shiyao's words and expressions and was finally satisfied. But he thought about it and added, well, I'll ask the technical department to send 1 or 2 more engineers to go with Xiao Jiang. This way, communication will be more convenient. Zhan Shiyao had no objection. Naturally, no one else dared to say anything. Jiang Lusi, a newcomer to the workplace, was sold to Zhan's by her boss. She suddenly felt that the sales job was not that easy and she had to be prepared to be sold at all times. Return to the sales department's office area. Jiang Yi dragged the chair back heavily. All the other colleagues in the office looked at her in shock. What's wrong with her? Did she take poison? Luo Xiaoran leaned over and asked in confusion. Jiang Lusi shrugged. What else can happen? Jiang Yi must be upset because her boss sent her to negotiate with Zhan's company but did not choose her. After all, Jiang Yi had volunteered just now, but the boss still chose Jiang Lusi. She must be unhappy now. Jiang Yi thought that the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get close to Zhan Shiyao fell to other female colleagues. How could she not be depressed? In fact, Jiang Lusi is more depressed than her, okay? She really didn't want to go to the Zhan family at all. After that night at his villa, she and Zhan Shiyao were even. Jiang Lusi originally thought that she would never have any contact with him again. But who would have thought that she would be sent by the boss to work at Zhan's so soon? Jiang Lusi just felt overwhelmed. Just as I was racking my brain, I heard the manager Chen Yuan come over and announce, the meeting will start in 10 minutes, everyone get ready. Everyone started discussing the matters that would be discussed in the meeting. This little episode involving Jiang Yi was automatically forgotten. The meeting will start on time in 10 minutes. The boss, Mr. Wang, actually attended the meeting in person. First, I have a good news to announce to everyone. Our company has reached a preliminary agreement on a cooperation project with the Zhan family. I will personally pay for everyone to go out for dinner and fun tonight. Wow, that's great. Everyone cheered and clapped. Mr. Wang smiled and continued, in addition, considering the degree of cooperation in this cooperation, after discussing with Mr. Zhan, I decided to send Jiang Lusi to Zhan's to be responsible for the communication and coordination of this cooperation. As soon as Mr. Wang said this, everyone looked at Jiang Lusi. Everyone seemed to understand why Jiang Yi got angry when she came back just now. It turned out that such a good opportunity was snatched away by Jiang Lusi. How could she not be angry? Before Jiang Lusi came, Jiang Yi had always taken care of this kind of good thing. But now, she has been replaced by a newcomer. After the meeting, Jiang Lusi once again received Fanny's murderous look. Don't be complacent, Mr. Zhan has a fiancé. Fanny said something provocative, turned her head and left. Jiang Lusi's pretty face didn't show any fluctuation when she heard this. She knew that Jiang Yi had the typical sour grapes mentality. He deliberately revealed to her at this time that Zhan Shiyao had a fiancé. This was a disguised warning to her. Even if the boss specifically asked her to go to Zhan's to be responsible for cooperation and communication, what would it matter? Mr. Zhan has already been taken. She can forget about taking advantage of him again. Jiang Lusi really hadn't thought of fighting Shiyao again. She was originally still worried that this time she was sent to Zhan's by her boss, and it was inevitable that she would have to come into contact with Zhan Shiyao again. Now after hearing what Jiang Yi said, he no longer had any worries at all. Since Zhan Shiyao already has a fiancé, I guess this is the end of his relationship with her and there will be no future. After all, cheating on someone may satisfy your craving once or twice. If you eat too much, you will inevitably be discovered. Thinking of this, Jiang Lusi felt relieved. After get off work in the evening, Jiang Lusi went to their Cheers club with her colleagues. People from their company often come here to have gatherings. This time the boss, Mr. Wang, personally treated everyone to a meal, so naturally no one dared to ignore him. Almost all the sales department staff have arrived. Because they had finally reached a preliminary cooperation with Zhan S., the boss, Mr. Wang, was in a good mood and raised his glass frequently. The atmosphere in the entire box was extremely cheerful. I watched as colleagues around me took this opportunity to toast the leader and vie with each other to curry his favor. Under pressure, Jiang Lusi also raised her glass to toast Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang looked at her meaningfully and smiled. Jiang Lusi, work hard, you have a bright future as a little girl. Yes. Jiang Lusi put on a smile and drank the whole glass. The spicy wine ran down her throat, choking her and causing her to cough repeatedly. The manager next to her, Chen Yuan, handed her a glass of boiled water. Thanks. Jiang Lusi took it and quickly drank half the cup. Chen Yuan's eyes were deep. You still need to practice your drinking capacity. In our sales industry, you can't do without drinking. Jiang Lusi nodded quickly. At this time, someone at the table mentioned Zhan Shiyao. Tell me, how many women would a man like Zhan Shiyao have one-night stands with? Manager Chen Yuan glanced at her intentionally or unintentionally. Jiang Lusi had half a mouthful of water left that she hadn't finished drinking yet and almost choked. Chen Yuan smiled and patted her shoulder. Actually, you are quite suitable for sales. You are so young, but you know what you want. Jiang Lusi's scalp felt tingling. I always feel that the manager's words are implying something about her. The boss has chosen you to go to Zhan's this time. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must know how to seize it. Chen Yuan continued to advise her. Jiang Lusi understood instantly. Thank you, manager. I understand. As the sales manager, Chen Yuan is an experienced woman who is well versed in the unspoken rules of the workplace. She was hinting at her to take advantage of this opportunity and find a way to be taken advantage of by Zhan Shiyao. If she knew that she and Zhan Shiyao had already made an appointment for sex, broke up, and had nothing to do with each other in the future, I wonder what her expression would be. After knowing this, will Mr. Wang, the boss, regret giving her such a good opportunity to work for Zhan's? Jiang Lusi naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to confess voluntarily. After all, this is just a private matter between her and Zhan Shiyao. Since the boss and the manager think they have a chance, let them think so. There was no need for her to pour cold water on them and ruin her own future at this time. Halfway through the drinking session, many people were already tipsy. But they still get together to joke and chat. Jiang Yi is indeed a famous socialite. He quickly mixed in with a group of men and became one of them. He can make dirty jokes without blushing or getting nervous. Jiang Lusi showed little interest and sat in a relatively quiet corner with her close colleague Luo Xiaoran. They all took out their phones to play out of boredom. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Lusi turned on her phone, Xiao Haozhou called her. She didn't think much about it and just pressed the answer button. Xiao Haozhou shouted in a gloomy voice, Jiang Lusi, how dare you hang up on me? Which client were you with? You kept turning off your phone and ignoring me. Did you roll into bed with a client? Chapter 40. Arrange her to work in the president's office. Yes. Jiang Lusi rubbed her temple and actually replied to him. There was a moment of silence on the phone. Then Xiao Haozhou roared, Jiang Lusi, how dare you go to bed with another man behind my back, you bitch? He was so angry that he swore and spoke in a fierce tone. Without the image of the second young master Xiao that he had tried so hard to maintain over the years, his true qualities and character were exposed. Jiang Lusi couldn't help but sneer. Xiao Haozhou had been involved in scandals with other women every day, but she turned a blind eye to it. Now he was so furious when he found out that she might have cheated on him. What a double standard. If you're unhappy, you can cancel the engagement. Jiang Lusi replied slowly. Xiao Haozhou was stunned when he heard this. It was as if he had seen through her trick in an instant. Immediately she returned to her original tone, do you think I will cancel the engagement with you if you say that? He was just so angry that he was confused. I almost forgot that a woman like Jiang Lusi would never dare to do anything so outrageous. The reason why she admitted that she slept with a client was most likely to deliberately irritate him and want him to break up with her on his own initiative. How could he fall for her trick? Believe it or not, Jiang Lusi didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Before hanging up the phone, Xiao Haozhou's warning voice came, we will be engaged next month, you are destined to be mine. If you dare to cheat on me, I will never forgive you. After he finished speaking, a sweet female voice came from the other side. Honey, who are you talking to on the phone? I'm done with the shower, shall we go to bed? Jiang Lusi couldn't help but frown. Xiao Haozhou is really a scumbag. She even slept with her stepmother. Now he is still in bed with another woman. He even had the nerve to warn her not to cheat on him. Could it be that in his eyes, it was natural for him to cheat on her? She couldn't even resist a little. Soon, the sound of Xiao Haozhou's breathing and moaning as he made love with another woman could be heard from the other end of the phone. Jiang Lusi felt so nauseous that she almost vomited. He hung up the phone angrily. Xiao Haozhou simply can't live without a woman for a day. If she really married him, she could imagine how vast the Hulenbar grassland would be above her head. Lusi, were you talking to your fiancé on the phone just now? Luo Xiaoran was very close to her, and she basically heard everything Jiang Lusi said on the phone. Both lips formed an O shape. She originally thought that a beauty like Jiang Lusi should have a fiancé who loved her very much, and the two of them should just wait to get married. Who would have thought that Jiang Lusi's fiancé would openly cheat on her behind her back? Jiang Lusi nodded. Did you hear everything? That's about right. Luo Xiaoran did not deny it, and there was a hint of sympathy in the look he gave her. I support you in giving him a green hat as revenge. Jiang Lusi raised her eyebrows. I've already given it to him. Luo Xiaoran. The next day, when Jiang Lusi and two colleagues from the technical department arrived at Zhan's, it was Zhan Shiyao's assistant Guan Chen who personally received them. To be honest, this really surprised Jiang Lusi and the two colleagues. After all, their Xingmao is just a new small company that has just emerged. It is not easy to be able to get close to a leading enterprise like Zhansha and negotiate a cooperation project. Now that the Zhan family has attached so much importance to us, it is hard not to be flattered. Guan Chen personally led them to take a general tour of the Zhan family. Introduced them to the overall layout and all departments of the Zhan family. Finally, they were taken to the top floor, which was reserved for the president. You will work on the top floor from now on. Guan Chen assigned them offices. The two colleagues from the technical department who came with Jiang Lusi both had incredible expressions on their faces. Assistant Guan, are you sure we can work in this floor of your president's office? They asked again in disbelief. Guan Chen glanced at Jiang Lusi in an unfathomable way, nodded and smiled. Of course, this is what President Zhan meant. It will facilitate the fastest and most direct communication with you in the future. Since this was Zhan Shiyao's intention, no one else dared to say anything. Guan Chen habitually raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. There are still 10 minutes left, President Zhan should be finished with the meeting. Please wait a moment, President Zhan may have something to explain to you in person later. Okay. Qin Qian, the head of the technical department, responded politely. For some reason, Jiang Lusi felt uneasy. I don't know how to get along with Zhan Shiyao when I see him later. Do you treat him as a complete stranger? A client? Or an ex-partner? Jiang Lusi was very conflicted. I was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on my palms. Boss Zhan is here. With a low cry, the office door was pushed open from the outside with a creaky sound. Zhan Shiyao, with his tall and straight figure, walked in with steady steps. Following behind were several senior executives and secretarial assistants in formal attire. He was wearing a black handmade suit today, and his broad shoulders and narrow waist made him look particularly perfect. Every step he takes is accompanied by a calm and restrained aura. The lines on his handsome face were as deep and sharp as if they were cut by a knife or an axe. His entire body exudes the noble aura of a superior that cannot be violated. He looked down at them with the attitude of an absolute king. Oh my God, so handsome! The moment she saw him, Jiang Lusi clearly heard the exclamation of admiration from Huang Kanjing, another female colleague from the technical department next to her. When Jiang Lusi was worrying about how to face him, Zhan Shiyao had already brought his men to them. Guan Chen immediately introduced them. This is the president of our Zhan family, Zhan Shiyao. Qin Qian is a man after all, and he is the head of the technical department who represents their Xingmao this time. He hurried forward and shook hands with Zhan Shiyao respectfully and politely. Hello, Mr. Zhan. My name is Qin Qian, and I'm the technical director sent by Xingmao for this project cooperation. Zhan Shiyao returned the greeting and shook hands. But his deep and sharp eyes passed directly past him and fell on Jiang Lusi behind him. Jiang Lusi didn't look at him, her expression was particularly indifferent at this moment. During the war, Yao looked down at her condescendingly. That deep gaze cannot be ignored. Finally, Jiang Lusi took a breath and had to grit her teeth and look up to face it. Hello, Mr. Zhan. My name is Jiang Lusi. I'm in charge of the communication for this project. She walked forward calmly and introduced herself according to the procedure, just like Jin Qian had just done. She also extended her hand to him politely. Zhan Shiyao's dark pupils shrank. The corners of Bulian's lips curled up in a meaningful arc. He just looked at her deeply, but was reluctant to reach out and shake her hand. It was as if he was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. The strange looks from the people around couldn't help but turn to Jiang Lusi. She secretly wondered, how did she offend President Zhan,